Okay. Um. This has been a pain in the ass to set up. So for anyone watching in the future, just for a bit of context, so you understand if I sound a little bit tired and frustrated during at least the early sections of this. This stream is starting about 3.5 hours late, which is one of the latest times I've ever had to start a stream, but ran into a few different issues. One, the inherent issue with getting level 40 characters set up is, I mean, obviously, prepping 2 runs is always going to take a fucking ridiculous amount of time. But getting these characters set up, initially I had them on Wormrest Accord, and I didn't realize that cross-realm trading was like, well, I didn't realize it was cross-realm trading specifically, and you couldn't do mailing. So basically, I did a lot of the prep on one of my characters, and it was obviously these characters were on a different server. So then I had to literally transfer all the characters over to the same server. So they're now all in Mal'Ganis. So I had to do all my prep there, refix that. Also, I think one of the bigger issues that caused delays is kind of something unrelated to this. A lot of people popping in here. Hello, the Necron. What are the chances you're leveling an Unholy DK? Awesome. I was just thinking about making an Unholy DK. Cool, cool. A lot of people saying they were thinking of playing Unholy DKs. Wow. I mean, hey, it won the poll for a reason. So, obviously, if you missed it, I put up a poll this past weekend, like a few days ago, to decide what I'm doing for this run, and there were a few different options, and Unholy DK won by a landslide, but the top 2 options win the poll, and the second place was very closely won by Fire Mage. It barely pulled ahead of Elemental Shaman, but yeah, Unholy DK won it by a landslide. So, yeah, lots of people interested in seeing an Unholy DK run. You're trying out my guide right now on a Frost Mage? Awesome. I definitely need to get around to Frost at some point eventually. Frost Mage, specifically. I have done Frost DK testing, so we'll try that at some point. I'll also move all the trade shit to a new window, because that's like constant spam. But yeah, so what I was saying before, one of the main reasons this all got delayed is I kind of forgot that I had told my Classic Guild that I would help them out with a 10-man run for TOGC after the raid that they did on Saturday, because they have like multiple raids. So I'm in the Friday raid, so we did that, 25-man on Friday. And then because my new schedule for retail is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm no longer able to do my Classic Guild's traditional Tuesday 10-mans. So I told them that last week, and they were like, okay. And then I forgot that they had mentioned, like, at one point, they were just like, hey, would Saturday after our raid work for you? And I was like, yeah, I don't really have any plans Saturday. So I said, sure. And then after the stream yesterday, I decided I was going to go to bed early because it was kind of late and I was pretty exhausted. So I went to bed around like 9 p.m., whenever the stream ended pretty much. And then I got woken up by them messaging me on Discord at like 1:30 a.m. saying that, oh, our 25-man just ended. Are you still available for the 10-man run? And I had promised to do it, so I was like, sure. I didn't realize it was going to be at fucking 1:30. But so then I had to get up and do 10-man TOGC. Thankfully, it's not a long raid. It only took like 30, 45 minutes. But then, of course, by the time we were done, it was like past 2 a.m., and then it took me like another hour and a half to fall back asleep. So my sleep schedule basically got completely fucking torpedoed last night, and I didn't wake up until 10:20 a.m., basically like 40 minutes before I would normally start the stream. And by that point, setting up a run like this takes way longer than 40 minutes, so that, on top of the other issues I ran into with getting the setup done and having to transfer the characters over, it fucking spiraled into taking 3 extra hours. So that's the reason why the stream's delayed. Really sorry about that. This stuff takes a lot of time to set up, and it's just the reality of my schedule right now is I'm raiding in like 2 different guilds and trying to do all this other shit, and it's a lot. On top of, also making videos, right? So yeah, it's a lot of work. What is better for leveling, Cataclysm, Classic, or Pandaria? I mean, definitely Cataclysm, right? Obviously, because, that's what's in my leveling guide. Pandaria does not appear at all in my leveling guide, right? If you don't know about my leveling guide for whatever reason, it's in the video description or the stream description, so go check that out. Unless you're asking for dungeons, which, I mean, that's a completely separate story. You're prepping for the fishing tournament right now. That trick in your guide is going to be great. Yeah. Definitely the fishing tournament guide. I will say, let me take a look at that because it's gotten more popular lately. My fishing tournament guide. I put that out a little while ago. When was that? It was like a few months ago. All I know is a bunch of people have been telling me lately that it's a bit harder to win now. Yeah. So yeah, it's up to like 20,000 views. I mean, like it comes and goes, right? Every Sunday there's like a little bit of a spike in views and then it falls down again, right? But definitely as more people start to know about that trick, it's going to be harder and harder to win. Like when I did it, I even posted a video myself winning it on a fresh account with like no setup, right? So it was much easier when fewer people knew about it. It still though is the thing about that guide though is my fishing tournament guide is still helpful because the reality is it does give you an advantage over everybody else. So I think the bigger problem for the fishing tournament is as more and more people start to use those tricks, it's going to become nearly impossible for anyone to win it without using those tricks like Chromie Time, phasing, and High Mountain Tar and stuff. But it's kind of like a blessing and a curse, right? I'd rather everyone has access to that information rather than only a select few, and it's, they get like a really unfair lead on it, but it definitely should still help you out. Also for prep, hello Leap Year Kurt. But yeah, for prep, I've gotten mostly everything set up, so I have all my things already moved over. If you're unfamiliar with the format that I'll be doing here, so the way that I'm doing this sort of testing is I normally, of course, do a bunch of full 10 to 60 runs, and, we did one yesterday with, what was it, Survival Hunter? And for these specific runs, I'm basically taking little segmented 40 to 60 runs, and that's what we'll be doing here for both Unholy and Fire, because around the level 40 mark is when specs start to really come into their own and you can see the unique parts of them. At low levels, for instance, like whether you're playing Fire or Frost or Arcane, no matter which mage spec you're playing, levels 10 to 20, you are going to be spamming Arcane Explosion. And there's a reason why Arcane is generally the best mage spec, because a lot of the Arcane spells, especially at low levels, are just really overtuned, so Arcane just works really well with that fact. So even if you're playing Fire, you're going to be spamming Arcane Explosion from levels 10 to 20. So doing like a mage speedrun, like a Fire Mage 10 to 60 speedrun, would be kind of pointless, at least at the early levels, because it would just be the same thing as an Arcane Mage speedrun, and you wouldn't see the differences until later. So by doing these runs, starting at, I've picked level 40 as kind of an arbitrary point, just because I think you can more clearly see the differences from 40 onwards, so that is a good point to really jump into and see the comparisons. And I would say level 40 to 60 is like, in terms of how do I describe it? In terms of actual mob difficulty, where the route gets hard, because mob scaling starts to really step up in the late 30s and stuff like that. So a lot of specs can really easily cruise through the low levels just because a lot of your proc effects, like Elemental Confluence, things like, Elemental Force, that will just kind of one-shot mobs if you just poke them lightly on any spec in the game. So by the time you get to the late level 30s, early level 40s, you really need to rely on the actual tools for your spec to be able to do damage. So that's where you start to see a lot of specs fall off, where they can't really rely on a lot of their kit because a lot of their really powerful effects are in the later levels, and then their damage starts to slow down. So looking specifically at that section of the run, I think is a really good way to get an idea of where all the specs fall. And, we kind of already know, generally speaking, what the best way to level a mage is, right? It's Arcane. We've done a full 10 to 60 Arcane Mage run. You've seen how powerful that can be. And for Death Knight, it's a little trickier. There's pros and cons to each one. But generally speaking, in a Holy DK, it's not really going to be the way you want to go. I think Frost is a little bit stronger over the course of the run for the most part. And I have done a full 10 to 60 Frost DK run. You can probably find it somewhere. It was a few months ago, around the start of Dragonflight. But Unholy DK plays very similar to Frost at low levels, so looking at it from level 40 onward will be a good idea to see really what are the differences in how it plays. DK, though, I will say, is a kind of a weird case where if you really want to play DK perfectly, you kind of need to play all of the specs, because obviously Blood is good for dungeon tanking, Frost is good at low levels, and you can definitely, I think we'll see that Unholy DK actually does have some advantages at the later levels over Frost, which is one of the other reasons why looking at it from 40 onwards is good. Life's Faded became a member. Thank you. Welcome. And I missed a few other messages. CCS said, hey man, you just won the tournament thanks to the guide. Then today you helped your wife win. Awesome. I'm glad it helped you out. Spicy Knife said, hey, how's it going? It's going well. Hope it's going well for you too. Unholy Hype, wasn't even aware you wanted to see this, but your brain is saying you do. Awesome. Love my world record Druid run. Watched the whole thing. It was awesome. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. I will say, keep in mind, what's the fastest expansion from 1 to 60? Check out my leveling guide. Any questions about what's the fastest thing, XYZ, I have an entire leveling guide with all of that information. You can find it in the description, right? If you have questions after you've read that guide, feel free to let me know, like specifics on, why is XYZ thing better? But if you just want the basics, have an entire guide covering all of that. Will I be playing on official hardcore servers? Absolutely. Yeah, I've already been playing in the PTR. So I've been playing in the PTR just for fun, but a lot of my, messing around in the PTR is more to get myself prepared because I haven't been playing with the add-on, so I will definitely be trying hardcore servers. First, damn hardly no. You're early though, owner, so you're only 10 minutes past the start time, so yeah. What's my favorite zone? I guess it depends. One of my, I can quickly list off some favorite zones. Obviously, Grizzly Hills is kind of a boring answer, but it is a lot of people's favorite zones. I would say Valley of the Four Winds, another one of my favorite zones. Infinite donated, I don't know what SEK is, but SEK 50. Thank you very much. I am your favorite WoW streamer, and thank you for all the entertainment. No problem. Infinite, I'm glad you enjoy the streams and the videos. Didn't realize that was from the guide. Yeah. The guide is on my website. If you go to harolden.com, it should be really easy to find, right? I have an entire leveling guide section, and there's a bunch of different subcategories for, just 1 to 10, 10 to 60, all that fun stuff. Swedish bucks? Ah, cool. And thank you again, Infinite, for the donation. I really appreciate it. But yeah, favorite zone. There's a lot of good ones to pick. I would say my favorite zone storyline, I think I've said this before, Stone Talon Mountains is one of my favorites. I like Stone Talon as a zone overall. It's really cool. It was linked on Icy Veins. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize I knew Icy Veins wrote an article about my video guide at one point. I didn't know they linked it there. That's cool though. And then yeah, my dad just posted the website link in the chat. Thank you. Appreciate that. This is your first time here. Thanks to the amazing guide. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But chat, I will say, chat is moving very fast today. I think it's because I started late, so everybody's now jumping in right now because they've been waiting for me to get started. So sorry about that again. But yeah, I would say Stone Talon Mountain's a good example. Valley of the Four Winds, definitely my favorite zone in Pandaria, but I kind of love Pandaria in general. It has a lot of my favorite zones. Stormheim, I would say, is one of my favorite zones. Suramar, also a very good one. What else? Fuck everything in this expansion. WAD zones are all right, but I don't know if I would call any of them my favorite. There's a lot of zones that I have intermittent nostalgia for, where there's one or two things about it that I remember very fondly. Obviously, I really enjoy Silverpine and Hillsbrad. I play through them all the time. So if I didn't enjoy these two zones, I would probably hate my life. Honestly, one of the reasons why I don't love leveling Alliance characters is I don't really like Redridge and Duskwood that much, and they are part of the speedrun route. But I kind of can never get bored of Silverpine and Hillsbrad. I just really like these two zones. So the fact that they're also efficient for leveling means that Horde leveling is just usually good for me. I really like Hinterlands, though. Hinterlands and then, the Blood Elf starting zones. Both pretty cool. I think those are all... That's a lot of good examples. And then, as I mentioned, Grizzly Hills is a classic, right? Can't go wrong with that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Do I have a preference between leveling tunes on retail versus classic? I enjoy both of it for different reasons. I would say, if we're talking about which leveling experience do I prefer, it's classic leveling. I think classic leveling, for people who enjoy it, because, right, not everybody likes leveling. And I think there's a lot of people who just hate leveling in general. And I, generally speaking, as a whole, dislike retail leveling. So the whole idea of classic leveling, where it's more of a journey and there's actually fun to be had in the actual leveling process, that makes me enjoy classic leveling more. But at the same time, the thing with retail leveling is, because I inherently don't enjoy the idea of just kind of mindlessly grinding, right? I've kind of turned it into a mini game, with the speedruns, right? So I enjoy doing the speedruns for retail leveling, but I guess that's not kind of traditionally how it's meant to be approached. But traditional classic leveling, where you take your time and really explore the world, is kind of what I personally prefer. But I like them both for different reasons, I would say. Is it easy to find somebody to play this game together in TeamSpeak or Discord? I mean, it depends on the person, right? Like, obviously, is it easy to find other people to play the game with? Absolutely. Yeah, like, it's easy to find a guild if you want to. I'm in a guild, right? I've joined many different guilds over the years, and there's countless guilds out there. If you're looking to join a guild and you don't know where to start, I would say go, obviously, if you're brand new to the game, then maybe finding a raiding guild maybe isn't your best bet, but, like, you can either ask around in trade chat, maybe see if you can find a random leveling guild. Sometimes you'll find, fun people there, or just, like, I would say look at the WoW forums. While the WoW forums can be a cesspool in some cases, generally speaking, if you're a brand new player just looking for a cool guild to, get to know people, there's probably going to be some people in the WoW forums advertising their guilds. Maybe you can talk to them, see if you can find something that's a good fit. Obviously, if you're a more experienced player looking for a raiding guild, then you would want to go through more, like, raiding-oriented resources like WoW Progress, Warcraft Logs, Raider.io, stuff like that. There's also a recruitment Discord. Lots of good resources for finding other people to play with. So I guess it kind of depends on your question. Obviously, it is definitely easy to find people who want to, play in, a more team-based environment, but also a lot of people do play this game solo. So, I mean, yeah, it kind of depends. Owner said, you got your pirate ring today, war mode plus Chromie, awesome. Yeah, a lot of people have popped in today saying that they won the fishing tournament, so that is awesome. Really happy to hear that. Pandaland is your favorite aesthetic-wise? Yeah. Honestly, I tried to, in my favorite zone answer, give, like, a smattering of different, like, zones all across the world. But definitely Pandaria as an entire continent, I would say, has a lot of my favorite zones. I have a lot of good memories. Aesthetically, like you said, fantastic. Burke Edstrom, I hope I pronounced that correctly, donated SCK 50 as well. I think that's the same currency as before. The Moody zones are really cool, like Drusvar. Yeah. Drusvar is really cool as well. I think I like it for different reasons. Like, my personal favorite zones are ones like Valley of the Four Winds, the really chill, laid back, fun aesthetic. So those are definitely my favorites. That, like Grizzly Hills. But while I wouldn't include it in, like, my favorite zones, Drusvar, I can agree, is a very well-designed zone because it definitely accomplishes what it sets out to do. It's not meant to be that chill, relaxed zone. It like, tensionally evokes, like, kind of a haunted vibe, and it nails that aesthetic perfectly. So definitely agree. And once again, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. Zuldrak is a cool zone. Yeah. Zuldrak definitely has a really cool vibe. The whole, like, my favorite thing about Zuldrak is kind of, like, the differences in, like, the sections where some are overrun by the Scourge and there's all these, like, undead areas, and then the, like, upper terraces are controlled by the actual trolls and they're, like, fighting off the undead. Like, that whole idea of oh, thank you. Appreciate it. That whole, design of basically the trolls trying to fight for survival against the undead as they're getting overwhelmed. Really cool idea for a zone, for sure. Thus far, you only have one Twink. How can you get a starter zone mount, if you know what I meant? Constance, I'm not sure I understand that question, so if you could rephrase that, I can try to answer. Does Death Knight still have to do the whole starting area quest? Allied Race Death Knights do not, so I can quickly show that since, I'm answering questions anyway. Allied Race Death Knights, if I just go create a character, let's just make a Volpera Death Knight, right? Volpera, Volp, Carl, Volp, DK, sure, as an example. So if I create this Death Knight, I'll start within ICC, and I can just talk to, I believe it's Bolvar, and then you just get sent back into Orgrimmar. So Allied Race Death Knights can skip it. I think technically speaking, Pandaren, while not an allied race, can also skip it because they were not part of the original set of Death Knights. You can see here, I start this. I would talk to Bolfar, pick up a quest, and then he would send me back to, like, the main city. But any normal Death Knight will start at level 8. So you can also see I start at level 10. Normal Death Knights do not start at level 10. They start at level 8. And they will still need to complete that starting quest, yes. You've got huge nostalgia for Hellfire Peninsula. Yeah. I mean, anyone who played TBC definitely will have a lot of memories of Hellfire Peninsula for sure. I can just delete this character because I don't need it for anything. Then I'll hop back onto my Death Knight. There's an amount for getting, I think, 35 heirlooms that lets you use it before level 10. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the chauffeur, right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. If that was the question, the chauffeured... What is it? Chauffeured Mechanohog. So if you get, I forget how many heirlooms it is, but you get like a mount that somebody drives you around. So yeah, that's the thing. If that was the question, I don't remember the exact heirloom amount that this required. I got this back in WoD or something. It's been a very long time. And back then, when it first came out, you needed to unlock like almost every single heirloom, but they've added like a billion different heirlooms since then. So I'm not entirely sure how much it would be now. I'm not going to answer questions about other add-ons. My opinion on other leveling guides is I think mine's the best, right? That is all I will say on the subject. If you want, there was a longer discussion where I gave some more thoughts on it in yesterday's stream. I'm not going to rehash that. But yeah, no, the only real answer I can give to that, just logically speaking, is I obviously think my leveling guide is the best, and I would not recommend using anything else. Thank you for the answer, no problem. Finally got to catch a stream before the run starts. Yeah, I normally spend about like an hour before starting a run, letting people trickle in. Today's stream has started pretty late, so I will be aiming to get started fairly early. I've also done like a lot of the setup. There's very little setup that I actually need to do for this, but I will be getting through it. So yeah, I can take Rune Forging off. I just need to clean up basically my spellbook, talents, stuff like that before we jump into things. And I'm going to be doing on this character Hillsbred Foothills, and if I run out of experience there, I'm going to finish up in Silverpine, so actually a bit of a weird order. One of the interesting things is this is a character I had back in Warlords of Draenor. This was one of the Death Knights that I used for challenge modes back in the day, so I've actually done all of WoD already. So I think I maybe can still replay the questlines with Chromie Time, but there would be a lot of weird issues where, like, this character has a maxed out garrison, so the entire garrison setup chain, I don't really know how that would work. There's some weird things like that with leveling old characters. But one thing I do know for sure is that the Cataclysm zones still work perfectly fine, so I'm just going to be doing that stuff. Also, I have War Mode turned on. I won't be, like, starting just yet, but because there's no timer for this type of run. Like I've said before, this is purely for testing purposes. We're just trying to get an idea of how Unholy DK plays and how strong it is in the later portions of the route from 40 to 60. So you can see I intentionally don't have a timer. I'm not going to be doing any preset setup or anything like that. We're just going to be going through the route. And like I said, this particular section will be Hillsbrad and seeing how it's able to handle all of the challenges that you face while doing the leveling stuff. But I still do have a little bit of setup, but I'll just head out there as I go. In fact, actually, I'll chill in Undercity because I think you can change talents anywhere in the world, but I don't know. There's some weird restrictions like that. How inefficient is Pandaria? It's hard to say. I mean, Pandaria is not terrible. It's, like, the worst leveling zones by far, at least in retail WoW, are TBC and Wrath. For kind of obvious reasons, right? They're older zones, the quest design feels a little bit antiquated. Really, that's just kind of what makes them inefficient. There's a lot of travel and stuff like that. So those are definitely leaps and bounds worse than anything else you'll encounter. For Pandaria, like Pandaria Cataclysm stuff, it's a little bit weird, or at least endgame Cataclysm zones. They're not bad, because they are at least modern zones with, like, generally good quest progression. But I would say Pandaria has a few extended, like, roleplay-esque sections, which I think are fun. Like, the introduction to Pandaria, where you have to, like, do the whole, Zeppelin thing and whatnot, and like bombard like the Alliance airship, or bombard the Alliance like airbase, or the Horde like fleet or whatever, depending on your faction. That takes a while and isn't like necessarily efficient. There's similar issues with a lot of the Cataclysm zones, like Vashir in particular is really slow to get into because there's like 5 minutes of RP, if not more, right before you can even enter the zone. And then, of course, like, the water transport can slow things down. So it's not bad, but there are definitely a significant amount of zones faster than pretty much anything in Pandaria or Cataclysm. It's also kind of a weird situation with, like, the rare mobs, right? Where the Pandaria rares are actually kind of hard to kill for the level you encounter them at. And Cataclysm endgame zones don't actually have any rare mobs. They also, like, Warlords of Draenor is when bonus objectives were first introduced, which are generally really good for leveling. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. Like, I would say Legion zones are definitely closer to being viable than anything in Pandaria or, like, endgame Cata. What expansion am I playing? I'm playing Dragonflight, obviously, like retail Dragonflight. For the leveling process itself, I am just doing basically 2 different segmented runs of my leveling route, which, as I've said before, for the Death Knight run, we will be doing it in Hillsbred Foothills, because that is like the later section of the Horde route. So if you're curious about generally what the fastest timelines are, if you're like new to my stream in general, you haven't seen my leveling guide, I have a full leveling guide, completely free, all that fun stuff. It is on my website. It is in the description, right? And I also have a video version on my channel if you prefer that. So if you're just curious for basic information on what the best timelines are, what I usually do, you can find it there. For this particular run, I will be doing specifically Hillsbred Foothills for the segmented DK run. Hello, Jade West. Good to see you. Kind of in the middle. Oh, yeah, for Pandaria, right. Hello, Henrique Ponte. First time here. A huge hug from Brazil. Awesome. Glad to see you. Rip Harl Volpera DK. Many great memories in your 90-second existence. Yeah. Deleted but not forgotten. You want official hardcore in Season of Mastery 2 already? I wonder, aren't they going to be calling official hardcore like a seasonal server? I don't know if it's separate from Season of Mastery 2. I was initially under the impression that Blizzard was trying to pass off the official hardcore server as Season of Mastery 2, but maybe they're doing something different. At this rate, I don't know. They seem to be just kicking the can down the road for any sort of new classic season. I briefly played Season of Mastery for context. I never got to max level. I kind of got bored. But I have a friend who raided at endgame in Season of Mastery, and he was like really into it. So if they actually do it properly, then I'd play it. I think the only problem with Season of Mastery 1 for me is it was, what was it, like a 50% quest XP gain or something like that? It was overall like a very trivial experience bonus for classic World of Warcraft. So for a limited time seasonal server, I just couldn't justify investing the time in playing something that was effectively just the same as original classic with very minimal changes when it would still take me days to level up to max. Like, I still think that for classic seasonal servers, they need to do something like, Diablo 3 seasons where they have just crazy XP modifiers and you spend like, a weekend getting up to max level, and then there's all these like wacky changes to the end game. Still keep it classic, right? But, make it so people can actually jump in and play, and the fact that, it's only seasonal stuff doesn't really have any impact. At least 2 times, yeah. I think that's like the bare minimum for, people to actually justify spending time in a seasonal server. For something like hardcore, I'm willing to, invest more time into it because it is notably different from original classic in terms of how you play the game. So that alone, like the fact that it is hardcore, is enough of a change for me to be like, okay, yeah, I'm fine spending days of my life leveling up a character. But for just a new season with like minor changes, I wasn't going to spend all that time once again. So I didn't really play Season of Mastery. Do I speedrun every day? No. I would die. Right now I stream on Saturdays and Sundays. And that's when I do all of my speedruns. Sometimes, you know, obviously before when I was doing my testing, I would upload a few runs and like that I would do during the week and then turn it into a video. Right now, I've been doing all my speedruns on streams because, you know, I already got my world record run out of the way, so I don't really have anything else to do other than testing. And a lot of this testing, I could do it on my own, but, you know, if I'm just doing it on my own, like watching Netflix on my other monitor, it gets a little bit boring, so it's more fun to do that kind of stuff on stream. So I've been saving all my runs these days for streams. I might add additional stream days in the future, but I will say, if I do stream additional days in the future, it would not be like speedrun stuff. I would keep that towards like the weekends when I have time to set that up. And additional streams, I would probably just stream whatever the hell I'm actually doing during the week. So maybe I'd stream my raids, I don't know, or, you know, if I'm doing Mythic Plus or something for whatever reason, like maybe when a new season comes out, if I'm farming Mythic Plus, maybe I'd stream that during the week, right? But this is when I do the speedruns. Town long steps can be really big after 40 when you have the fastest mount. A lot of the quests can be done and turned in at the same time. Interesting. Kriva said, finally made it in time, let's go. I made your leveling go from 2 to 3 days to just a few hours. Awesome, glad to hear it. What are the best zones to level via questing? Generally the ones on the route, right? So for Horde, you know, Silver Pine, Hillsbrad, Alliance, Redridge, Duskwood, kind of. They're only included because Alliance has less great options to pick from, and those are kind of close together. But definitely Lochmodon is amazing for questing. And then, obviously, for all factions, Gorgrons, some of Talador, and then Spires if you must after everything else. What do I think is the fastest class to level in 10.1.5? Definitely Druid, considering that's what I used for my world record. Special Bollocks, a nice name, said, thanks for the answer. I will do a mix of Silverpine, Hillsbrad, and Pandaria for nostalgia's sake. Yeah, it's always a good choice. Hello, Josh RQX. I am good. Hope you are as well. Nano Effect said, used your guide for my Alliance Rogue. Was difficult. Yeah, for a Rogue, I would imagine. And it took you 16 hours. Yeah, I would say that definitely has more to do with it being a Rogue. And Rogue is definitely the hardest class to level currently. But, you know, that's still solid. Especially if you're still learning the route and stuff. Official Hardcore is not Season of Mastery 2. Yeah. At this point, like I said, I think I realized that. But initially, the way Blizzard was talking about it, I wasn't entirely sure. They announced them as separate stuff? Gotcha. What's the fastest class for leveling? Oh, yeah, I answered that question. Yeah, I should note, if I don't immediately answer your question, I will read everything. So I will get back to your message eventually. It's just I will read literally everything. So you don't need to repeat your question. I understand, you know, a lot of times in other streams, right, you know, maybe repeating the question 2 or 3 times is the best way to get it answered. For me, unless like an hour goes by and I still haven't gotten around to your question, you can usually rest assured that I will read it. The only time I don't is if I just happen to miss it for whatever reason. I do try to read literally everything, which is why I'm spending 30 minutes before the run starts just catching up. Turtle WoW's tents that allowed you to get full rested XP in 20 minutes is pretty sick. I mean, I've never played private servers, so I don't know. But yeah, that sounds pretty neat. Rogue is butt to level, although you had fun in your sub-rogue. Yeah, I've been told that if you really know how to play like sub or outlaw, you can make them work. But even people I know who are really good at Rogue have told me that they still struggle to level with it just because it doesn't have a kit that's really ideal for leveling. So Rogue is one of those where you can kind of get okay times if you're like really good at using the kit and like are an expert at playing Rogue. But if you are not familiar with playing Rogue, you are going to have a bad time. Whereas classes like Guardian Druid, you could basically not know how to play Guardian at all. You can sit in bear form, press Moonfire, press Thrash, and you will level fairly efficiently because there's just kind of no way to not play Guardian Druid correctly. It's kind of impossible to die, and a lot of your damage is pretty straightforward. There's obviously like ways that you can min-max your speed with Druids, but at like a base skill floor level, a lot of the really good leveling specs are pretty easy to play. I would say the one exception to that is Windwalker Monk. Obviously, I've used Windwalker Monk for a few world records before, and it is definitely very, very, very strong. But Windwalker is definitely a case of a good leveling spec that can be really hard to play if you're not familiar with it. So I've, mained Windwalker at various points in the past, so obviously I'm familiar with it. The damage rotation is not the most straightforward because obviously it has the whole thing of you need to like alternate abilities, and that takes some getting used to. But also, Windwalker can be very, very, very squishy when not played properly. And especially, Windwalker is tough if you don't turn War Mode on. Obviously, I always turn War Mode on, but without Turbo Fists, you can still make it work. But Windwalker, you need to really play carefully if you don't have Turbo Fists. And then even if you are in War Mode, knowing when to use Fists of Fury as a defensive ability maybe isn't the most intuitive thing ever. So I would say that is one of the few cases of a really efficient leveling spec that is a little bit harder to learn. Whereas some of the other good ones, like, you know, Prot Pally, Guardian Druid, Warriors, Death Knights are pretty straightforward. Even Hunter, like Survival Hunter isn't too difficult to play, I would say. You say that when you're level 57 on Windwalker and have not turned on War Mode. Hey, to be fair, I have mentioned Turbo Fist multiple times, but yeah, Windwalker gets some of the most value out of its PvP talents compared to any other spec. It's really, really good. Whereas, like, Guardian Druid gets very minimal, like, utility, quality of life things. Windwalker Turbo Fists completely changes the way that you play it. Yeah, that's another good one. Havoc Demon Hunter is also fairly easy. Definitely there is like a skill cap to Havoc Demon Hunters, but like the skill floor is pretty low. You can kind of just press like Chaos Strike, Blade Dance, I-Beam, and you know, you'll be fine. You play probably too much Sub Rogue, doesn't mean you're going to level them. You have 5 now and have only hand leveled 1. Yeah. You're a big profession player. If you ever need anything crafted, let me know. I appreciate it, but as it so happens, I am also a big profession player. I am also the person that when most people need something crafted, they tend to go to me. So, well, I do appreciate it. I craft a lot of things, both for myself and for my friends. You were Assassin and you main Brewmaster? Yeah. Assassination is definitely out of the rogue specs, the one that, you know, people tend to struggle with the most for leveling. But Brewmaster is definitely a good choice. You look through all my old videos and you can't find the original old WoW Stories video. You also posted a separate video of just the cheating officer story, but you can no longer find either of them. Yeah, so those are both unlisted at this point because they're like really old videos. You can still find them if you go to my playlists and you go to WoW Speedruns. Every single one of my old speedruns, like all the way back to Shadowlands, you will find it in that playlist. So I think you even got the name right. It was Speedrunning Alliance and Telling Old WoW Stories was the cheating officer story. So, yeah, I think that I'm 99% sure should be there. If you, for whatever reason, can't find it there, let me know, though. But I think it is. But yeah, I guess on that note, real quick, because I do get asked that a few times, I tend to unlist a lot of older videos just because I don't want people seeing speedruns from like, 3 years ago and trying to use them as a reference when, it's outdated. But they will stay on my channel, right? Like, the main issue I have with YouTube in that regard is I wish that there was a way for things to stay public on my channel page without it appearing in recommendations. But the problem is the only way to make something not appear in recommendations is to unlist it, which also hides it from my actual like channel page itself. But like old guides, old speedruns and stuff like that, it's not that like I don't want people to be able to go and find them. I just don't want that to be recommended to like a new player. And maybe their first experience with my channel is watching a guide that's like 2 years out of date that I made back in Shadowlands, and then they're like, what the fuck? This isn't actually accurate. So it's kind of like a necessity for that to happen. But, it would be nice if there was a way to make sure that that could all appear on my channel without me having to, make sure all my playlists stay in order so people can find that stuff. I don't have a leveling guide for Wrath, unfortunately, but I would say good leveling guide for Wrath. Probably I usually just go to Guidelime and then find whatever free Guidelime guide you can get. Obviously, I do not encourage buying leveling guides ever, for obvious reasons, and I think generally speaking, if you ask people for good leveling guides, they will recommend you the paid guides, which are not actually useful. Just go find a free guide on Guidelime. It's a free add-on. That's what I always do when I'm leveling characters. What's the best spec for DKs? At low levels, Frost. Obviously, Blood if you're doing dungeons just for tank queues, and what I will hopefully show here is that Unholy, once you get to higher levels and get more of its kit, it performs a bit better. Unholy is a bit weak at lower levels, though. At 60 to 70, honestly, both of them kind of work. And then Blood is definitely, for open world leveling, the worst by far. Blood is a very, very, very weak leveling spec. Only use it for dungeons because you get, like, tank use and stuff like that. Brewmaster Monk is hard but fun. Brewmaster Monk, I wouldn't say is hard. Like, you can build it to be pretty safe. Brewmaster Monk is just hard to deal damage on. So it's a relatively safe one, and unfortunately it used to be better, but they actually nerfed a lot of the really good stuff that it used for leveling. So now it's, like, not as good. It's one of the weaker tank specs. Definitely better than Blood, though, for sure. But I think Brewmaster Monk you can kind of scrape by in open world content without too much issue. You just may struggle to kill things as fast as, like, a Prop Pally or a Guardian Druid. A lot of players complain about button bloat, but you've never had such an issue. Yeah, for sure. Is 6 Alchemists a bit much, or shall we make it 7? I mean, from what I have heard, Alchemist is generally the best profession to stack because of transmutes, so definitely can't hurt to have more. What race will my Fire Mage be? My Fire Mage is Alliance, actually, and it is a Void Elf. The best race for Mage at Horde really depends. If you want, you can look up Mage guides, and I'm sure they'll include info. Like, it really depends, though, because Mage doesn't benefit as much from a lot of the traditional things that are useful for leveling specifically. So Dark Iron Dwarf, I will always say, is like one of the best races for Alliance leveling, and Vulpera is one of the best races for Horde leveling. But that's actually not true for Mage, because the main reason they are good is because of their teleport stuff. Whereas Mage has access to portals, so it doesn't actually need Vulpera Make Camp or Dark Iron Dwarf Mole Machine. Vulpera might still be somewhat useful because Make Camp is like a really flexible racial, but that being said, Vulpera is pretty much the worst race in the game for endgame content. It has really terrible racials for raiding and dungeons, so that's why I will always say, never base your racial decisions on leveling stuff. Either A, play what you think looks the coolest, which, like, why not, right? You know, just who cares if Vulpera racials suck for raiding? If you want to play a Vulpera, just play a Vulpera. Or if you are, like, super min-maxy, like myself, to be honest, and you want to pick the best racial, well, there's a lot of resources out there which can help you figure that out. And sometimes it's not even necessarily the best damage option. We talked about racials extensively on yesterday's stream, and something I brought up is, for instance, like dwarves. Obviously, dwarves are kind of a bit broken because in a lot of cases they are one of the best races in terms of damage for, like, sims. But then they also have Stoneform, which is just an extremely broken racial for defensive stuff. So I guess dwarves are kind of the exception where they're just kind of overpowered across the board. But, like, Blood Elves, for instance, are, like, middle of the pack generally if you look at damage sims. But Arcane Torrent is a really flexible racial that has a lot of really good use cases. So, kind of depends. I would always say, unless you're doing mythic progression rating or, you know, pushing really high M+, just pick what you enjoy, all right? 99% of the time, it doesn't make a difference. But I will admit that there are cases where I even talked about yesterday, I had to stay Blood Elf for Mythic Diurna because we needed my Arcane Torrent to get rid of the debuffs on the ads. So there are cases like that where racials do matter. But that doesn't apply to most people. What did I miss? Havoc DH was your first retail class, then you created a Brewmaster Monk. Yeah, I mean, DH and Monk are what I mostly play, so definitely good picks. You were able to find the member playlist you asked about yesterday? Awesome. I'm glad it's easy to find. I tried to make it as easy as possible, but I wasn't entirely sure, but I'm glad it worked out. Would say Prop Pally is probably the best tank to level as at the moment. Well, Guardian Druid is definitely the best, I will say, for sure. There's a reason I use it for world record runs. Prop Pally, I would say, is a close second. The only thing for Prop Pally versus Guardian Druid is they are both effectively equal in terms of damage and survivability. They both have really strong single target. They both have insane AoE potential. Prop Pally maybe does slightly more AoE damage. And they are both completely unkillable. If you're playing them correctly, you pretty much can't die to anything as a Guardian Druid or a Prop Pally, unless, like, very low level, some really hard dungeon pulls. Maybe you will be sweating a little bit. Outside of that, especially once you get more of your kit, you are pretty much unkillable. The only reason why Druid is better, and the reason why I use it for world records, is because of the Druid stuff itself. Flight Form is just insanely overpowered. Travel form in general at low levels, really broken. So Prot Pally is very, very, very strong. It just doesn't have any special utility, whereas Druid has, like, insane mobility while leveling, so that makes it better. But definitely Prot Pally is a close second, for sure. Trying to level as a Holy Paladin equals sad face? Yeah, I would not recommend that. For pure DPS, Human is the best race for most classes due to the secondary stat boost. Human's good. I don't know if I would say it's the best. Let me just quickly refer to Blood Mallet. So if you're looking for, like, basic race simulations, I linked this yesterday. Blood Mallet is generally pretty good. But, like, let me pick, like, Fury Warrior. I use Fury Warrior as a good, like, way to check a lot of times, because obviously warriors can be everything. Yeah, Human is actually top 3. Dwarf, I would say, though, like I said, is generally one of the best races, and here it is number 1, according to this, for single-target Fury Warrior. On 5-target, Human is still up there, but it actually has Gnome as number 1 and Void Elf as number 2. What's something else that every single race can be now? Mage? I think everybody can be a mage. Or am I confusing that with something else? I don't know. Pretty sure everybody can be a hunter, so looking at Beast Mastery, yeah. Human is up there for sure. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Human is the best race overall. Locks everybody can be? Okay. Human is definitely strongly above average for pretty much everybody, but, like, Dwarf is also, generally speaking, very high above average for everybody, and Dwarf also has Stone Form. So, if we're talking about, like, what is the universal best race for pretty much everybody, I would say Dwarves. I know you said for pure DPS, but even then for pure DPS, I don't necessarily think that's true. I think even pure DPS, a lot of races, or a lot of specs will just go Dwarf. Because it has really powerful DPS racials for sure. But then I think you can't even usually look at things in pure DPS. You have to include some of the utility stuff, and one of the reasons Dwarf is so broken is it has the utility and defensive aspect on top of insane DPS racials. Dwarf is just kind of insane at the moment. Luke Land said, Haraldin, I'm using your Alliance guide right now. Hit level 31 a minute ago. Had a very slow start, but things picked up once you hit level 20. Awesome. I'm glad you're finding it helpful. Yeah, the start of the Alliance route is a little bit slow. It's definitely slower compared to Horde, which is why in my guide, I basically recommend that Alliance players do dungeons at lower levels. The problem with Alliance players is they don't have many great zones like Silverpine Forest that are really good when you don't have flying. Alliance has a few different options once you have flying, when, like, travel time isn't as big of an issue, but, like, Red Ridge and Duskwood are kind of the only 2 zones that are easy to access and don't really take much travel time and still have relatively good quest density. But there is definitely a very big difference in the efficiency of Silverpine Forest for Horde and Red Ridge Duskwood for Alliance. So that's why you'll see me in a lot of my Alliance runs completely skip Red Ridge and Duskwood and just do dungeons, and then I will just go straight to, like, WoD or Lockmodon later on, because they are generally speaking better. Void Elves would be best for locks RP-wise. Void Elves are just good in general, or fun. Void Elves are also really good for Shadow Priests, RP-wise. Hardiness is too cracked for you to pass up. Yeah, I mean, Orc racials are definitely solid. How you pick races, what does your transmog look best in? Yeah, exactly. What do I think is the best Horde race for high M+? I don't really know. To be honest, I can't even really give an answer to that, because not only do I not really do high M+, at least really high M+, like I do plus 20s, plus 22s, but I don't push, like, 25s and higher and stuff like that, which is what I would consider high M+, right, when racials really matter. But to be completely honest, I would say none of them. Every single one of my friends who pushes high M+, has faction change to Alliance for Dwarf, or something else. Dwarf, Night Elf, Dark Iron Dwarf, something like that. One of those racials. So I would really say none. I can't, off the top of my head, think of an example of a Horde race that people actually play for, like, end game, like, high Mythic Plus. Maybe, like, Blood Elf for Demon Hunter, because, like, Arcane Torrent is probably, like, if you're playing something that can't be Dwarf, which, like I said, Demon Hunter, right, I would say, unless you have a full Night Elf group, which you usually don't, so you generally can't benefit too much for Shadow Melds, then I would say Arcane Torrent is probably a better racial for DHs than the Night Elf stuff, so maybe you could say Blood Elf specifically for, like, Demon Hunters, but obviously they only have 2 race options, so limited choices there. Outside of that, I don't really know. I genuinely cannot think of a single one of my friends off the top of my head who does high M plus and is not race changed to either Dwarf, Dark Iron, or, yeah, pretty much Dwarf or Dark Iron. All of my high M plus friends have race changed when that's applicable. Yeah, I don't know. Horde has a lot of good racials for other stuff, but the problem with, like, because the question specifically was, what is good for high M plus? And right now, Stoneform and the Dark Iron Dwarf racial are just so dominant for high M plus that there is just literally no reason to use any other ones, because it enables certain strategies. Like, you can cheese certain bosses just by having an entire group, or mostly group. Obviously, Drakthir, can't be dwarves by nature of them being Drakthir. But everybody who can be dwarves, if they just are dwarves and have stone form, it's just such a broken racial that it kind of warps the entire Mythic Plus meta around it. So, yeah, just not really a lot of great alternatives at the moment, at least. Do I think you'll get Mythic Plus Season 3 before November? Well, I guess the question in that case is, do I think we're going to get the next patch before November? Probably. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, and I don't work at Blizzard, so I can't tell you exactly. But we haven't seen 10.0 or 10.1.7 yet, which is, they've said is coming. We can probably expect 10.1.7 around, like, mid-August. I would say, Kalimdor Cup begins on the 15th. If you want to speculate, I think it is maybe safe to say that that is probably the release date for patch 10.1.7. It's not like there's really a ton of content coming with that patch anyway, so it would kind of make sense for it to be somewhat soon. So let's say, spitballing, that this is the date when we get 10.1.7. We can expect at the bare minimum a month until the next patch, realistically more a month and a half. So I would say it's either going to be like late September, maybe like around here, or like early October. So probably, I definitely think we get it before BlizzCon, and BlizzCon's November. So yeah, I would say we probably have the next season before then. At that point, how many months would it have been? Because this tier came out in May. So yeah, I think like 6 months is like generally standard practice for like the length of a season. So I think more realistically, it comes out in October, right? I'm expecting somewhere in this range for the release, like, maybe late October, probably when the next season would come out. But like I said, that's pure speculation. I have nothing to base that off besides general guesswork and historical timeframes. Any advice to stick with a single class race? Well, I think we've kind of thoroughly gone over races at this point, but I would say generally play what you enjoy. As for classes, I mean, try a bunch of stuff, right? Keep trying classes until you're like, yes, this is me. And you're like, you really feel this playstyle. I generally would not advise just picking one class and sticking with it just because, like, a guide tells you to do that. Play a bunch of stuff, find what you enjoy, and stick with that. What would the best healer be to level? Probably Holy Priest, I think. I think Holy Priest is maybe a safe bet as the best healer to level. Yeah. I mean, I can say 100% that at low levels, Holy Priest is 100% the strongest healer. By far. To level as, right, for solo stuff. As you get to higher levels, I mean, honestly, all healers kind of fall off. So the only reason I would maybe say Holy Priest is the best one to level is because it's the only one that, like, offers an advantage compared to Shadow. So Shadow is, like, good, but Holy Priest is maybe a bit more survivable compared to Shadow. Like, it's also easier to play. It has maybe, like, before you get to the later levels, slightly better AoE than Shadow. Whereas basically every single other healer, it's just like, why? Like, why would you play a Holy Paladin over a Prot Paladin? Why would you play Mistweaver over Windwalker or Brewmaster? There's literally no reason to play a Resto Druid. Every other Druid spec is infinitely better for leveling. Like, Resto Shaman is another one that, like, maybe you can make an argument for, but both Ellie and Enhance are, generally speaking, better, and they have decent survivability options, so Resto is not really that valuable. Holy Priest is honestly, and like Disc to a lesser extent, are the only healers that maybe offer some slight advantages compared to the alternatives, which in that case is only Shadow. So that's the only reason I would say they're maybe the best healer to level as. but pretty much every other healer, there's no point. And I guess if we're counting preservation, I mean, there's no reason to level as preservation, but it's also kind of hard to give a one-to-one comparison because they start at level 58. So, yeah. Maybe preservation will be really good for low levels as a healer when we get to, when Drakthir gets scaled down to like level 10 or whatever, but for now, no. Hello, Anto, good to see you. Found the old story speedrun. You tried to use the search function that YouTube has, but it only works for videos that are listed. Yeah, exactly. That's the issue I have with it. If I could at least keep it posted on my channel, then the search function would work. Unfortunately, yeah, it does not. Would be nice if YouTube added like a special setting like that for videos, because right now the only there's technically four settings that you can put for your video. Public, which is obvious, right? You know, it's the standard video setting. Unlisted, which is, you know, I've described that before. It's a video that doesn't show up in any search functions, but will still be able to be seen if you have like a direct link or it's in a playlist or something. So that's what I use for most of my other stuff. Private videos are just, you know, hidden. You can't watch them at all. And then there's members only videos, which I talked a lot about, you know, the issues with members only videos on yesterday's stream. So it would be nice if there was a fifth option, which is like publicly unlisted. So it didn't show up in search results or algorithms and stuff on like the broader YouTube site, but within your channel, you could find it easily. I think that would be a really nice setting that, at least for me, would be very helpful. Unfortunately, it does not exist. Is Dwarf better than Dark Iron Dwarf? They're both very strong for different reasons. Stoneform is a very powerful racial. I would say, as a whole, Dwarf is probably slightly better than Dark Iron, but Dark Iron also has very, very powerful racials, just different use cases. Need Evoker for IM+, so can be used by Horde. Yeah, I mean, true. Obviously, if we're counting Drakthir as a Horde race, but I wasn't going to count that because obviously it's a neutral race, doesn't really count. Orcs in PvP back in the day, yeah, for sure. Orcs in like classic PvP were definitely good. What's a good timeline for dungeon leveling with a tank healer? Burning Crusade. Horde is not Master Faction. Unfortunately, no, but at least now we have cross-faction stuff, so it doesn't matter. Orcs now, even in PvP, are the way. Ally, it's null for sure. Gotcha. Nunya Business said, "Hi, Harlden, you're making some bison meat. Want some?" Well, that sounds interesting. Thank you for responding. No problem. Healer, it was hypothetical, but you can say you've tried Holy Priest 60 to 68 when you said forget this and felt like you immediately hit 70. Yeah. I mean, definitely, that's why I said it's kind of hard to say which healer is better, because healer is just kind of an ill-conceived leveling choice for world content, right? If you're doing dungeons, obviously that's a completely different story, but if you're doing solo open world leveling content, then yeah, obviously don't level as a healer ever. There's no good reason to do it. The only reason why I said maybe Holy Priest is because while Shadow still is overall the best priest leveling spec for obvious reasons, it's not a healer, Holy will at least bring some stuff to the table, and as we've seen, Holy is very, very good at low levels, even more so than other healer specs. So it does have that going for it. Unholy DK was your guilty pleasure. Love to see others embracing plague spreading. So I'm about to like get set up with talents and stuff, but I will give a disclaimer, right? I am not an Unholy DK player. This won the poll. I always want to give this disclaimer whenever people are like, oh, I love Unholy DK. I'm probably not going to play it perfectly. I will try to the best of my ability to play it correctly, but keep in mind that, you know, I'm not familiar with Unholy DK, and I will likely make many mistakes. So, you know, don't be too harsh on me if I fuck something up. It's bound to happen, I am sure. And, okay, Goose Comics said something. I will read that, and then I will get set up to start this run. When doing high-end M+, which is the best worst pizza combo? Pineapple or peaches? I mean, I think we can just say, like, pineapple maybe in general. I don't know if that offends people, but if so, too bad. Okay, so I need to get, first off, my talent build set up. So let me bust open the Wowhead. I'm just going to use the Wowhead Unholy DK guide as a reference. It's written by Biceps Pump, who I know is a good resource, so perfect. And I'll just see what he recommends. Because I am, once again, not familiar with Unholy DK. I would say if there's any Unholy experts who disagree with some of the choices that I'm making based on this guide, feel free to correct me. right? If you think that, oh, this is particularly better for leveling or something like that. But haven't leveled in Unholy DK before, not an expert on it, so I'm just going to be going based on what the guide says and what I think is personally better. So for PvP talents, first off, what options do we have? Anything that increases damage is what I'm going to go for PvP stuff. Targets affected by your plague are healed. Huh. Okay, well that's only on Dispel, so that doesn't matter. Bursting. Okay, so that's a healing absorb thing. Huh. Reanimation, I feel like probably isn't good, because this is like an AoE stun, which I would imagine is the main advantage. Necrotic Aura is probably, you know, just a no-brainer. That's 8% increased magical damage. What else? Cooldown on Apocalypse is reduced by 15 seconds, but your Apocalypse no longer summons ghouls and instead applies Crypt Fever, deals up to 8% of the target's maximum health and shadow damage over 4 seconds. Healing spells, okay, well that's more PvP thing. CDR is actually nice, depending on what's the cooldown on Apocalypse. Apocalypse is 1.5 minutes, so that doesn't really generate any significant amount, or that's not really like a significant amount of CDR. And instead of summoning ghouls, it puts a dot. Summons an army of the dead ghoul for 20 seconds for each wound you burst. Let's see. You remember Unholy DK's back in Kata were PvP gods. What am I starting soon-ish? What hunter pets to level with doesn't, matter. The actual pets don't matter for damage. Just pick which one you think looks cool. But yeah, so I don't know for sure if this is good. If there's any Unholy DK experts, you can let me know if that's like really good or not good or something like that. This guide that I'm looking at doesn't seem to recommend any PvP talents, so I have no frame of reference for that. Let me keep going, though. Strangulate, probably not super useful for leveling. Sudden Doom causes me to burst up to 2 festering wounds. I don't think I want that, right? Don't I want to save multiple festering wounds to burst at once with something like Apocalypse? Because it bursts up to 4 wounds and then summons ghouls for each one. That doesn't seem good. That's pointless. Death Strike reduces all physical damage taken. I feel like Bloodforged Armor, just from a survivability perspective, is very strong. So I'm thinking purely from a, like, tanking Yetimus type of angle. Having just 20% physical damage reduction, whenever I use Death Strike, this will probably be very nice to have just in general. Spell Warden, obviously the usable and allies thing is kind of pointless, but having CDR in it is okay. I mean, casters aren't super common in the leveling route, but this heals me for the amount absorbed. Okay, but it only heals me if the absorb shield is actually consumed, so that doesn't actually seem good. Yeah, I think I take Bloodforged Armor here. I'm just struggling to see if any of the other stuff is even useful at all. The only thing I can maybe see is if Necromancer's Bargain happens to be good. Would I recommend people level their characters as they play my leveling videos? I mean, go for it, right? There's no downside. I would say watch the leveling guide before you level your character, because the leveling guide itself is short, right? My current leveling guide is, 18 minutes long? So, I mean, I think you can set aside time to sit down and just watch that through before you level, so you have a big picture idea of the route. But yeah, if you want to play my speedruns alongside while you level, I know a lot of people do that. I'm sure that would be helpful. It's decent for fights where you can get a second use of Apocalypse. Otherwise, I think Necrotic Wounds Doom Burst is ideal for leveling. Interesting. Well, Necrotic Wounds doesn't do anything, right? This is just purely a healing absorb, which, like, very few mobs actually heal. And I'm not actually going to get any healing from this, because the wording implies it absorbs 4% of all healing received, and then it heals you for the amount absorbed. So I think it's only whatever healing actually consumes the absorb would actually do that, so this doesn't do anything. So I could see, like, Doomburst, I don't really know enough about Unholy DK to say whether you want to save up your wounds to burst them. Maybe you generate enough festering wounds that it doesn't really matter. Zachary said you'll constantly be gaining wounds and bursting them. Your pet plus yourself will generate wounds, and you'll burst them with Scourge Strike as your main source of damage outside of Death Coil. Okay, so, that's why I asked, right? Because Scourge Strike, I know that's, like, your main thing. It infects them, that's Festering Strike. Scourge Strike bursts 1 wound. So then my question is, will Doom Burst help me burst more wounds than I otherwise would? Or will this just effectively waste wounds that I could otherwise be bursting with Apocalypse? And also, how important are the Army of the Dead ghouls that I summon from Apocalypse? I would imagine it actually might be helpful, assuming Army of the Dead ghouls still taunt. Because if Army of the Dead ghouls taunt mobs that you're fighting, which I know they do in Wrath, it would help me burst more wounds. Okay. Yeah, in that case, I think that's enough of an argument to warrant taking Doomburst then, so thank you for that. Let's see. Your friend leveled a DK and playing with Bear with him in a Discord call, it's amazing. You as a Bear have Death Grip, you just say pull that, exactly. You're getting bored with Apex, you're going to download World of Warcraft, it's much better than League of Legends. I would agree with all those statements. This particularly helps with ranged mobs, yeah. I can see that. Okay, so I think PvP talents, pretty safe to say these are the 3 best ones then. What else does the talent build that I'm looking at recommend? So Death Knight stuff, I'm going to kind of just eyeball this because I know general Death Knight talents, obviously you start with Raise Dead. Definitely going to take Death Strike, AMS. I think Death Strike healing increase is a pretty safe bet. March of Darkness, Veteran of the Third War. Yeah, these are all probably really obvious choices that I'll be taking. And then because I'm playing Unholy, right? Obviously, Cleaving Strikes is a no-brainer because more AoE. I don't really need Control Undead. Sacrificial Pact, I don't think I'm going to want to do because I want to keep my ghoul alive. My ghoul's attacks, since I will have a ghoul active 100% of the time, this just seems good. And what else? My diseases have a chance to weaken my enemy, causing my attacks against them to deal 6% increased damage. That's more damage, no-brainer. Increased strength, no-brainer. I'm pretty sure I'll want Unholy Ground. I'm just not sure what I'll take to get there yet. Let's see, from here, I obviously want an interrupt, so Chains of Ice, Mind Freeze. I think, honestly, I can make an argument for any of these talents. I'm probably going to take Permafrost. I think that, generally speaking, that's going to be more useful than, like, the odd chance when I interrupt something. Blinding Sleet, I don't really think I'm going to use enough for it to be super helpful. Don't need Leech, don't need Suppression. Icebound Fortitude to continue down. Merciless Strikes, no-brainer. And Absorbs are 15% more effective. Okay, well, I need that to get to Runic Attenuation. So... I think... Okay, I don't have enough to completely get all of these talents just yet. So... I want to take out 1 point in... I'll take out 2 points in Veteran of the Third War, because that's going to be nice to have, but I won't necessarily need it. So I'm going to put... Also... Yeah, I also don't need March of Darkness right this moment. So I'm going to take Gloom Ward, just so I can access Runic Attenuation, and then I'm going to get Unholy Ground. And then, once I have that, I can spend my other points getting back those things, which I definitely will want. Increases Lichborn duration. Increases the range of Death Grip. Okay, that's very nice. I definitely want that. And then Unholy Ground. So now I will need to spend 4 more points to access the bottom section of the tree. And as mentioned before, I'll be taking March of Darkness, Veteran of the Third War ×2. And probably Asphyxiate, just because, you know, it's nice to have. Let me make sure nobody disagrees with that in chat. APOC is good for burst damage, but you won't always need to use it. But if you pull a big pack of mobs, which DK is really good at, and use APOC, it'll mow them down. Gotcha. If you're trying to do an AoE grind style of questing, definitely recommend picking up Epidemic. Yeah, I will, generally speaking, be doing large AoE pulls and then bursting it all down. I mean, that's kind of how you want to level in general for anything. And from what I've heard, once Unholy DK gets like its entire kit, it is quite good at that. It just struggles a little bit compared to Frost. Frost is like really good early burst damage. But I've been told by a lot of people that Unholy, once it gets more of its kit online, basically pulls ahead in the later levels of Frost for burst damage. And then for 60 to 70, it kind of evens out as Frost gets some of its capstones and stuff. But that's one of the main reasons I wanted to test Unholy from 40 to 60. Epidemic is one of the best AoE abilities in the game. Yeah, I'll definitely be picking that up. Is having a ghoul die a damage reduction? Also, what is the cast time to revive? I don't think there's a cast time, but there is... Oh, no, that's Raise Ally. There's not a Oh, here it would be Raise Dead. Yeah, there's not a cast time, but there is a 30-second cooldown. So I guess it's not the biggest problem. Unholy DKs, I think, get permanent pets, though. Yeah, so Raise Dead replaces this version. And then it's just permanent. There's no time limit on it. Summon Ghoul is instant? Cool. Yeah, so technically not a huge downside, but obviously you don't want to have to kill your Ghoul and then revive it. I don't really think that's ideal. But who knows? Maybe Sacrificial Pact is good, but the guide I'm looking at doesn't recommend it. And as we've seen, there's enough good options here that I think these are probably the best talents. This is, generally speaking, what I would run for Frost DK, except maybe I wouldn't prioritize the pet stuff as much, at least early on, just because, you know, it's not really useful for Frost or Blood. But Unholy, obviously, want to have that. So now let me reset the right tree. So a bunch of obvious ones here. Literally, Unholy DK funnels you into like the first 5 points. So we definitely have to take all of those options. And let me just make sure. Yeah, okay, the guide obviously takes all those options. I didn't think there would be a reason to not do it. Epidemic, yeah, everybody's saying that's good. The guide I'm looking at recommends it as well. Infected Claws, your Ghoul's Claw attack has a 30% chance to cause a festering wounds. Yep, that seems strong. And then we have 1 point to spend between Runic Mastery or Improved Festering Strike. Guide I'm looking at says Improved Festering Strike. I don't see why that would be incorrect. That looks fine to me. Interestingly enough, the Wowhead guide does not recommend taking Apocalypse. Huh. So, I know Zachary said earlier that I won't need it for, or won't really need it for leveling, which I guess makes sense. Runic Mastery, maybe a later talent thing. No, I don't think this guide recommends it. Finally hit 60 in your Monk. Very nice. What's the best spec for leveling Mage? Definitely Arcane. Arcane is very, very, very strong. Okay, so what is it recommending? It's recommending Army of the Dead at later levels and going down the midsection of the tree. Oh. I'm surprised it doesn't take Apocalypse. I feel like that might be a mistake. Because I think a lot of leveling guides that I've seen for different classes undervalue the strength of like cooldown abilities and how you can just use it on nearly every single pull. APOC is nice, but most groups die long enough before you get all the use out of it. Gotcha. I mean, a bunch of people are saying that it's not as good, so I'll take your word for it. But the thing, Jan did say APOC would really just be worthwhile for boss mobs. That's what I'm thinking. So maybe for like Yetimus, it might be nice, but outside of Yetimus or Durnhold Challenge, maybe it is fair that it's probably not that great. Are you crazy leveling with Ret Paladin? No, Ret Paladin's fine. So what this is saying, I think Unholy Blight would probably be nice. It's recommending Unholy Blight and Defile. This replaces Death and Decay. Interesting. Yeah, any sort of like more bursty alternatives and stuff like that I think are nice. So I like using that. Unholy Blight being able to just immediately infect everyone with Virulent Plague seems good. What is this? Yeah, that's not running that. Scourge Strike causes your disease's damage to occur 100% more quickly. That seems good. Sudden Doom. Well, I literally have a talent that interacts with Sudden Doom, so pretty sure I'm going to take that one. All will serve. My Raised Dead summons an additional skeletal minion. Not sure if that's necessary, but we'll come back to that one. Dark Transformation creates an unholy pact between you and your pet. Oh, that's like the little fire chain link or whatever. I'll come back to this one. I might take that. Stun and Doom. Yeah, that doesn't seem good. I don't... Is Death Coil a significant portion of your damage? I don't think so, so I don't think this would be useful. Let's go back to this side of the tree. I have 4 more points to spend for right now. Best spec for leveling Mage? I think I just answered that, right? Yeah, Arcane. Somebody different asked it, though. Okay, replenishing wounds, though, I feel like that's probably good. And then... So the guide recommends Dark Transformation CDR. What's the cooldown on this? 45 seconds? The only way in which Unholy Command would be good is if this would let me get 2 uses of Dark Transformation per pull. So this would, what, be 15 seconds CDR, bringing it down to 30 seconds? I mean, I think even at 45 seconds, if I do a gigantic pull and use Dark Transformation, 99% of the time, it's going to be up by the next pull anyways. How long does it last? 15 seconds? I don't really think I need... more than that. Then I have Bursting Sores. Wait, that seems good. What is... Ebon Fever deals 15% more damage over time and half the duration. So, if I'm reading this correctly, Bursting Sores basically causes... Yeah, it explodes basically on multiple targets. So if I have a bunch of mobs with a bunch of wounds and I'm popping all of them, if they're all stacked up, that's like really good AoE. This seems very strong. Am I missing something? J Sim said, gonna lurk but have a great stream. Thank you. Unholy is probably one of the best designed trees. Very few dead talents. Yeah, a lot of these do seem pretty good. Okay, so that is... Zachary, you're saying that this is a strong option. I will take that then. What else does this recommend? Okay, so I have 2 points left. Death and Decay has a 10% chance to apply a Festering Wound. I guess I also need to consider what I'm going to be spending my points on in the later section of the tree. I kind of want Army of the Dead. Because that's like another big cooldown. Especially for, you know, AoE leveling. It is 8 minutes, but... Is there Army of the Dead CDR? Oh yeah, using Death Coil reduces Army of the Dead's cooldown. That seems good. So this is interesting, because I definitely want to get down here. But I don't really need Dark Transformation, Duration, and CDR. So I have like 2 different ways to get down here. I can either go down the APOC lane, which... I mean, people are saying isn't the best... Or I could go with, like, Improved Death Coil and take this. Death Coil causes the target to take an additional 30%. I don't know. Ebon Fever is better since I'm running Plaguebringer. Which one is Ebon Fever? Since I'm running... Which one is Plaguebringer as well? This? You would go improve Death Coil? Yes, yeah, so that's, like, what I'm feeling, but, like, the guide I'm reading doesn't recommend that. But, like, my gut is telling me improve Death Coil. Also, this... okay, it only cleaves 1 additional target, even with the additional point, which is unfortunate. Death Coil is going to be my main source of single target damage? Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was feeling, so I'm glad you agree on that. And then... I would probably then, at that point, just take another point into Coil of Devastation and then go down the Army of the Dead tree. Unholy DK without Army of the Dead would be criminal, yeah. Do I have the Death Coil AoE talent? Yeah, that's this one, I think, right? But now that I'm going with more Death Coil synergy, I could honestly make an argument for... actually, no, Rotten Touch buffs something else, Scourge Strike damage. I guess Harbinger of Doom might be kind of nice, but... I kind of feel like Unholy Pact would also be nice, having additional damage, especially on AoE. If I can get that chain in between multiple targets, seems like it would be nice. I'm definitely going to put 1 more point into Coil of Devastation. So I think I'll put 1 more point into that. Then I need 3 more points to get to the bottom. I think it would either be... Actually, it is pretty straightforward, right? I would take All Will Serve, Unholy Pact, and Pestilence, I think. Would probably be the best options. What class do I main? At the moment, Vengeance DH. Raphael Arcada said, "Hello, Harlden. How's the route going so far? Just arrived and I'm asking more than anything for my thoughts regarding Unholy DK. We haven't started yet. We're about to jump into it, so you will get to see from the very beginning. Game might be lying to you with Dark Transformation CD. Oh, does it actually sit at 1 minute cooldown? It may be that, like, the default build I had. Yeah, so let's put points into this and see where I'm sitting. You are right. It is 1 minute. So I must have had, like, the CDR with the default build. Yeah. I mean, even at 1 minute, though, do I really care that much about, like, the difference between a 1 minute and 45? In that case, honestly, I would say it's even more impactful. Like, 30 seconds, you can maybe argue that a pull will last 30 seconds, but there's no pull that you're going to do that's going to last for just 45 seconds, and you'll be able to get a second Dark Transformation in. That actually makes me even more certain that I don't want to do this. I think the only thing that maybe there was some discussion on, while leveling, you'd focus on diseases over wounds. Wounds will be too slow to get value out of. I mean, generally speaking, you want to go for burst damage, so if I can burst my wounds and get instant damage, I feel like that would be better. So yeah, I saw some discussion around bursting sores versus ebb and fever. I'm thinking bursting sores, right? Because if I get a bunch of mobs stacked up and I burst a bunch of wounds, that's like, you know, instant AoE damage. Whereas this is just my dots do more damage, which admittedly, if I infect all enemies with Virulent Plague, and Plaguebringer, I mean, maybe you could make an argument for that. I don't know. I think the only argument I could also see is that Ebon Fever is good for single target as well, and we will be fighting elites. So, fuck it. I'll try Ebon Fever. I'm also probably not going to be doing enough gigantic AoE pulls to the point where, like, this really, really, really helps. Could see it happening, but also Unholy DK is not a tank spec, so I'm definitely not going to be able to pull, like, 10 mobs at the same time without really struggling. You have no reliable way of spreading wounds early on. Ah, I see. Okay, that's definitely a good point. What they're saying is Virulent Plague, Talent, and Plaguebringer. It's also good for AoE. Okay, yeah, you guys have convinced me. I'll run Ebon Fever then. And I think this is everything set up from a talent perspective. So now, just need to get my bars and general UI stuff in order. Action bar 6. Just throw that off there. I don't remember where I think I used to put Anti-Magic Shell on Shift Q. My memory on that is fuzzy. Unholy Blight, I'll put on Q, sure. Defile still has... Just gonna take that off. IBF, I'll put on Shift R. Raise Ally, Shift 4. Can put my Speed Boost on Shift 1. Oops, I bumped my desk. Sorry, that might have made a noise. Abyssal Healing. Then I have 1 XP pot. Greater Flask of the Undertow. This. This. Usually you'd Unholy Blight into D&D and then spam Scourge Strike. Gotcha. That also just sounds much simpler, so I think that's probably a good idea. Epidemic and D&D Scourge Strike does all the damage in AoE, no need for wounds. I see. Okay, I appreciate the help with that. On Control 3. Put my War Scrolls there. Air Tartar. That covers most stuff. Yep. Epidemic to use Runic Power. Gotcha. Okay, put that there. Witchborn, sure. Dark Command. Death Grip. Okay, Death Coils on my bars. Don't need Rune Forging. I think everything else here is around. Having some burnout, waiting for lockouts, and waiting on hardcore, and need a fun side game or show to watch. I feel that. I mean, you can at least play, like, PTR hardcore, but I understand why, you know, not everybody wants to invest the time into that. Okay, so Epidemic is just a spammable runic power thing. I'm going to put Defile on like my main abilities, because I'll probably be using it a decent amount. I'm going to put Raise Dead on Control T, just because I'll probably be using it a bit. Festering Strike, and then I think that's it. Wait, Dark Transformation, rank 2? I get an automatic upgrade to it at level 52. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't realize they still did that for abilities. You already have 2 level 30s? Damn, nice. Okay, I think, yeah, that's every single button that I'll be using. So now I just need to kind of sort this stuff. Yeah, Festering Strike, I'll definitely put first. Put that there. So, do you use Outbreak at all? Because Outbreak does the same thing, right, as Unholy Blight. So, wouldn't Unholy Blight just be a better version of Outbreak, provided you're able to use it? That's the only thing I'm still not entirely sure on looking at my abilities here. If Unholy Blight is in cooldown, okay, so that's like literally the only advantage to using Outbreak. It's if you're unable to use Unholy Blight, or to tag mobs. When Blight is on CD, you use Outbreak. Yeah, I could see that being good for tagging mobs. I guess if you have Death Coil, though, you would probably use that to tag mobs instead, I would imagine. But yeah, I guess at the start of a pull, you can just run in, grab a bunch of stuff with Unholy Blight, and then just kind of go to town. And you're all saying spam Scourge Strike instead of building up Festering Wounds. I would imagine using Festering Strike is probably still good on single target, right? Because wouldn't Festering Wounds be good for like pure single target damage, but maybe not for like AoE burst with Virulent Plague? Is what I'm at least gathering from the discussion. I appreciate all the feedback and help here, because I'm definitely not even close to being an expert at Unholy DK. It's one of the specs that I'm less knowledgeable about. It's for single target? Okay, that's good to know. But I think at this point we're mostly ready. Trying to think ahead. I'll probably put Army of the Dead on like E or something whenever I get that. And that would be at, I guess, around level 50, I think, is when you get into the bottom section of the tree. So there you go. And just making sure I have everything else set up. I should note, I've only brought 1 experience potion. I figured I'd at least use 1 draft of 10 lands. Definitely not going to refresh it at level 49 because, you know, it's not a speedrun. It doesn't really matter. But figured I'd at least use 1 just because it does give you 3 stats, which is, like, not that important. You mostly use it for the experience, but just for, like, accuracy purposes. Is Unholy DK based? I guess. I don't know. Unholy DK mains, maybe you can let us know if Unholy DK is in fact based or not. I would not be able to say. Okay, so I'll throw all my buffs active. There's no timer that I need to start, thankfully. So, can just kind of eat my food buff and stuff like that. Hey... spelled my name wrong, but all good. Did you know any level method from 10 to 60 that can also farm gold? No. I mean, if you manage to find one, cool, but, like, I'm sure there are ways that you can level up while farming gold, but I would say that, like, it's more of a gradient, right, in terms of gold farming versus leveling efficiency. I'm sure there are ways that you can level while farming gold. The question then is, how slow are they compared to my leveling route? I don't know, nor do I really care. So I am definitely not, like, really picky or knowledgeable about, like, you know, oh, this is, like, a good way to farm gold while also leveling. Wouldn't be able to tell you. Deadass based, bro. You missed the old Bear Tartar? What changed about Bear Tartar? Because, I mean, there's like a new version of it called Fried Bonefish. So it's like, still technically exists, just, not Bear Tartar anymore for higher levels. You're leveling Cross-Realm Trading. You flipped a recipe bottomless bag from Agewind at 11k gold to Korgath for 400,000 gold. Jesus Christ. Well, that is very, very, very good. Wait, just to be clear, Goose Comics, you said you flipped it for 400,000 K. Does that mean you flipped it for, what would that be? 400, I don't know, is that like 4 million? I know you meant 400,000 golds, but you added the K at the end, which technically means 400,000, right? Stop playing for 2 years. In my opinion, is WoW worth it? I hate those questions. I fucking hate when people ask, is it worth it? Is it a good time to get into WoW? If you want to play WoW, right? Like, here's the thing. You're asking a World of Warcraft streamer who is playing World of Warcraft if they think it is worth it to play World of Warcraft. What do you think I'm going to say? Obviously, I think it's worth playing World of Warcraft. Otherwise, I wouldn't be playing it. Do I think it is worth it for you? I don't know. Depends on your situation. I think it's a fun game. If you want to play WoW, if you think it looks interesting, play WoW. Right? It's really not more complicated than that. Like, if you're a bit more specific, right? Like, if you're like, oh, how is X part of the game? Like, is raiding good these days? Is dungeons good these days? Blah, 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 blah. Like that, maybe I can give you more information. But is World of Warcraft worth playing? Well, I can tell you one thing. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be playing it. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't really know how else to answer that question. Okay, bye, douche. Goodbye. Man, you got some fucking strange people popping in the chat sometimes. I don't know what the fuck they expected. Used to be 70% movement speed after kill back when it came out. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's still worth using, right? But I didn't really use Bear Tartar a lot back when it first came out, so I don't know for sure. But yeah, definitely, that sounds way better than the current version, which gives you, like, what, a moderate speed increase? Alright, I hate this quest because I have to be very careful not to, like, press the wrong thing and kill the bears. This game is boring as fuck at max level. I mean, I disagree, obviously, but I can understand why maybe some people who aren't into, like, raiding or whatever might think that. That's the thing, right? If you're asking, like, somebody, you know, maybe who isn't obviously super involved in World of Warcraft, like, sure, maybe they could give you, like, you know, a different answer, but it's like generic questions like that are always just so dumb, because it's like, what answer are you expecting? Like, I could tell you yes, but if I just say yes, like, I don't know. Like I said, it's a stupid question. I'm not afraid to say that there are dumb questions. I've said that before. I do get asked stupid questions, and I will say that. Let's see. Do I recommend Draenor treasure hunting? It wasn't a I know yours wasn't a question. I'm referring to what that other person asked. I'm aware that you were not asking a question. You were making a statement. I was saying I disagree with your statement, but then I was more referencing what that other person thought. A lot of very opinionated people in chat today. Interesting. I guess I'm gonna have to rely. Oh wow, that actually was pretty fucking fast burst damage. Obviously, I popped all my cooldowns, but yeah, that died very, very quickly. Let's see. 400,000, you're bad. No, Goose Comics, I know what you meant. I thought it was funny, because I noticed that, and I was like, but I understood what you meant. I'm just more, you know, being an ass, right? As that other guy pointed out. I am being a douche, right? Let's see. But yeah, so to answer Luke Land, your question from before, I generally don't think hunting Draenor treasures is worth it. Whenever I am near a Draenor treasure, if it is literally like right next to me, I will go ahead and pick it up just because why not, right? But I would not say that going out of your way to pick up Draenor treasures is usually going to be worth your time. They don't really give enough experience to be worthwhile. It's playing a game worth it, exactly. You're a WoW streamer? I've been deceived. I thought this was Hello Kitty Online Adventure. Good reference. Let's see. What is my take on Shaman? I guess what do you mean by what is my take on it? do I like playing Shaman? Personally, I don't really enjoy playing Shaman, but that, like, I would say isn't necessarily a reflection on the Shaman class as a whole. That's just, I play tanks mostly, and Shaman just historically isn't something that I've played a ton. So, my take on Shaman is that I'm probably not a great person to ask about Shaman stuff. I don't really play it enough to have a strong opinion. If you're asking, like, what I think about it for leveling, I've leveled Shaman a little bit. We obviously did an Enhancement Shaman 10 to 60 run a few weekends ago. Forget exactly when. But I think Enhancement Shaman is, like, fine. I haven't played Ellie in a while, but last time I played Ellie, it was okay, but that was back in Shadowlands. So probably wouldn't be able to say right now at the very least. What does Epidemic do? Okay, deals shadow damage to everyone who's infected, and then all other enemies near them. Okay, so it does splash damage. That's actually quite good. I'm in combat with what? There we go. Okay, well, it fixed itself. I'm gonna check the shore down by Hillsbrad. This is World of Warcraft. Thought it was World of Warships. Yeah. A lot of people chiming in. When is the speedrun starting? The speedrun has already started. Like I said, it's not like a timed speedrun. This is just like a testing speedrun. So the speedrun has already started. Unless you're asking ironically, you know, because I know a lot of people will make jokes about, like, when are you starting? Because a lot of people say that. But if you are genuinely confused, we are already doing it. There is no timer. This is a testing run, so it's not about how long it takes. We're purely testing Unholy DK's capabilities. That's all that matters for this run. Yeah, so far, I mean, obviously, we haven't fought anything necessarily super difficult yet, but at least the time to kill for Unholy DK at this level feels pretty good. Let's see. What do I think of checkers? Do I think it's worth it to play over chess, maybe? I mean, I really enjoyed playing checkers when I was a kid. So, yeah, I think there are definitely a lot of advantages to playing checkers. It's a fun game, for sure. You need to start getting, like, you know, the questions like, is now a good time to get into playing checkers? That kind of thing, the classic. The game is in shameless maintenance mode and stopped even trying to be on the forefront of culture almost 5 years ago. I think that's a little bit of a questionable take right there. It's definitely not in maintenance mode. By the very definition of maintenance mode, it's not. Like, I know a lot of people will throw out maintenance mode as, like, just a way to say a game is dead, right? So, you know, you can argue whether you think World of Warcraft is good or bad or whatever. It is objectively untrue that it is in maintenance mode. So that much is very much not the case. If you, like, the next part of your thing, it's not been at the forefront of culture in a while. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, especially grading on a curve, right? I still think World of Warcraft, it's not like a completely unknown game. So it's not like, you know, it's completely fallen off and nobody plays it anymore and blah, 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 blah. But if you want to argue that, like, the cultural relevance that World of Warcraft held back in, like the early 2000s and, you know, like 2010s, it no longer holds that same cultural relevance, yeah, honestly, that is probably correct. Is that necessarily a bad thing? No. I mean, not every game has, like, a massive cultural impact. Is World of Warcraft nearly as popular as something like Fortnite? No. But is World of Warcraft a competitor to Fortnite? Also no. I mean, there's lots of different games, lots of different genres, different things appeal to different people. I think, well, it's no longer, like, the dominant title within the MMO space these days. It is still a dominant title. It is up there, right? Like, Final Fantasy is an actual competitor now. Guild Wars 2 is, you know, close behind. But it's not like World of Warcraft is completely dead MMO by any stretch of the imagination. I think I would say it is probably still the largest MMO, maybe, like, on par with Final Fantasy these days. But it also appeals to different audiences even within the MMO market, so I don't know. I mean, I'm going way more into detail on this than I think, like, actually matters. I know a lot of people are just like, I hate World of Warcraft, and, like, that's the only actual thing they're contributing to the discussion and aren't actually looking for a more nuanced take on it. But, yeah, I think saying that the game is dead and on maintenance mode is just, like, dumb and untrue. But, we can have an actual discussion on, whether World of Warcraft is actually, a popular game, or the pros and cons. And obviously, I'm not going to sit here and defend Blizzard. Blizzard has done a lot of shitty stuff. There's a lot of things in this game that I've complained about, and the game has been in a shitty position for years now, especially compared to what it used to be. So, not defending it, but saying that the game entirely is dead and it has, like, no advantages or whatever is just, I think, a little bit not a good argument. So, yeah. My current inflated standard for maintenance mode status will become more unrealistic as AI advances. What the fuck does that even mean, man? What? What does that have to do with AI? Are you trying to say that, like, artificial intelligence will one day be able to just build content for a game? Are you comparing the current World of Warcraft content to AI-generated content? Because, like, we're so far away from that, it's not even funny. I mean, you can argue whether you think shit like Zaralek Cavern is good or bad, but, like, you can't even remotely try to say that the World of Warcraft content currently is on the level of AI-generated content. Like, not even close. I think that's what you're trying to say, but, I mean, you're kind of lost in the sauce, my dude. That is one of the strangest takes I have heard in a very long time. Yeah, I don't know. That is very, very odd. I mean, everybody's welcome to have their own opinion, I suppose, but at least, like, credit where it's due. So far, you've at least been stating your opinions in, like, a non-hostile, confrontational way. So, like, I'm willing to at least discuss it. But I don't understand. I really don't. One second. Let me do this stupid quest and then... Just came into... Yeah. There's definitely a lot of interesting conversation going on right now, Naomi, that you just dropped into. I don't even really know how to comment on the rest of this, so I'm just gonna scroll back up and read the rest of what people are saying. Because I missed a few messages. Chat moved really quickly there for a moment. Jade West said, you're going to start leveling a Prop Heli and Brewmonk. Awesome. Yeah, both of them are very good options. Fun to level, and more importantly, fun to play at max level. Obviously, I really like playing Brewmaster, but I also really like playing Prop Heli. Haven't really played Prop Heli as much lately, but it's definitely a very fun leveling spec. Oh yeah, Epidemic Spam is crazy good. That was a lot of damage right there. Raiding looks kind of scary for me because you're so new and you don't want to mess up. So I would say, Smitty, I understand where you're coming from in terms of, raiding being scary. Pug raiding is kind of where that is a bigger problem, right? Because if you join a pug, I will say there's a certain degree of, a lot of pugs will kind of expect you to know the fights, and they'll be a little bit unforgiving, if you make mistakes. So that is an understandable thing to be, concerned about. Though I would say if you are in that position and you are concerned about, making mistakes and, having people judge you for it, the absolute best thing that you can do would be to join a guild. A lot of people think you need to be some, like, super experienced raider to join a guild. And obviously, there are very good guilds out there, which probably would require you to be a very experienced raider. But finding just a guild on its own, there are plenty of good guilds out there that you can join that are, like, aimed for new players. And I mean, provided it is an actually good guild that is aimed at helping people, people wouldn't judge you and be upset if you aren't, like, perfect right off the bat. So, yeah, I think it depends on the environment that you're raiding in. But if you want to get into raiding, there's definitely a lot of ways to do so. And finding the right guilds with, like, players who are actually there to help you learn, it shouldn't be as scary an environment because obviously everyone has to start somewhere. So I think nobody's going to expect somebody to jump into raids their very first time ever and magically have everything figured out. So find the right guilds, find people who are, willing to help you out. And then, of course, on top of that, it is still important to make sure you're doing the bare minimum level of research, right? So, I have out there a guide for every single Aberrus raid boss, which I personally think is a very good resource if you're trying to learn the fights. And then, of course, if you're trying to learn your class, there's a lot of good class guides out there that will give you a general idea on, how to play your class in raids and stuff like that. That said, I mean, raiding isn't for everybody. Maybe you just wouldn't really enjoy it. Who knows? But as somebody who does really enjoy raiding, I always want to see more people getting into it. And I know that a lot of people are afraid of stuff like that, and it kind of all depends on how you go about it. Let me see. The lack of mobility is what really drove you away from playing a Death Knight? Yeah, for sure. You hate the change of the move speed items to just give more tertiary speed stats. I feel that. People who say there are no dumb questions are the ones who ask dumb questions. Yeah. See, I will always say dumb questions. I've said this before in, like, different videos, and then, like, people will leave, like, funny comments where they're like, just submitting my usual dumb question so Haraldin mentions me, and, like, the next time he does a speed run or something like that. But the actual dumb questions are the ones just that have absolutely no thought put into it. If you, like, at least have one coherent thought of, hey, I'm genuinely curious about this topic, let me, like, ask, the streamer this question that I have that I think, maybe wasn't fully answered by his guide or something like that. Yeah, that's a good question. Even if it may seem obvious, as long as you put thought into it, that's the kind of thing where, I'm more than happy to answer it, and that is, like, there's no dumb questions. The really dumb questions where you can tell somebody put absolutely no thought into their question, and they are just basically trying to get you to be, like, a Google search engine for them. Like, is World of Warcraft worth playing? What the fuck do you want me to say? I would say slightly less dumb, but still, like, when people ask me, what do I think the best leveling zones are? And it's like, I mean, I kind of have a literal detailed multi-page guide and video on that exact topic. I think the issue there is I know some people may not know where my guide is, so I don't get too upset with those ones, but I will usually not answer those directly, and I will just refer them to my actual guide on the subject, because it's, it's there for a reason, right? But a lot of the people who just kind of expect me to answer basic questions that you can literally find in a Google search, it's like... Or genuinely stupid questions like, is World of Warcraft worth playing? I don't know. Make your own opinion. You're like, at that point, you're just asking me to either do basic work for you, or you're asking me to make an opinion for you, which it's like, I can share my own opinion on something, but whether World of Warcraft is worth playing is obviously a question that depends on you. I don't know you. I don't know your life situation. I don't know if World of Warcraft's worth playing for you. It is for me, that's why I'm playing it, right? So it's just, that's the kind of stupid question that I generally dislike. You got, like... I have to manually use this again. You got 3 characters, 2.3k plus Raider IO, and you're so bored to log in and do something? I mean, like, there's still plenty that you can push. Like, I'm pretty sure... Is 2.3k even all plus 20s? Maybe it is. Maybe it's like at least all plus 20s on 1 week or something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's still obviously things you can do. I can understand being bored with WoW. I'm not saying like, you're dumb for not being able to find fun ways to, or fun things to do in WoW. But also, like, the other thing is, you don't need to log in 100% of the time, right? Like, play other games. It's, one of the things that I really like about the Final Fantasy design is Yoshi P has said multiple times that he does not expect people to play Final Fantasy XIV 100% of the time. So he's not concerned with there being, like, a grind that people are forced to do constantly. And I think that's just a good way to look at games in general. Like, why do you need something to do 100% of the time? If there is something in World of Warcraft that appeals to you and you want to do it, go and do it, sure. But if there is nothing that appeals to you, but you still have fun in some areas of the game, then just only do that, right? Like, I don't enjoy PvP, so I don't do that. I've gotten all plus 20s done to get my portals completed, and I'm not really interested in pushing score for the rest of the season, so I don't. I just fill my vaults to get, like, a chance at Krog Tusks every single week, and that's where I stop, because I have no reason to push any further. Just not something that's interesting to me at the moment. And, with raiding, I like raiding, so I focus all of my efforts on making sure that, everything I do in this game helps for rating, and then anything else I do is just a bonus, right? If I feel like doing a speedrun, sure. If maybe I didn't feel like doing a speedrun, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't force myself to do this. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a game, right? It's there to have fun. If you're not having fun with it, then step away from it. Or if you're only enjoying certain aspects of it, then only play those aspects of the game. You don't need to be playing a game 24/7 for it to be a good game. I mean, like, I'll give the classic example. Like, people always have this idea with MMOs, right? Because MMOs are supposed to be a living world that you can play 100% of the time. And it's like, maybe if it's well designed, sure, it can be that. Where is my stupid slime draining quest item? There we go. I don't know why it's not. I think the change that the extra action button dev did maybe messed something up with the whole slime draining thing, because now I can't automatically use it there. So it's actually kind of inting me here a little bit. If you are watching this, I don't know how to say your name, Pelham, the dev. I appreciate the changes, but I do think that's something where it's like, especially when you're closer to a slime and there's no Dark Rangers nearby, making it so that will automatically update would make it easier, so I don't need to dig in my bags for that quest item. But I appreciate the changes that you made based on my suggestions for the Dark Ranger rod. That does help. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really think there's any more to say on that subject, right? A lot of people think that because it's an MMO, it needs to be something that you can play 24/7 without getting bored, and that's just an unrealistic expectation for any fucking game, right? Just play what you enjoy. Like, I've played Undertale for what, 30 hours total, if you look at my Steam/played or whatever, and I still think that Undertale is one of my favorite games of all time. Does that mean that I'm constantly playing Undertale? In fact, to a certain extent, I do actually regularly go back and just replay the Sans fight just for fun. So Undertale is actually a game that, for years I will at least play certain parts of it over and over. But just because I haven't played Undertale, in a month or so, doesn't mean that it's not still a good game. So why wouldn't that apply to other games as well? I don't know. I think it's a dumb argument. Thought that DKA DPS specs were better with one-handers and tank specs were better with two-handers. Frost can play with, yeah, so Bob Smith said something about Wrath. Yeah. Unholy definitely uses a two-hander. It doesn't use one-handers. Frost can use two-handers. I'm not sure what's better now. I think there's two different specs that use different things. But definitely Unholy definitely uses two-handers. Looks like all the rares are also up today, which is quite nice. Also, this pull is always annoying, so I can use Anti-Magic Shell here. This is one of the really good opportunities to use Anti-Magic Shell as well. All of these casters. So I need to make sure I focus a little bit for this section, because these Naga actually can kill you fairly easily if you're not paying attention. I have died to this before. I really hate these mobs, honestly. Yes. Yeah. It's fucking brutal, some of the damage. Alright, level 47. This is one of the few cases where I actually wouldn't mind being Blood DK just so I'd have access to Gorfine's Grasp. Why? Do I not have my diseases active? Oh, apparently I don't. 6 more. Rip you in. So I need to do Outbreak first, then Epidemic Spam. Then Scourge Strike. Okay. Outbreak. And grip in that one loose mob. Outbreaks aren't terrible in terms of damage. Oh, I'm lagging. I hope that's not impacting the stream. I was wondering why there's, like, random delay. This feels like it's not impacting my stream at all, but let me scroll down to the bottom. Hold on. Just check. I'm no longer answering questions about, I buffered a bunch there. Okay, so I guess it was lag in general. Hopefully it's fine now. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any issues now. Bit of lag? Okay. Gotcha, good to know. Yeah, I'm no longer answering questions about other guides, right? I don't recommend them, and that's the end of story. Okay. Oh, well, that's unfortunate that at least there was some slight lag. I had to scroll down to the bottom to see that. Better now? Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Scroll back up and make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh my goodness. Chat is moving very, 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 very fast today. I actually may not be able to read all of these messages, to be honest. I'm just very, very, very far behind. Or rather, there's just a lot of messages. You've been enjoying Dragonflight a lot more than BFA and Shadowlands. Okay, yeah. I think that's, like, fair to say for pretty much everybody. Yeah. Lack of translation, he said 2-year gap. He wanted to know... He didn't say 2-year gap, though. You might be reading a different comment. Literally just said, like, you know, I just came back. Is the game better? It doesn't really help. I still think it was a stupid comment. I stand by what I said. I'm not upset about how I handled that. Melee Shaman in Classic is nice for leveling? Yeah. For sure. Can you skip the campaign and alt and go directly to Zarela Cavern? Yes. Do you need to finish the Zarela Cavern campaign? Also, yes. There is no way to skip the Zarela Cavern campaign at the moment, but you also shouldn't, because the campaign for Zarela Cavern gives, like, really good rep rewards. So, it's pretty fast, it's worth doing. You can skip everything else, though. So everything outside of the Zarela Caverns campaign, you are able to skip. You got ganked in Spires of Wrack after Slash spitting on him, and then he ganked you again. Unfortunate. His speedrun is so fast, he's already 42 and, like, level 10 levels in. Yeah, there's a reason I'm not using a timer. People just get confused. Would I support removing all add-ons? No. Why would I support that? Checkers endgame is so bad right now. We need Henry Cavill to stop talking about Warhammer and go back to shilling WoW? Fuck no. I'm glad Henry Cavill is talking about Warhammer. Warhammer fucking owns. He talks about Warhammer for a reason, because it's a damn fucking good game. But, like, I know you're half joking, but yeah, no, I actually think it's cool that Henry Cavill really likes Warhammer. Oh, there's some mobs over there. I can probably snipe them. Right, I need 4 more Worgen. You're building a new PC tomorrow, waiting for your parts to arrive in the mail. Nice. They should update checkers and enable cross-faction play. Yeah. How do I think Aberrus compares to Vault of the Incarnates? Haven't played this patch. I won't go into, like, extreme detail because it is a subject that I've talked about extensively before. I will give a quick TLDR. I think Aberrus is better, but also I have a very poor opinion of Vault of the Incarnates. I did not enjoy it, like, at all. So, I don't think Aberrus is, like, the greatest tier ever. It's, like, I would say above average for me. I think there's a decent amount of fun bosses, but there's also, like, a decent amount of kind of shit bosses this tier, like Zaskarn and Magmarax, but I think the shit bosses in Aberrus are just, like, kind of whatever bosses. Like, Zaskarn is a little bit annoying, but it's whatever. Magmarax is like, boring, but not really terrible. It's just not a great boss. It's just lame. But the good fights, like Sarkareth is a good fight, Echo of Neltharion is a good fight that you can get really frustrated with your guildies during Pragon. But it's still a good fight, I would say. Rashok is a good fight. Zakali was fun until it got cheesed to hell and back. Nowadays, it's kind of a joke of a fight, unfortunately. What else? Let me just refresh my buffs, because why not? And Forgotten Experiments is okay. The early bosses are fine. Kazara is a good first boss. Amalgamation Chamber is fine. Not my favorite second boss. Not, the worst. So overall, I would say Aberrus is like a perfectly fine raid tier. It's not like standout for me in any way. But there's nothing about it that I strongly dislike. Whereas like I hated Dathia. I did not really like Senarth at all. Razageth was one of my least favorite, if not my least favorite ever, end bosses of all time. So overall, I definitely prefer Aberrus to Vault of the Incarnates, but I know that there's a lot of people who at least have slightly better opinions on Vault of the Incarnates than I do, and in that they think it was a fine raid tier, whereas I think it was one of the worst raid tiers I've ever had to progress through, and Aberrus is a breath of fresh air by comparison. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the subject. Also, holy shit. Okay, I'm going to use IBF here. I took a lot of burst damage there, but goes to show why Death Knight is fairly good for leveling. Even if you drop down really low, Death Strike is just one of the most reliable sources of healing, in the entire game, especially while leveling. So that was a good recovery overall. Can use this here, because I won't need it for a little while. There we go. And then, while the RP is going on, I can catch up further on chats. Do 1 to 7 with no critter deaths. Death equals delete. Yeah, I guess maybe with AoE abilities, it could be kind of difficult to avoid hitting critters. That's a fun little challenge. ChatGPT and Art AI is the future of WoW. Every expansion will have weird-ass fingers. Yeah. WoW's next expansion made by the artists of Pinterest. Pros and cons of Blizzard banned add-ons. I think he asked that already. Yeah. I think the whole, add-ons are ruining WoW discussion is stupid, and I'm not really going to entertain it. I think a lot of people think add-ons are like the bane of the game and are ruining raiding, whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with some of the problems you think are within the game, is all I'll say on that subject. I've read a lot of just absolutely cooked WoW forum posts talking about add-ons are like the worst part of World of Warcraft and need to be deleted, and it's just brain dead takes. So I don't really want to comment on that. Level to 80 in Wrath Classic and raid in that first if you're genuinely scared. Watch how TUGC just falls over. Bob Smith, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I literally do raid in Wrath Classic. I literally have already done 25-man heroic TOGC 50 chest multiple times, so I'm not sure if you're referring to me, but if you are, I literally have done that. So I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't I Scourge Strike first for the 100% dot debuff? I guess I could. Yeah, I'm still figuring it out. Aberrus is a joke of a raid. I mean, that's a take, I suppose. I'm good with water. If you could make coffee, I would very much appreciate it. Thank you. Have I used an MMO mouse before? Yeah, when I was a kid, my dad bought me an MMO mouse, when I was really young. I used it for a little while, just wasn't a huge fan of it. It wasn't bad, just not, massive fan of using it. What zones are the worst to level at? TVC and Wrath. Classic Era is life-changing, beautiful experience. You would include its 10 to 60 leveling experience, one of your must-play video games of all time. Yeah, I mean, I also like playing Classic Era, so I'm not going to disagree with you. It is a fun experience. It's not for everybody, though. But I don't disagree that it is a very fun game. This talk makes me want to ask, where can I buy marmalade so badly your brain works weird at times? At least that's a funny question. There are no dumb questions doesn't actually mean there's no dumb questions. It's more to say you're in a safe space to ask a question without worrying about being criticized. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair thing to say. How does this expansion compare to the last expansion? Depends on what you're talking about, right? I think the rating, like, rating in Shadowlands was fine. I would say it's not really much of a difference. Um, I would say rating is virtually unchanged. The only difference is gearing for rating is different. The end game grind is much more approachable than before. Yeah, Naomi gave a really good answer to that. Pretty much sums up my thoughts on it. Torghast in its infancy, the concept was amazing. The execution failed. Yeah, completely agree. Torghast was a really good idea that just was so terribly implemented that it just kind of ruined any chance it had of being good. You'd be bored as hell if you just played WoW. Gotta mix it up with other games? Yeah, exactly. Grab all this first, then we can go rare mob hunting. Also, I'll need to use Shadowlands consumables soon. Thank you. I hate how I have to resummon my pet every single time I land. That is one thing that so far has irked me slightly about Unholy. Like, I don't see why it can't just work like hunter pets. But, yeah. Because I keep forgetting to resummon my pet because I'm used to it. I figured it would work like hunter pets, and then I noticed that it's just not out, and it's like... what do I do when I'm not playing games? Usually working on videos. You keep hearing Frost two-hander for raid, dual wield for Mythic Plus. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I could see that being the case. Let's see. Other people talking about Frost. Hello, Dixie Dix. Yeah, I removed your original question. Like I said, I'm not talking about other leveling guides, but hello. No, thank you for stopping by the stream. I'm not going to give commentary on other guides. I think mine's the best, end of story. That's all I'm willing to comment on that matter. Just because, honestly, at this point, like, I entertained it a little bit, but I'm just kind of tired of answering it. So, yeah, we're just not talking about it. I also don't want to give free promotion to guides that I think are terrible and a waste of your money. Still a little bit behind, yeah. Like I said before, I'm a little bit behind in chat. Chat is moving quite fast today compared to normal, so I'm trying my best to catch up, but I am, it's gonna take me a little bit. So I'm trying to, like, quickly skim some of the messages, and I'm not reading literally everything. If it's a direct question to me, I'm reading it, but if it's just, like, discussion, I'll just not read it, especially if it's, like, not relevant to, the stream or anything like that. No problem with that, I should note. Just when I'm trying to catch up, if it's not, like, directly relevant, I just won't touch upon it. Oh yeah, Raphael said, why am I not playing with a pet? And yeah, it's just because I kept forgetting to refresh it, pretty much. There's Grandpa's Slipknot. Let's see. The reason you left Shadowlands was all the crap you had to do. You just didn't have as much time as you had life and work. Yeah, I mean, that was true for a lot of people, for sure. I know a lot of people who quit during Shadowlands, just, you know, kind of unfortunate how it worked out. Is there a chest here? There is no chest. Alright. Attacking mobs with Outbreak is worthwhile so you can epidemic sooner. Yeah, that's a fair point. If you're talking about Classic, Classic is a solved game with countless sources of free and tested info, and Haraldan's route is already world record worthy, free, and easy to follow for retail. Yeah, Classic is a bit of a different story. I still don't recommend, like, I will never recommend paying for a guide, no matter what. There's just no reason to, because as I said for Classic earlier, Guideline has a bunch of completely free-to-use guides that I have used in Classic, and I've had no issues with them. So I don't see why you would want to pay for a guide. Especially at the prices they're charged at, which are fucking absurd. Scanning for chests real quick. Don't see any chests. Sometimes there's one in this tower. Nope. And then I'll kill Scowl and... let's see. Unholy doesn't auto-summon pet anymore? Yeah, unfortunately. You left WoW after Pandaria, you think Dragonflight is very nice? Yeah, Dragonflight is definitely a breath of fresh air compared to previous World of Warcraft expansions. I 100% agree with that. I need to use Deathly Ferocity now, even though I haven't really used the Bloodlust yet. I can also take my Augment Rune, throw it there, and then just Phantom Fire. Oh, I need to check for chests. Here. There's no chest. Okay. I think that's everything. Yeah, now I can just head back and continue along the quest. I'm also going to quickly try to catch up and chat real quick, because, you know, it's not a speed run. It's not super important, and I also need to spend my talent points. So this is a good point to quickly stop and do that before we do all of the Terran Mill questline stuff. Pick up this too. There we go. I think it's mostly due to the pet dying, despawning, and not being worth it. Yeah. Started playing again after a few years because you didn't enjoy the last several expansions. Dragonflight is the best expansion since Legion. Yeah, that's a pretty safe take, I'll say. BFA and Shadowlands were both pretty awful. Just joined by Skip. Do you mean hit 60 and go to Zarelek directly? No. I mean hit 70. Assuming, maybe you just mistyped 60 instead of 70. You can skip to Zarelek Caverns in that when you hit level 70, you will get breadcrumb quests directing you to the Forbidden Reach. You can skip that entire section and head straight into Zarelek Caverns. Warhammer too good? Yeah. I will say I'm not as knowledgeable about 40k, so I don't really know if 40k is good or bad. When I was saying Warhammer, I more so meant fantasy, because that is more what I'm familiar with. Especially Total War Warhammer. I've said before, I really like that game. So yeah. Thank you for always answering my questions. You're kind of new to retail, and it helps. No problem. I'm glad it's helpful. Did anyone here enjoy Vaults? By Vault of the Incarnate? Or there's a lot of things called Vault in this game. What do I think is the fastest way to level from 60 to 70? Read my guide. Video description, my website, check out my 60 to 70 guide. What's my add-on for rares? I don't have an add-on right now for rares. I keep track of rares in my head, right? But you can use Silver Dragon or NPC Scan, so, you know, it's up to you. I'm a speedrunner that is deliberately handicapping my own add-on uses. Okay. I mean, I use some add-ons. I honestly think people overuse add-ons. I don't really think they're as necessary as a lot of people make them out to be. You started playing in Shadowlands, and Sarkareth is the worst end boss as of yet. That's an unpopular opinion for sure. Sarkareth is definitely not my favorite end boss of all time. Like, I thought Jailer was more fun than Sarkareth. It was better than Sylvanas, and obviously Denathrius was very good. But Sarkareth was definitely better than Razageth by a mile. I honestly preferred Sylvanas over Razageth. I thought Razageth was a terrible, terrible, terrible fight. Assuming you're talking about Mythic, I mean, Heroic, I actually think Sarkareth is one of the better Heroic end bosses. But, yeah, I don't know. Mythic especially, Sarkareth is pretty good. At least, obviously everybody has their own opinion, but, you know. You can't use an MMO mouse. You're so infatuated. I don't know what any of those terms mean, but yeah, not everybody uses it. A lot of games you play outside of WoW are FPSs. Yeah, for sure. Never felt like you needed more than your 2 thumb buttons. Yeah, I never really needed the side buttons. The main reason I never used an MMO mouse, I've mentioned this before, is because back when, when I was a kid and my parents were divorced, right? So I had to go between their houses and stuff. I had an MMO mouse at my dad's house, but I didn't have an MMO mouse at my mom's house. So I never wanted to get used to using the MMO mouse, because whenever I played World of Warcraft at my mom's house, I wouldn't have that to rely on. So I kind of had to learn in a way that, I was able to play on any setup, really. So yeah, that's kind of why I never really used it. All excited for a double run today? Yeah, I guess so. Chat testing my speedrun chat reading skills. Yeah. What's my impression of Unholy? It seems good so far. Yeah. Haven't played it a ton, but I'm enjoying it as of yet. Or as so far, yeah. I may be quiet, but I live vicariously through your streams. Nice. Even though you hated Shadowlands, you think you queued your second most matches in the X-Pack. Most was easily Mop. Nice. Warhammer Fantasy over 40k. Personally, I prefer it. Yeah, but, I know a lot of people who really like 40k. And I've heard good things about it, I just personally also just prefer Warhammer Fantasy. Do they remove the requirement to complete Forbidden Reach on one character? Yeah, you can. You still need to do that, I should say. You still need to complete it. But the question was about, can I skip it on second characters, which is what I was answering. Denathrius over Jailer, over Sark, over Raz, over Sylvanas. I would put Raz below Sylvanas. I thought Sylvanas had some redeeming qualities. It was a bad fight, for sure. But Sylvanas had some stuff about it that was redeemable. I did not like a single part of Razageth. I thought the entire fight was dog shit. Like, the final phase of Razageth was okay, but also I hated the visuals. It was so hard to see anything. I hated Razageth. But Sylvanas was like a close second from bottom. But I at least enjoyed some parts of that fight, even though overall it was like pretty shit. I would agree with the other stuff. Denathrius over Jailer over Sark. Yeah, that's definitely a pretty safe opinion. Sylvanas would have been fine if the actual prog part of the fight wasn't 10 minutes in. Yeah. That's a fair criticism of Sylvanas, I would say. I do agree. Yeah, like the phase 2 is kind of a big issue with Sylvanas, but I at least liked some aspects of it. Like, there were times when I was having fun on Sylvanas. I was miserable throughout the entirety of Razageth Prog, so yeah. 100% hate bosses that take 10 plus minutes. They destroy pug groups. Yeah, definitely. Heard that you can skip it. Yeah. That was just the original question. But no problem. You liked Raz, but again, you didn't do it on Mythic. Razageth was better on Heroic. The main issue with Razageth is basically every single Mythic change was toxic and garbage. None of the good things about Razageth were on Mythic. All of the Mythic changes were fucking terrible. I will say, I think Razageth is an overrated fight even on Heroic. I think Razageth Heroic was fine. Razageth Heroic, I would say, was a fine boss. I didn't hate it. I didn't particularly enjoy it. It was whatever. But it was definitely much worse on Mythic. I have seen some people saying they think Razageth on Mythic was like, or Heroic was like the best Heroic AOTC boss ever made, and that's like, no, no, it wasn't. That's like a very strange opinion, I think. Blood Draw, I guess, because I want to get to A-Bomb Limb, so I figure Blood Draw is probably better than Will of the Necropolis. Yeah. I'll take Pestilence, Coil of Devastation, All Will Serve, Unholy Pact, and then we finally get Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead's probably not going to be super great at the moment until I get CDR for it, but, it's better than nothing, I guess. And I kind of know what I want to take for the rest of the talent points, so I'm going to close the Wowhead guide. Raz Mythic was just Heroic, but worse, and Heroic it wasn't good. Raz doesn't even hold a candle to the flame that has killed Jaden or Argus. Yeah, for sure. I think that's why when people say that Razageth was like a really good Heroic boss, I'm just like, are you forgetting all of the other really good Heroic bosses? Like, it wasn't terrible, but it also just wasn't even nearly as good as some of the best bosses we've gotten. Oh, fucking hell. Unfortunately, I got kind of trolled by the Goblin Pocket Nuke, which, when I was trying to use the mirror there, just overrode it. I hate to say it, but I gotta disable this thing. It's been trolling me more often than it's been helping me lately with the changes. Like, it would be nice to be able to use it, but like, it's just easier to at least click this. At least when I click it from there, I know it's going to work as intended. There we go. That worked. Pugs definitely, dying on Defiled Jailer was funny, because it would get out of control almost instantly. Yeah, Jailer's a weird case because it was a really terrible pug fight. That I can understand why some people maybe weren't a big fan of Jailer. And I will say I hated pugging Jailer. Jailer was definitely not my least favorite end boss to pug, because that was Sylvanas. Sylvanas on pugs was, like, nearly impossible. It was so bad. But Jailer and pugs would get kind of sketchy with Defile. Like, I think one of the advantages of Sarkareth is, honestly, Sarkareth is maybe one of the easiest puggable AOTCs we've ever had. Because it's just trivially easy in pug. Like, what are you even going to wipe to? Is there... I can't even think of a mechanic off the top of my head in Sarkareth that can wipe you if one person fucks it up. Which is, generally speaking, what will kill you in pugs. Maybe meteor baiting, but the only hard part about Sarkareth that could potentially wipe you if, like, meteor baits is, like, if people don't stand on a specific marker. But, like, that's literally it. It's literally just drop your meteors in this one place, follow the marker, and it's just brain dead easy. Whereas, like, Sylvanas had multiple points of, like, extremely tight failure. Jailer had Defile, where if one person stood in it, you got completely fucked. Even Denathrius had a few different ways where people could fuck you up, and Denathrius was, I would say, one of the easier pug ones, because it didn't have a singular point of failure that would wipe the entire group. At least not that I recall. And Razageth, obviously, Razageth had multiple ways where people could just fuck it up. Razageth, I think, was more just so the fight overall was much more complicated, so it was very easy for people to fuck up and die to dumb shit. Also, holy shit, this stuck in combat garbage. What is this? Wow, that was the longest I've been stuck in combat in a while. Still miss that CD on Frost and Blood? Yeah. No way I'll ever join a Mythic Pug for the last boss. I don't even know if it's possible to pug the last boss on Mythic. I feel like it is... technically speaking, impossible to make a pickup group for the last, like, boss in a raid, because you would need to progress it, right? So, the only thing that I could ever see in, like, terms of pickup group final boss of the raid is, or at least in modern WoW, is if you're, like, basically not in a guild and you're just a group of players that are, you know, raiding together despite being guildless, but at that point, you know, is it really a pug if you're learning together over a longer period of time? I would say no. So I think it is genuinely not doable. So yeah, it is interesting how Unholy DK takes a lot of damage, but with Death Strike, that's kind of not an issue. So, yeah. And I can just do big pulls like this, and we're good to go. Black Hole being dropped in all the meteors and not having anywhere to hide. Yeah, that's fair. I could see that. Infinite Duress Dispels? Yeah. I feel like Infinite Duress, though, as long as somebody isn't standing directly in the center of the platform, which... that is something where I guess if somebody's completely AFK with the debuff and they're in the center, you could probably still negate it. But yeah, that I suppose would be a good example of maybe something that one person could potentially troll the raid with. You pugged Mythic Emerald Nightmare when it was current content, but EN was probably the easiest raid Blizzard's ever released. That's fair. My pugs must be way better than mine ever were. I mean, I'm not saying it's completely free, right? Like, obviously it is possible to wipe on Heroic Sarkareth. I'm not saying you're going to be able to just get a completely free AOTC. But, like, grading on a curve here, compared to something like Sylvanas, where I would join pug groups of, like, Mythic Raiders on Heroic Sylvanas and still have wipes because people just can't do basic mechanics. So, you know, everything's relative. Sarkareth is infinitely easier to pug compared to something like Sylvanas or Jailer or whatever. I'm new, so you probably have addressed this already, but why do you level from 10 to 60 or 70 and not 1 to 60 or 70? Allied races. That's the reason. Allied races start at level 10. I'm forgetting about the extremely hard mechanic of don't stand in front of the boss or pick up bombs. Too hard for pug brains to handle. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if people stand on top of the tank, like, I don't know. That definitely seems like a pretty easy way to wipe. And that said, whenever I'm tanking Sarkareth in a pug, I will, like, literally aim him so far off into Africa that you would basically need to, like, step into the goo and die before you step in front of the boss. Right? At that point, you know, if somebody manages to get hit by the Void Claws and take the debuff, they have to be trying to do it. But I guess, you know, really bad pug groups could probably find a way, I'm sure. Hello, MF Tater. The runs are going well. Good to see you. On Sark, it's usually infinite duress, early dispel, people grabbing a bomb. I guess, yeah, that's fair. I forgot about the bombs being a thing on... Oh, I forgot to plant the pocket nuke. Shit. I forgot about the bombs being a thing on Heroic. I could see somebody trolling with the bombs and basically, like, not dropping it and killing the raid that way. That's fair. At least the nice thing about the bombs is, you know, if... The only way I guess you can really fuck it up is if somebody grabs it when they're not supposed to and then trolls with it. Unfortunately, you know, you can't drop it, right? So I guess that is a little bit of a problem. But at least the bombs, you can technically speaking, you know, assign people to it. So it shouldn't be too bad. But, yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, Unholy burst damage actually kind of fucks. That was pretty good. I need to make sure that Army of the Dead is up whenever I fight Yetimus, though, so... I'm going to clear out the cave and do my fawns first, and then I'll probably kill Yetimus on my way out of the Yeti cave, because by then I should have Army of the Dead. What else can I take? I guess Blood Draw. Probably nice to have. Kill fawns... One does not simply escape the lingering combat bug. Blizz devs laughing it up? Yeah. Unfortunately. I hope that doesn't get in combat with me. Okay, it didn't. There we go. Alright, I sniped that hill fun. Get 2 over here. Want to stay as far away as possible. Alright, nice. I didn't get in combat. And then there's a bunch over here that should work. Alright. Unfortunately, that hill fawn is, like, kind of blocking my way into the Yeti cave. So I'm just gonna chill back here until it's gone. There we go. YouTube deleting messages with emotes? Yeah. I haven't heard of them fixing that, unfortunately. There's someone else here. They probably killed the rare mob in the cave. I didn't realize, but Araga was dead. So they're also probably the person who killed Araga before. Alas. Let's see. The rocks, meteors, whatever you want to call them, yeah. War mode is on... Yeah, I have war mode on. I don't know what you're talking about. Summon A-Bomb. A-Bomb is not a PvP talent? We looked at PvP talents earlier. It was not on there. Unless you're talking about reanimation, which I don't really think is worth taking, personally. But yeah, I'm in war mode. Mythic could be puggable with a change to how lockout... Yeah, that's fair, right? Like, if you could infinitely try Mythic, it would still be really hard, but maybe somebody would try to pug it. But with the current way Mythic lockouts work, it's basically impossible for it to be puggable. just by nature of the lockout design. So that is a fair point, Chory. Shit. I kept trying to death strike mobs, and they would just keep dying before I got a chance. Cave Yeti. Yeah, blood draw is actually kind of crazy for survivability. Alright. 2-minute cooldown. Okay, I'll probably want to make sure that's up for Yetimus, so hopefully it doesn't proc again before I fight him. It's hard to even find a group capable of Sarkareth Heroic in the group finder. However, you can spend an hour checking everyone's logs, progress, and eventually get a group that one-shots every boss. Yeah. I mean, obviously, joining groups in the Pug Finder is always going to be hit or miss, because sometimes you'll get groups that are literally just people looking to get carried, so... I guess. I'm more talking about if you form a group yourself and you, like Naomi said, actually check people's progress, which is usually what I do if I'm ever trying to clear something, then there aren't too many things that somebody can really fuck up. But I guess people have listed a few. I still don't think it's harder than any of the other bosses I mentioned. Maybe I've just had really bad experiences with a lot of the other ones, but I think even with all the stuff mentioned, Sarkareth is still one of the easier puggable AOTCs. You always play tank or healer because you don't trust anyone else to keep you alive. Exactly. Anytime I'm not tanking, I always just hate whoever the tank is. I just always, like, in dungeons and stuff, I'm like, man, I could be doing this so much better. And it's miserable. So I feel that 100%. You always drag the boss to the far edge of the arena. People would need to throw themselves out of the arena to get hit. Yeah. I should also note, I haven't pugged AOTC nearly as much this tier as I have normally, just because I've had the luxury of, you know, now that I've been, like, in consistent guild groups for a while now, I haven't really had to pug it. But, yeah. People not picking up bombs, people not going into the face with bombs, people going into the face with infinite duress. That's actually an interesting one that I didn't consider. People thinking they have the bomb on them and it's actually infinite duress, and then they wipe the group by doing that. I could see that. That's an interesting way to wipe. But kind of believable. Yeah, I would imagine that would happen in a lot of pugs. What you wanted to say was... Oh, there's a bunch of people here right now. I should use my Shadowlands consumables before I forget. I wonder if they already killed Yetimus? I don't see him nearby. I guess I'll wait here, because as a Death Knight, I don't really have too many ways to negate the knock. I guess Death's Advance probably negates Yetimus knockback, but... Actually, you know what? I could probably just fight Yetimus wherever, because I do have pets, and Yetimus will probably at least attack the pets a little bit, and I have Goblin Glider and one charge at least of Death's Advance to deal with that, so... Where is Yetimus? Okay, Yetimus is over here. Yeah, fuck it. Let's try at the very least. I'll also use Army of the Dead. Oh, and this other guy's here, so I should be fine then. I need to actually use this correctly, though. Damn, Yetimus, kind of fucking kicking my ass. I kind of thought my pets would actually help tank more, but they're not, so I'm having to use the old hill strat from before. I mean, this works fine, though, as long as I don't get sent flying. Yeah. I did have that Rep Pally to help me out, so that was nice, I suppose, but I probably would have been fine just relying on the backup strat with the hill. I did not realize Unholy DK pets didn't really help at all with taunting and stuff. Your pets don't do shit on DK when it comes to tanking? Yeah, that's lame. But good to know, I guess. I mean, that was still honestly overall a fairly clean Yetimus fight. Death Strike is just really fucking powerful, so, yeah. Just started playing WoW again and saw your videos. Dang it, didn't watch your rogue run on a fresh account, so now you're doing Battle for Azeroth. You can always change it, though. Even if you've already started Battle for Azeroth, it is always going to be a better option to just ditch wherever you are in BFA and just start leveling along my route. There is no sunk cost there at all. You can switch at any time. So, yeah, I would highly recommend doing that. BFA will only get worse the further you go, so the sooner you switch, the better. Okay, so I can put a point into Rune Mastery so I can eventually take A-Bomb Limb. I guess Army of the Damned for Army of the Dead CDR is probably good. Yeah. And Super Strain eventually will be a nice pickup. What the hell just happened to my camera there? I must have accidentally flicked my mouse. Summon A-Bomb was removed in 10.1.5? Ah. That's unfortunate. I don't know what Summon A-Bomb is, but I take it was a good talent then if people are talking about it. Let's see. A-Bomb was awesome in PvP? Ah. Yeah, that's unfortunate then. At least Army is now usable in PvP. Oh, it wasn't before? Interesting. Seems kind of weird if an entire ability that, like, you actually have to talent into just wasn't usable. I'd imagine that's pretty good, though. 8-minute cooldown, especially if it's, like, as powerful as it looks. Yetis, in Classic, you actually quit the game twice because your rogue kept getting killed by one normal Yeti. Ah. That's unfortunate. I don't remember Yetis being too scary for me, but also I've never played a rogue, so I can't speak to that. It doesn't prevent knockback from Yetimus. Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell if it was preventing knockback or not. Wait, did I ever check for... I don't think I checked for the bear up on this hill. I can't remember if I did. Maybe I did, or maybe he's dead. I think I did, just second-guessing myself. That minion has insane stamina running after you when you fly, yeah. I can use Dark Transformation here. By the time I fight the first boss, it should be up. So I can just pop it. How many LBs do I need? 3, so I'll just tag them here. Here we go. Alright, Yetimus has a bigger ass, so it should be easier to kick. Yes, fair point. The word Yetimus gives you 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, Yetimus is, a different breed of Yeti, that's for sure. Alright, these guys... These first few shouldn't be too bad. The, Durnhold challenge mobs, but... Definitely going to need to focus up when we get to some of the later ones, especially if I won't have pet tanking to rely on. Kind of sucks that your pets don't do anything for Unholy, but oh well. I have no idea if I'm doing the single target rotation right, just FYI, but I mean, so far this feels fine, so not too concerned. Okay. I want to save my potion and all of the really important stuff for later. So... yeah, I'm also not going to use Dark Transformation just yet. I'll at least use Unholy Blight. Shit. There's someone else here, so that actually might help, though. I'll unfortunately need to be using Death Strike a lot, so that'll probably hurt my damage slightly, but hopefully not too much. I'm going to check these houses for chests. Why is this not auto-completing? Getting some weird bugs today. That quest's not just auto-working. I can use Unholy Blight again, probably. Oh, this guy's causing it to evade bug. You can't do that. If I wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to damage it from there. Water spout. This is definitely spooky. I honestly think maybe you just go blood for this if you want to be super safe. I mean, it's doable, right? I've been surviving, right? So it's not terrible, but like this is definitely not the easiest Urnhold challenge I've done. That's for sure. Okay, I am going to use Dark Transformation here. But I'm going to save everything else. And then I'm going to AMS, so that I think AMS would negate the fire, I want to say. Or he might cast the fire on the mage. In which case I'll just taunt off him. Look, if he wants to hold threat on it... Okay, I'll save his life. He ice blocked. There we go. I'm going to IBF here. Oh, perfect timing on IBF there, right as the stun went off. He keeps ripping threat. Come on, finish it off. Alright, there we go. What the yep. My auto quest completion is not working for these today. For whatever fucking reason. I don't understand. Alright, one more Urnhold challenge mob to go. And then after this, we will do Silverpine Forest in a weird case of backtracking. Alright. I'm going to do Army of the Dead here. Drums, everything, because there's nothing I will need it for the rest of the run. No. You cannot kite this mob out of this area. It will reset. These auto attacks are really brutal, so I hope I'm able to get this. Not having IBF for this is going to be a little bit rough, but Death Strike healing is at least solid. Whew, okay. That actually might have been kind of sketchy if it wasn't for the mage here, but, I mean, it worked, so... If I was solo, I probably would have just swapped blood just to make things, you know, super duper safe, even if it takes a while. But I don't know if I would have been able to just on my own out-heal that incoming damage with just Death Strike for Unholy, at least. It's a lot of damage. Lose some death... Yeah, I mean, obviously I could... But, like, see, that's one of the problems with Unholy, right, Naomi? It's the fact that, like, you're correct that I could swap talents around, but I don't want to have to swap talents just for, like, one encounter. The best leveling specs are the ones that can do everything with a single build, right? So I think for everything across the board, this is probably, like, the best build, but there are, you know, for specific situations like that, builds that would definitely be better. So I think, yeah, that's kind of one of, like, the little weaknesses of Unholy. I mean, that was overall not the worst thing ever, and the fact that you at least have the option to switch to Blood specifically for that one mob, because it's really only the last Urnhold challenge guy that's difficult. Maybe there's a rare up here. There's not, unfortunate. Could I check my overall damage? Sure. Obviously there I used Army of the Dead, so that was, like, most of my damage. Phantom Fire actually doing a lot, which... you know, do not sleep on your consumables. They do a lot of damage there. But yeah, Virulent Plague did a ton, Festering Wound did a ton. But yeah, I think the fact that you can switch to Blood there if needed is good, but that's one of the reasons why I'll always say Unholy is overall probably the slowest DK spec outside of Blood, right? Obviously, if you're doing Blood for just general questing, it's going to be slow. But Unholy tends to be a bit slower. This has been solid, and the AoE burst has surprised me, and I think the AoE burst gets a lot better than Frost at higher levels, but still. Nice thing about starting Silverpine, I have a bit of RP to go and catch up on chat. My pet was up, though. Yeah. See Melee Casket Cruncher, 7.5%. I had my pet active. I didn't forget. DKs really could do with a proper tank pet, yeah. Even if you had the talent into it, like if you could spend some talent points on making your pet able to tank, that would be really nice. That would actually be a huge buff. How many level 70s do I have? A lot. I don't even know the number. It's a lot. I should remove the talent points from Death Coil? No, I disagree. Like, the Death Coil talents are really good for, like, rounding up mobs and doing, like, cleave damage. They're also solid for single target. Overall, for leveling, that is, like, the one situation we just saw where the Death Coil talents I don't really think have been great. I think they've been pretty fine so far. I don't have any issue with them. You meant in general, losing talents for pet stuff kind of sucks when you lose it. Your pet is a majority of damage. Yeah, but, like, what else could I do to buff my pet? Like, the alternatives would be more Dark Transformation, but I had Dark Transformation. So the only thing would maybe be Eternal Agony. My pet would have been in Dark Transformation form a little bit longer during that fight. Or I could go down, like, Apocalypse and stuff, which, you know, multiple people said probably wasn't a good idea. But if we're, like, comparing what else would I take compared to the Death Coil talents, I mean, there's not a whole lot. So there are definitely a few talents that I could spend in place of the Death Coil stuff that would be slightly better on pure single target, but I don't really think it would be that much better on AoE. Specifically for leveling. Agony and Holy Command. Yeah, but like Agony and Unholy Command, this is fine, right? But I've had Dark Transformation up for like every single pull, pretty much. Because, you know, the cooldown is ticking when you're going in between packs. So obviously for something like M+ or Raids, I can completely understand that. But like on that boss, I had it. I don't really think I would have gotten a second cast of Dark Transformation. I maybe barely right as it was about to die, which wouldn't have mattered. So I may have gotten slightly increased uptime on it. But I also wasn't really using many Death Coils and Epidemics there anyway, so that kind of wouldn't have helped a ton. Yeah, I think in this particular situation, it maybe would have helped slightly, but not really that significantly. Let me catch up a little bit, though. First time you've caught one of my lives, been watching some of my speedruns. Awesome. Good to see you here, Cadvan. If you're going Unholy Pact, you want Unholy Command and Eternal Agony over the Coils because it's a build based around your pet. Oh, I see. Yeah, I saw what you said earlier there. Just got back. How's Unholy so far? Pretty good. You shouldn't need to swap a talent tree to play your class well. That's the problem. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, all of the best like leveling specs that we've looked at, right? They all have basically a, you know, one build fits all type talent tree that just is good at everything. And generally speaking, you know, some talents may be ever so slightly better for single target or AoE, but you can at least do 90% effectiveness with the same builds for both things. And definitely there are ways that you can spec Unholy into single target. Obviously, if I wanted to go pure single target, I'd be taking Apocalypse, right? But I specifically didn't take Apocalypse at the suggestion of a few people because, you know, you're only doing pure single target so infrequently throughout the run that, yeah, it's probably not worth spending points on that. But there definitely are ways that you could specialize it a bit further, for sure. If anything, though, one thing you may be able to argue is that maybe you go like a pure AoE Frost build, and then for something like that, you do specifically swap to Unholy for like a very single target focus build that's specifically oriented around the Durnhold rares. And I did say before, the best way to play Death Knight while leveling is, technically speaking, to play every single spec, which I would say is more of a downside than it is a strength. They do kind of have their own niches, but the fact that if you really want to get the most out of it, you need to be able to play all three is not ideal, and it definitely hurts things for new players a little bit, and people who aren't as familiar with, like, you know, playing the game and playing all different specs. So yeah, I would say not the best thing for Death Knights, for sure. Let's see. Okay, now I just need Worgen. Oh, actually, I do need one more clean Beast Guts. Garrosh did nothing wrong. I don't know what the context of that was, but yeah. Big Garrosh fan. Minus the whole genocide bit, you know, that was kind of a bit of a bummer. But aside from the genocide, yeah, Garrosh was, you know, pretty cool dude. How many 60 to 70 tunes? Basically, I have twice as many 60 to 70 characters as characters in the 60 to 70 range as I do level 70s. I have a lot of characters, like, left over from Shadowlands and stuff that I just haven't gotten around to leveling up yet. So that, I don't even know. That one is probably close to whatever the max amount of characters you can have is, because I regularly need to delete characters. I would say I maybe have 40 characters in the 60 to 70 range. I don't know exactly how many 70s I have, something like 15, 20, give or take. But yeah, I have way more characters that are just chilling in, like, the 60 to 70 range, for sure. And then keep in mind, I've leveled even more than those characters, because about, like, half of my leveling runs are done on the PTR, which means that, you know, take all of those characters, right? And then, I wouldn't say maybe multiply it by 2, but maybe multiply it by, like, you know, 1.5, and that's the amount of characters I've actually leveled. Because a lot of them are on the PTR, and then they never get to see the light of day. So, yeah, I've leveled a lot of characters. On retail, specifically. I've leveled a few characters on Classic, but not nearly as many. Is Bulgath up? Bulgath is not up, unfortunate. 50 is the max characters allowed. I assume you have just under 50 level 70s. I don't have... Yeah, they're not all level 70 for sure, but... How many level 70? I've never deleted a level 70. That I've never done. I would never do that, right? Because, why would I, like, delete a character that I can actually use for stuff? If I delete a character, like, the highest level character that I've deleted is... Like, I've deleted a character, like, 1 or 2 characters around level 40, because it's usually easy enough for me to get to level 40 in, like, you know, an hour or two. So I don't really put a lot of value into that if I did it for, like, testing purposes or something like that. But by the time I get a character to, like, 50, 60, and then definitely 70, I'm definitely going to hold on to it just because I can use it for farming stuff if needed. Even if I am not going to play it, but I haven't deleted any max level characters. Your pet is the majority of your damage, both in AoE and single target. Gotcha. RP is a bit silly after Blizz censored Garrosh. Seems weird, yeah. Demon Hunter to DK must feel painfully slow. Yeah, a bit. I mean, honestly, Death Knight mobility, at least for leveling, isn't really that terrible. Like, it's slow, don't get me wrong. It's definitely, like you said, significantly slower than Demon Hunter. So it's... I would say, as far as mobility goes, it's bad, you know, in terms of how slow it is. But it doesn't make as much of an impact as a lot of people seem to think. Because you have, at low levels, a lot of tools like Goblin Glider and Gun Shoes to help you get, like, from point A to point B faster, and obviously when you get flying and stuff, generally speaking, as long as you're fast enough to round mobs up within a pole, which you can usually do decently okay, then it doesn't matter, you can just hop on your mount and stuff. So a lot of people will tell me, like, wow, Death Knight must be terrible for leveling because it's so slow, right? And it's like, nah, not really. Like, it doesn't matter that much. It's slow, but the movement speed in between pulls and stuff like that isn't really that affected, and movement within a pull doesn't matter that much. So it hurts Deathknight, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that having shit mobility doesn't make it slightly worse for leveling, but it's nowhere near as impactful as a lot of people seem to think it is. It's just like a minor downside. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Got lost for a second there. We'll have another little bit of RP in a second, so I'm just going to get this started, and then I can continue to catch up on chat. There we go. A lot of the best leveling specs can gun it for 1 or 2 specific talents and be better than a majority of specs in the game without spending like more than 1/3 of their talent points. Exactly. I didn't know WoW did hardcore. You're a huge fan of permadeath? Yeah. I mean, hardcore isn't really prevalent in retail just because hardcore, like, a lot of stuff in retail will just fucking kill you, right? So retail would need a massive overhaul before hardcore ever took off. But, like, at the same time, if you look at a lot of my speedruns, I don't die during it. So I could call a lot of my speedruns hardcore runs, and it would be true just because I don't die. But, you know, there are random things that will just kill you, so hardcore in retail doesn't really make sense. But hardcore is definitely, like, a thing for classic. Obviously, classic hardcore era has taken off a lot. And yeah, it's pretty fun. I, historically, have also not been a huge fan of, like, the, you know, permadeath stuff. So, like, I've never played hardcore Diablo or anything like that. I don't like the idea of, you know, having all of my time completely wasted. I think it is an interesting change in how you approach the game, for sure. So I've always thought it sounded cool, and it's one of those things where if I have the time to commit to it, I would maybe do it. The main reason why I'm interested in official hardcore servers is because I'm going to play it to try and not die, and I'm going to do that to the best of my capabilities. But if I do end up dying on an official hardcore server, I will at least have a character that I can then move to, you know, a classic era server and play it for fun if I want. So I might not touch it a lot, but at least if I want to play it in the future, I haven't lost all of my time on it. So that's kind of like one of the big selling points for me. I don't really like the idea of wasting a lot of my time. So the way that Blizzard is implementing it is honestly perfect for me because I get to, you know, approach hardcore like with all the strategy and stuff that, you know, you normally would and try not to die. But if something cataclysmic happens and I fuck up and I die, I don't lose all of my progress. I can at least play it again in the future. I just won't be able to play hardcore anymore. So I think that's like a really good compromise, and I'm glad they're doing that. For hero classes, they would have been getting a single heroic talent tree. I don't know. I think the way the talents work now is fine. It's just, like, I have no problems with the talent system. Honestly, I really like the Dragonflight talents. The more I play around with it, I think it's pretty good. Obviously, like, you know, there's balance issues here and there, but I think generally speaking, Blizzard has done a really good job making, like, most of the talent points for a lot of classes feel impactful and giving you, like, a lot of flexibility and stuff. There's still some issues, like, Vengeance Demon Hunters, for instance, feel really pigeonholed into, like, very specific talents because it's required for your builds. What is going on with my #1 button? That was weird. One issue I have with Vengeance specifically is that you basically have to go all the way to the left side of the tree just to take Spear Bomb, because despite it being a core ability, Blizzard, for whatever reason, makes it just ridiculously hard to pick. So you still take it, but that just means that you feel restricted in what else you're allowed to spend your points on. So there are individual issues that I have with the talent tree, and credit to Blizzard, they have been better at making talent adjustments throughout the expansion so far than I thought they'd be. Obviously, in the past, Blizzard has been painfully slow to make significant changes like that, but so far in Dragonflight, they've been doing pretty fucking good about making adjustments when necessary. Also, we got a chest here. Very nice. But yeah, overall, I think talent system is pretty solid. DK is kind of horrible class for new players due to the different spell interactions and such, as well as Blood being a tank spec that is literally all about pushing limits players won't know. Yeah. Death Knight in general, I think that's a fair point. It's not a very beginner-friendly spec. It's also like... obviously Deathstrike is really overpowered, and it's Death Knight's main source of survivability. But if you don't know that Deathstrike is as good as it is, which, like, I think a lot of people maybe won't realize that they're supposed to be actively pressing Deathstrike, like, all the fucking time, like, because it is so good at surviving pulls like that, where instead of pressing damage buttons, I'm just mashing Deathstrike, and, you know, stuff's dying anyways. But if you don't know that it's okay to just mash Deathstrike like that, then you may end up having the survivability of a rogue. Because Death Knight is kind of squishy in terms of just, like, actual damage intake. It just has really, really, really good sustain tools if you know how to use them. Which is a little bit different than something like Guardian Druid, which can just press Frenzied Regen and fucking heal to full with basically zero cost. So, yeah. Or a lot of other specs that just have really good passive survivability, like Ret Paladin has insane passive survivability, Prop Paladin. Paladin in general has really good, just by default survivability, so yeah, there's that. I missed a few messages there. Right now, max per account and per realm is 60. You can now have all 60 tunes on a single realm if you feel like. Yeah, I thought I remembered hearing that at some point. All of my characters are, like, scattered all over the place, but I have a lot of characters in, like, A52 and Mal'Ganis and stuff. Shit, I just realized, I wonder if my, Evoker's name is taken on Mal'Ganis. I don't really play Evoker a lot, but that would suck because I'm really happy with it. So I'll maybe need to check that after the fact. Alright, Forest Eden, and then all the spider stuff. You have Group 2 to get mobs to you instead. Death's Advance is really nice. You made your Death Knight a High Mountain Tauren, so you can bull rush every few pulls. Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, Grip is nice, but it only affects one mob, right? So it's not that great. Obviously, Gorefiends is really good, but Gorefiends is, unfortunately or fortunately, still limited to Blood DK. Which, you know, I'm sure it would be nice to have Gorefiend's Grasp on other DK specs, but I know Blood DK mains are probably not going to be happy about that, right? Because it is one of their main advantages. And A-Bomb Limb already kind of, in some cases, removes the need for Gorefiend's Grasp, but it is still very powerful in certain situations. Still wondering why Evokers are locked to 1 per realm. They always do that with their stupid hero classes. I agree, it's dumb. I don't know why they're... Like, I guess Blizzard doesn't want people to instantly create multiple level 58s, which, like, I can kind of understand, because, you know, if somebody used that to, like, really quickly farm a bunch of mounts or something, but I don't know. I think at the very least there should be a limit of, like, 3 or something, so you can have multiple Evokers. Maybe, I think something that they could do is, for every character that you have that's, like, level 60 or higher, you get 1 additional Evoker per server, or something like that. But yeah, the limit to 1 is always a little bit annoying for hero classes like that. Also, I'm getting not the best RNG with Orc Sea Dogs, but I also can just get them as I go through the cave. How did a bear get here? Check the chat. They've done that for every hero class. Yeah, a bunch of other people, I guess, did the same thing I did. I bet that gets fixed at the end of Dragonflight. Yeah, I mean, they'll usually do that. They did the same thing with Demon Hunters, right? Where initially you could only make 1 DH. You know, and back in Wrath, you could only make 1 Death Knight. All that stuff. So, they eventually do change it, but it probably won't be until the end of Dragonflight for sure. You could say the Deathless run of the Mega Dungeon is kind of hardcore content. Yeah, but, like, I'm gonna be honest, I hate the Deathless run of the Mega Dungeon. It's actually my least favorite hard mode. The fact that, like, the only challenge is just don't die, and there's some mechanics that will just randomly kill you if you're not paying attention. Like, it's a challenge, but I think it's garbage artificial difficulty. There's a reason why I just have no interest in rerunning the Mega Dungeon hard mode, because, like, I did it once, and sure, it gives, like, slightly better loot. I guess I'd be doing it if the loot was good for me, but it's not. Like, it's myth gear, which is solid, but I already have myth gear in all of the slots available, and I don't need the trinket, so it's not really that useful for me. I need to kill the Forest Yet and Stew. But yeah, I agree that technically that is, like, a form of hardcore, but also, I think the Mega Dungeon thing being the way it is kind of goes to show why Deathless stuff is so dumb in WoW, because it is just not fun at all. And also, like, the whole Hourglass thing is just a fucking pain. I really don't like the Dawn of the Infinite hard mode. Dawn of the Infinite's, like, a cool dungeon in general, but the way they implemented the hard mode is just honestly fucking terrible. It is, like, not even close to being my worst one. It is so bad compared to all the others. It's especially, like, lazy because they didn't really do anything interesting with it. It adds, like, nothing to the dungeon. It's literally do the dungeon the same way you always do it, but, like, don't make any mistakes. And, like, when I did it, I posted my hard mode run on YouTube a few days ago if you want to watch it. And on Morchi, my friend Milk Supply almost died. And, you know, Milk is a good player, but, you know, he got confused by, like, the layout of the traps, and he, like, nearly got killed because he got hit by the Chromie, or the Morchi, like, frontal cone breath. And we almost lost our hard mode run right at the very end because of just something silly like that. Thankfully, like, we threw, like, externals on him, and he managed to live, which was, like, kind of crazy that it didn't cause a wipe, but yeah, it just, I didn't enjoy it at all. It was just tedious. There was nothing new, and especially when you compare it to all of the other hard modes they've done, just overall the thing is super fucking lazy in my opinion. I don't see why they couldn't have done a hard mode, especially when it's like, it's fucking tradition at this point, right? Like, one of my favorite parts of the previous expansions when the Mega Dungeon came out is doing the hard mode. I loved the Mechagon hard mode. Like, the Tazavesh one was okay. It wasn't terrible, but it definitely wasn't my favorite. But, like, at least they did, you know, some interesting changes. I think the Soasmi changes were cool. Whatchamacallit, the Solia changes were really fun. It was a pretty neat fight. Didn't, like, add a ton to it, especially compared to the other ones we've seen. But it was at least, it was cool. I enjoyed doing the Tazavesh hard mode. But then you have, what's it called? Like, the Mechagon one, where you have to fucking defuse a bomb. Like, actually, first off, the Mechagon one where you have to do all the fights with the guy patrolling around, you have to play around the robots, that's a really cool addition. It makes you change the way that you approach those fights. The way that HK8 Aerial Assault Unit is changed in hard mode is really cool. It technically doesn't change a ton, but I love how it, you know, makes the gauntlet more impactful and makes you really learn how to do it correctly. Even on, like, Mythic Plus, I would still have people fuck up the gauntlet, but you couldn't fuck up the gauntlet on hard mode or you just died. You know, it wasn't just a time loss, it was just death, and I like that. Also, just HK Aerial Assault Unit is one of my favorite dungeon bosses they've ever made, so, you know, that helped. I really like Mechagon just as a dungeon in general, but the King Mechagon changes, just amazing. One of my favorite dungeon bosses ever. Unfortunately, it is specific to hard mode. So, King Mechagon, like, as a regular boss is fine, I like it, it's a fun fight. But hard mode King Mechagon may actually be my favorite dungeon boss they've ever done. It is just so fucking fun. So it is kind of unfortunate, you know, you have things like that. Obviously, you know, not even mentioning Nightbane, which is an entirely brand new hard mode specific boss. Though in that case, they didn't technically redo that, so I don't blame them for not doing that again. But yeah, compared to every single one of the other hard modes they've done in the past, this one was just a real letdown. It was extremely lame and uninteresting and just not fun. But also, like, one of the main things that I was referring to for retail hardcore is I've gotten actually a surprisingly large amount of comments lately basically suggesting that I do some retail hardcore stuff, which I would imagine is probably because people see the classic hardcore things popping off and they're like, wow, I'd really want to like, see what this would be like for retail. So they see me doing my speedruns, and they're like, what if you did something like classic hardcore? And I think there are individual fun challenges that you can do with permadeath, which is, like I said, that's kind of what I'm approaching my challenge run format with. But some of the things that people have suggested that I do with permadeath is, like, I got one suggestion that was like, get Keystone Master without dying. Like, no. That sounds awful. Why would anybody want to do that? Like, pug your way through groups where one person inting you causes you to instantly die. Like, all it takes is one person not doing their job on, like, Sporecaller Xantia, which is Underrot's one of the easier dungeons, right? And then one person fucks up, you're dead. Fuck you. Your hard mode run is over. There's way too many things that you can just get griefed on in retail for that to ever be a realistic suggestion. I think also, that's also kind of indicative of, generally speaking, the problem with hardcore when you introduce multiple players. Hardcore can be really cool if you're the only one that, you know, is controlling the fate of the run. So for something like, you know, Diablo, or obviously classic hardcore where you're playing solo self-found or something like that, where, you know, if you're playing it with permadeath, at least you're the only person that, you know, has an impact on it. But the moment you introduce other people into it and you add random variables like that that can get you killed by no fault of your own, it stops being fun, I think. Currently leveling a hardcore druid on Diablo 4 while watching, listening to your stream. Whenever you lose a character, you get more upset about losing your gear than the character. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can always recreate the same character, but it's all the progress you made on it that you care about losing. They've had to rework Holy Paladin like 10 times now, and they're still not in a great place. What? I mean, I'm guessing that means Holy Paladin's not in a great place in terms of fun to play, which I can't speak to. Balance-wise, Holy Paladin's in a really good place right now. So I would imagine that is referencing, like, fun, which I guess is subjective. But, I mean, I know some Holy Paladins that are perfectly happy with the spec right now, so, yeah, I can't speak to that. Which faction has smoother leveling? I would say Horde, but I guess it's a matter of preference. Up to you, I think. But yeah, personally, I think Horde has the better leveling process overall. Vengeance DH with middle left talent tree would be awesome if Spirit Bomb was just baseline. Yeah, I've said before, the way to... Like, one thing that needs to happen with Vengeance is you need to make it so Fell Devastation is towards, like, the center of the tree, and Spirit Bomb is just the default, or not default option, but Spirit Bomb is one of the two. I don't know. I think Spirit Bomb should be the #1 option. I think if anything, make Fracture the first thing you pick up, and just remove Sheer in general, because Sheer isn't a fucking button. Nobody runs it. It's one of those things where, like, the only reason they don't put Fracture as, like, a baseline thing, or, like, the first thing that you pick up, is because they don't want people to, like, completely be forced to overwrite Sheer. But nobody fucking uses Sheer. It has no place in Vengeance DH, and hasn't for a very long time. The only time when it ever had a place is when it wasn't replaced by Fracture, and even then, you very rarely press Sheer. You only press Sheer in, like, very, very, very specific situations, and that wasn't often. So there has just never really been a reason for Sheer to exist. Fracture should just be a regular talent that, you know, you pick up immediately, or make it Spirit Bomb. But I think... I get that Frailty is, like, technically the main mechanic of Vengeance DH, but the fact that Frailty is, like, one of the top 2 things you pick up, like, it's also just weird, right? Where a lot of specs, you can see Unholy DK, right? Ability, 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 ability. The first 5 points you have to spend in Unholy DK are all actual abilities that change the way you play. Whereas Vengeance DH, one of their first things is a passive. And the weirdest thing about it is when you pick up Frailty, the only thing that applies Frailty is Sigil of Flame. Which, like, yeah, I mean, you still use Sigil of Flame in your rotation, but not that often. The fact that Sigil of Flame now applies Frailty really isn't going to change much of anything in terms of how you use it, so it's just such a weird talent to be, like, one of the first things offered instead of an actual ability, which Vengeance has multiple that are all buried in random points in its tree. Like, obviously, I still enjoy Vengeance, and, like, I play it at endgame, but one of the worst things about Vengeance right now is the distribution of its talents within the tree. Has always been the case. Ever since, the launch of Dragonflight, the way that the talent tree has been structured has just been a complete fucking mess. I don't know. I just really think whoever made the Vengeance tree has no idea how Vengeance actually plays and, which ability should be prioritized. It's just such a weird, nonsensical layout for the abilities to be in. I don't know. So I think either put Spirit Bomb as, the main talent, move Feldev down, move Frailty further into the tree. Frailty should be down at the bottom. Because, there's also this weird thing where, all of the Frailty support package is in the bottom, capstone section of the tree. So, Frailty as a mechanic is honestly kind of terrible until you get to those talents that make Frailty really strong. So it's just this weird thing where, you take Frailty initially, and then you get no support for it until, level 50, and it does, nothing up until then. Why? Why not just make Frailty available in the capstone section of the tree, and then put all of the support talents right behind it? Just a lot of weird decisions with how it works. Blizzard warns new players that heroic classes are not beginner-friendly. I mean, Havoc Demon Hunter's beginner-friendly, so... I mean, it's also not universally true that heroic classes are not beginner-friendly, right? Finally finished my coffee. On the other hand, they're really that much of a hero class at this point. They feel like any other class in terms of being special or whatever after being in the game so long. Yeah, Death Knight just feels like a regular class. I would agree with that. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've missed a lot of messages. Druids are the Superman of WoW. Basically can do everything better than most other classes. Kind of. Yeah, Druids are really good in a lot of situations. Mechanome DKs are truly cursed, yes. Death's Echo gives you 2 charges of Grip, Death's Advance, and D&D. Ah. I see. Blizzard confirmed when they announced Evokers that they're going to change the limit, but it feels dumb for it to be a strict 1 limit. Yeah, I completely agree. Otori Takio said, I've not even played the game yet. I'm a complete newbie. Thinking about playing with a friend. Any tips for the free trial? I heard Kalimdor quests are fun for us. I don't really have any tips in particular. I think, your main goal in the free trial would honestly just be trying out classes. I think the zones are less important. You can follow the zones on my route, that, they're still going to be work for you as a new player. But your main goal in a free trial, should be figuring out if you just like the general idea of the gameplay, and I think more importantly, finding, once you've established, okay, this seems like a fun game that I want to play, try out a bunch of different classes, see what is enjoyable to you, and then that way, when you eventually buy the game, if you want to buy the game, you can continue leveling that class up. So I would say that would probably be your main goal. I wouldn't worry too much about the zones that you do. Hard mode is so ass. Glad other people agree, yeah. It's too late for you to watch live, but you're going to watch the shit out of the VOD tomorrow at work. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Did a run of it a couple days ago. Want the belt in DH since it's haste crit, and you were the only one surviving the final trash pack because you missed 2 kicks. Yeah. See, the belt isn't bad on DH, but I've already crafted a crit haste belt, and it's identical to that, and it only goes up to 447, so... Yeah, the main thing is, little gear optimizations like that are less important now when you can just craft something with, spare Sparks of Shadowflame to just fill in the gaps, which is just what I've been doing. I do agree the belt is good for DH, though. Have I gotten... I need 2 more Orc Sea Dogs. Okay. And this is my last Hillsbrad Worgen. But honestly, the only thing from the final boss... Actually, there's 2 things from the final boss that are good. The weapon is actually quite good. I think it's an agility 2-handed staff that gives Time Strike. If that is good stats for you, which I think it's really good for Guardian Druid. Though that said, actually, come to think of it, it maybe isn't that good because it's anybody that can use the agility 2-handed staff can also, technically speaking, use Digiroon, and Digiroon's just better, so I guess it technically isn't that good. It'll probably be good whenever it ends up in the Mythic Plus pool. But yeah, I think the only truly good reward from the hard mode is the trinket, which is actually quite good for a lot of people. There's no challenge to it except go slower and you have zero chance to fuck up the more important mechanics. Exactly. Let me focus on this because this is hard to do while reading chat because the stupid rockets will just pass through the Worgen. There we go. I wish the mobs in this quest spawned quicker. The fact that you have to wait for like an entire new cycle is always a little bit annoying. There we go. I almost instinctively hit Gunshoes here because I always use Gunshoes, but you don't need it because I have flying because I'm doing this at level 59, which like I almost never do. Let's see. There's no chests over here. Let me at least check for Lost Son of Aragorn, who can patrol up to this point. No Lost Son of Aragorn. Alright. Then heading to Gilneas. Deathless is bad in WoW, where if you do everything right, you may wipe due to sheer bad luck. Yeah. Mechagon hard mode to Dawn of the Infinite hard mode is like kill Jaden as an AOTC boss to Razageth. Yeah. There's zero incentive to rerun the Deathless Mega Dungeon because you can get the 447 piece every other week by just clearing it. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, you're talking... I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like I said, the trinket is the only truly valuable reward from the hard mode thing for people that need it. Holy Paladin is fun to some, asked to others. They did a lot to improve it, and you meant in terms of feel. It's incredible at the moment in terms of where it fits in the meta. Yeah. Leveling your mage while watching, thanks to the content, no problem. You'll still see caster HPALs doing 3k overall DPS and M+, and struggling to beat healing checks? Yeah. I mean, I guess for people who want caster HPAL to still be a thing, I guess I can understand why maybe they wouldn't be a huge fan of it, but obviously that's just kind of not how you're meant to play Holy Paladin anymore. Just, you know, unfortunate for people who really like that playstyle and wish it was meta, but yeah, the people who are just vehemently opposed to actually playing HPAL the way it's meant to be played, I'm sure they probably aren't having a ton of fun with it. Okay, let me... I think at this point, let me just at least finish this run, because we still have the Fire Mage run to do. So I'll be doing that afterwards. And the Fire Mage run is on a Alliance character, so we'll be doing some different zones. I'm probably going to do lock mode on, and then, I don't know if I need anything else. I'll have to see what I'll do on the Fire Mage, because I don't think lock mode on will be enough to get me all the way there. But I can't really do WOD because of the same issue that I outlined before, where like I already did it before when I originally played the character, so kind of figure that one out as I go, I guess. Alright, 2 more mobs. Where's my pet? Oh, it's there. It leaped to the mob. I see. That was nice. And there we go. Now I just need to kill... I should be able to get it from these few quests, so I'll kill Korok, loot that thing, and then I won't even finish the other quest. I don't even think I need to Army of the Dead here. Just kind of fine as is. Yeah, this should be more than enough. Yeah, that was pretty solid burst damage overall. Look at that, though. Phantom Fire doing 23% of the overall. Yeah. Consumables are really, really, really important while leveling. I mean, they're not crucial, but I think this goes to show that is like a ludicrous damage contribution from that potion. Any sort of damage proc things like that are very, very nice. Alright, this should be it. There we go, level 60, cool. And once again, XP still isn't scaling. Blizzard, please fix. I'll link it once again. You know what? I know it's the middle of the stream, but here. If somebody can bump this post, as always, much appreciated. We need more attention on this topic. Leveling is still broken. Blizzard has not fixed any of this stuff. So, yeah. Alright, we will be switching over now to the Fire Mage run. I guess, last thing before I end. General thoughts on Unholy. I still think overall, it has been good, right? Like, when you get the talents. Obviously, I'm also not playing Unholy perfectly, right? So, that is something to keep in mind. I think if you know how to play Unholy, that will help. But I do also think that you need to consider ease of play into it. The fact that Unholy is a much more involved spec inherently, and even figuring all of this stuff out took me a little bit, that definitely is a bit of a downside for newer players, whereas there are specs that you can just kind of plug and play, and it's like very easy, and that is definitely a plus for leveling. A lot of stuff is much easier to figure out. But overall, I think it's good once you get all of its stuff online. I have tried Unholy a little bit at low levels, and it definitely struggles. It just doesn't have enough burst damage until you start to get into, like, the meat of the middle of the talent tree around, like, level 30 or so. That's when you can, like, actually put out some large burst AoE numbers. Until then, it's just weaker than, like, if we switch over to Frost, for instance, just for comparison. If we look at Frost's tree, Frost gets Howling Blast very early on, and it has, like, a few things, like, obviously Rhyme is a very strong traditional Howling Blast talent. You even get, when do you get Remorseless Winter? Is that a baseline Frost ability now? Oh, you also get Remorseless Winter, yeah. So Frost gets a lot of very early, like, even Glacial Advance, you get pretty early. Frost Scythe, you get pretty early. Gets a lot of, like, really strong AoE burst abilities at a low level. So Frost is very good for that. Frost starts to fall off because, especially for single target, and, like, as you get into the later portions of the tree, it's not quite as strong. And then Frost picks back up again when you start to get into some of these later talents. Frostworm's Fury is obviously very, very powerful. Having, like, that massive AoE burst damage is very good. But Frost also struggles a little bit while leveling with, like, single target stuff like Yetimus and whatnot. And then, of course, Blood. I think people know kind of what Blood is good and bad at, right? Blood is extremely tanky. It is completely unkillable if you know what you're doing. It just does very little damage. So, at the very least, even if you aren't able to reliably kill stuff like Yetimus or the Durnhold Elites with Frost or Unholy, you can always just swap to Blood and solo them, and it'll take, like, an extra minute or two. But I would generally say, even if you have to do that, it is still worth doing the Durnhold Challenge and Yetimus with Blood, rather than skipping it, because it is good experience, and it's not like Blood takes forever to kill it. But general leveling as Blood is not great, and then obviously, finally, for dungeon leveling, Blood is going to be your best bet. So at this point, I've actually tested every single Death Knight spec, so I think the only thing I haven't really tested them with is 60 to 70, but I would say most specs are at least solid from 60 to 70. The stuff where you have a bit of variance is in the lower levels, because that's when some specs don't get access to their kit. So Frost and Unholy, I would say, you know, they have their strengths and weaknesses at 60. It's really similar, where Frost has decent burst AoE. Unholy still has solid burst AoE, but, like, also good single target. So maybe you can make an argument that from 60 to 70, Unholy is better. But they're both roughly similar. And Blood, same thing. Low damage, good for dungeons, good survivability, but probably not worth running. But yeah, I think we've now tested all of Death Knight stuff. So now I can swap over to the Mage. And I'm going to quickly catch up in chat while I'm at it, because I want to make sure I don't fall behind while I'm starting the run on the Mage. You still want 447 pieces that can be made into tier? Yeah, that's true. But what is the Mega Dungeon drop? I guess we'll have to check. I don't think it drops any tier slot pieces, right? Could be wrong in that. I'll have to check. Plate, gloves, cloth legs, and leather belt. Oh, I see. I was going to say I don't think it drops any leather tier pieces, but then if I didn't realize it drops tier pieces for the other armor slots. That is lame that it doesn't give a tier piece for leather specifically. That's unfortunate. Sigil of Flame applying Frailty means nothing except your first abilities do slightly more damage. Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. Frailty is meh. It's a small bonus until you get all the support. Yeah, that's the weird thing about Frailty being so high up, It's really strong when you get the support talents, but as a baseline mechanic, it's pretty terrible. Silverpine Lord Godfrey questline is amazing. Yeah. Lord Godfrey, that section of Silverpine is really good. Lord Godfrey as a character is pretty cool. I like him. Also, while I'm catching up on chat, I'm going to quickly... I can teleport to... Where's Ironforge? Ironforge. I can head to Ironforge and then start flying to Loch Modan, because I'll just start off in Loch Modan just to be safe. And, you know, I'll see what else I need to do whenever I run out of experience there. You need the new Gorehell so bad? Yeah, that appearance looks very cool. You want to stay longer, but you have to head out due to darn medical making you exhausted? No problem. I appreciate you staying by for as long as you can. Best quest item, or I misread that. The best item ever added to WoW drops to the last boss, quantum items. But you get that on regular difficulty still, right? You don't need hard mode for that. What's the best crafted boots for Guardian Druid? I would say Toxic Thorn, but Slimy Expulsion isn't too far behind. Oh, Naomi answered it as well. Awesome. My dad said he was going to... Oh, my dad said he's going to bring me back a burger. Awesome. Cool. Thank you for that, in case you're still watching. I mean, obviously, I'll also thank you later, so... leveled up 2 alts for Heritage Armor, and each time used my guide was a big help. Awesome. Glad you found it helpful. The main reason everyone used Slimy Expulsion boots was that the old Sims didn't show the haste reduction. That was changed. There's still the issue of a lot of leather tank classes being baited by not considering the heal aspect. Yeah, so obviously it's good to mention, right, for Vengeance DH, I believe it's your Frailty healing will trigger the healing effect on Toxic Thorn Foot Wraps, which is kind of worthless. So because of that, it ends up being worse for Vengeance DH as a result. Though I think, like, now some Vengeance DHs are running Shadowflame Armor Patch instead of the whole, like, Slimy Expulsion / Toxic Thorn Foot Wrap set. So that's also something to consider, but that's more of, like, a Vengeance DH specific problem. I think Naomi mentioned it used to be an issue for Guardian Druid, but now it's been fixed. But Vengeance, as far as I know, still has that issue. Do I have a video of what potions I'm using? Yes. Just tuned in. What was my time? I didn't time it, right? So the Unholy and Mage runs that we're doing, this is purely for testing the capabilities of the specs themselves. It's not like a time speed run. We're not going for like a specific time. It's starting at 40, and we're just trying to see how it compares in terms of being able to handle the stuff within the run. It was around 2 hours, but also it's not really an accurate measurement because I started at 40 on a pre-existing character, so you can't really compare it one-to-one with other stuff. Let's see, what else was I going to say? Do I have a video of what potions I'm using? Right, yeah, that was the thing I was going to answer. Here. Is that in the FAQ? Hold on, let me just... Let me find the speedrunning prep video. I will eventually make this into, like, a polished video. Double Shadow Flame is the same as what you said before. Early Sims didn't calculate the haste direction. And Naomi said Double Shadow Flame is very slightly better than... Yeah. Yeah, whenever I get a chance, I'm gonna recraft my stuff to Double Shadow Flame because I was seeing that was better. It's just, right now, it is like a bigger upgrade for me to use my sparks to craft things in other slots that I still have like 441 pieces for, which is why I haven't recrafted it yet. Because I have like bracers with the Toxified Armor Patch. I could change that to the Shadow Patch, but before I did that, I would need to create 447 boots with the Shadow Patch, right? And until I do that, or until I have enough sparks to justify spending on that, like, I still need to use my sparks to recraft a ring up to 447, so I'll have to do that at some point. Not worth it to lose out on the other slots? Yeah, exactly. Did you tune in just in time for mage testing? You did. Yeah, we're about to start the mage testing. But here, so Noah Smiley, this is, This is a video that I have recently. It's a unlisted video. It was part of the Culturian Druid World Record. Goes through all of the consumables I use. Let me actually can edit. I'll post it again. All of the leveling consumables, and then just post it in chat and pin that message. So I'm posting it a second time technically. And I'll just pin this in case anyone else asks that question. I also don't think it's in the FAQ because it happened recently. So let me see. I can update that real fast, actually. General speedrun stuff. Question. Do you have a list of the consumables and items you use? Answer. I go over it in this video. Link. There we go. That should cover it. Yeah, because that was fairly recent, which is why I forgot to update the FAQ for it, but that should cover it. I think it should be updated now. If not, it'll update whenever I do the next stream. I'm not sure how that stuff works. Leap Year Kurt bumped the post. Awesome. Thank you very much. Naomi earlier said, had a friend level his Frost through Dragonflight 2 days ago and found out the scaling is still fucked until 64 to 65. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hopefully they fix that, though, because that seems like an oversight. Goose Comics said, I'm confused. What do you mean the Mega Dungeon doesn't drop eligible tier slots for leather? Okay, so what we're referring to, Goose Comics, is specifically the final boss. So, Dawn of the Infinite, Chronolord Deus. If we look at all of the items, right? There's, for leather, you only have a belt, and then there's a polearm and obviously a trinket. Cloth has pants, plate has gloves, then there's the shoulders, and then obviously you have, the shield here. This is specifically what we're referring to when we say there is no tier set convertible items for leather, because the final boss loot is the only thing that will drop at item level 441 as part of the myth track if you're doing it on hard mode. So there's obviously leather tier slots, like you can see here, leather hood, off a lot of other bosses, but even if you do it on hard mode, this only drops at, 437? So it's part of the hero track. So you can only upgrade that to a maximum of 441, which is effectively identical to Mythic Plus. So there's really no advantage to, high Mythic Plus versus the Mega Dungeon. The only one where it has an advantage is specifically Chronolord Deus on hard mode drops the stuff on the Myth track, so it can be upgraded to 447, which is equivalent to, Mythic Aberrus. So getting, the male hard mode shoulders would allow you to not have to use the token from Aberrus. I guess shoulders are maybe a bad example, because technically speaking, the token off Neltharion, I think, drops at 450. So that would still be better than this, but at least for the pants and the gloves, this is a viable alternative compared to getting it from Mythic Aberrus. Whereas for leather, you don't really have any myth pieces from the dungeon, so we have to get all of our Mythic tier from Aberrus, or obviously from Mythic Plus Vault, which kind of sucks. It's very minor, but it is one small disadvantage for leather users compared to the other ones. It's male shoulders, was thinking it was chest, yeah. Gotcha, slight disadvantage for now. Yeah, it's honestly, it's not a huge deal. It does mean that as a leather user, I have literally no reason to do the hard mode again. I've asked my friends if they want to do it because I know some of them still need it, but they've been busy, so they haven't gotten a chance to do it. But personally, I don't even care if I get this done, because this trinket is really good for 3-minute classes. Vengeance DH is not a 3-minute class, so I don't use this. The belt is good for Vengeance DH, but, like I was saying with Naomi earlier, it's identical to a crafting belt for the most part, so if you have spare Sparks of Shadowflame, then just use that. And I, as a demon hunter, I don't need the other two items, so pointless for me. Nelth shoulders are 450 from Mythic, yeah. The fact that leather doesn't get any tier slots on Myth track from Dawn of the Infinite sucks, yep. It's the fact that the last boss scales up to Myth track, yeah. Okay. Let me just make sure I didn't miss... Someone pinged me in my Discord. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. I should also note, because that's something that I got pinged in my Discord, I'm intentionally calling it 10 to 60 because the reason that I have the title and thumbnail as 10 to 60 rather than 40 to 60 is people would get confused if I worded it 40 to 60, but we are effectively testing the latter half of the 10 to 60 bracket. So we are just kind of doing a sliced out version of that. So just for simplicity's sake, it's testing within the 10 to 60 bracket, just specifically starting at like level 40 or so to specifically test out all of the interactions. So now I can get the mage stuff prepped. I forgot to turn on war mode, so I need to go back to Stormwind. That is unfortunate. Where are my teleports? There we go. Teleport. That's Theramore. Teleport Stormwind. At least thanks to being a mage, it's not too fast, or it's not too slow, because I can just head to Stormwind, teleport back to Ironforge immediately. How is Fire Mage looking for leveling? I haven't started it, so I can't answer that question. I will say, based on everything that I have heard about Fire Mage in the past, and just generally like the limited amount that I have played it before, it is generally speaking regarded as the worst of the mage leveling specs, just because it has less like upfront burst damage, especially at lower levels, compared to Arcane and Frost. Frost is apparently like bursty on the same level as Arcane, but it's a bit more turrety, whereas Fire relies a bit more on, I think, like their damage over time. I don't know for sure though, but a lot of people have told me that Fire is not an amazing mage leveling spec, so yeah, keep that in mind. Let me get all this stuff set up on my bars. One of the nice things is because I have Bloodlust, or at least take that teleport off. I have archaeology shit on my bars. Where is Time Warp? You don't get Time Warp until level 49? Oh, that's dumb. Well, I didn't send over drums because I didn't realize that you didn't get Time Warp until 49. I mean, I barely use drums as is, so it hardly matters. Just a little bit annoying. Ice block I'll put on Shift R is what I usually use immunities. Get this all set up. What am I missing? Bear Tartar. I think that's it. I think those are the only consumables I'm going to be using for now. I'll get the other ones after the fact. Let's see. Yeah, that's all I need to do for now. Fire does Insane Burst when they're allowed to ramp and do their whole opener. Might be good for Yetimus if you do it around the mid-levels. I mean, yeah, but, like, Arcane is also very good for Yetimus. And Arcane can kind of kite Yetimus while still doing decent damage. And Arcane has really good slows. That's another advantage of Frost Mage. Frost Mage can at least somewhat crowd control Yetimus. Arcane can do that as well. So, I don't know. I mean, they all have insane bursts. Like, if we recall back to my Arcane Mage run, where I basically just erased Yetimus with my entire burst window, you also still have an insane burst window on Arcane, but if you need to kite, you can do that with, like, Arcane Barrage. So, that technically wouldn't necessarily be an advantage to Fire. That would just make it on par with the other specs. You can get Time Warp proc talent faster than you can get the Time Warp talent itself. That is wild. Mages need to be higher level to start warping time. Fire can do pretty good damage while kiting. They lack the slows. Yeah. Fire is Arcane Mage, but hot. You're not saying Fire is better than Arcane. You're just saying it might make it fine for Yetimus. Yeah. Obviously, we won't be testing Yetimus because it's Alliance, but I get what you're saying. Okay, so once again, I'm going to look at the Wowhead Arcane Mage thing. Let me just do all. Also, PvP talents I will look at first because generally speaking, PvP talents. Like, there's good ones and bad ones regardless. So, Flame Strike deals 200% more damage based on your enemy's distance to the center. Well, that just seems like a flat damage increase, so we probably take that, unless all of them. Did I say WoW had Arcane Mage? You know what I meant. WoW had Fire Mage. Every 2 seconds in combat with no enemy players, your maximum health increases. Wait, that sounds really good. Closer than 15 yards. The range... Wow. That actually looks really fucking good. Okay, sure. That's just... Like, why can't all classes get talents like this where it's just a flat bonus? Just while you're out of range of mobs, you just get more damage and max health? That's just good. You don't even know ifs, ands, or buts about it. Is the Erebus quest horde specific? Yes. Yeah, it is horde specific. Everything in Hillsbrad is horde specific now. Whoa, okay, this is interesting. Increases the damage of Fireball, Scorch, and Ignite by 100%, but decreases your max health by 20%. Well, we gotta take that. But that is an interesting talent for sure. 100% damage bonus is actually quite crazy, though. Wow, Fire Mage may have... I mean, regardless of its overall performance, these are some of the strongest PvP talents I have seen ever for any spec. This is fucking bonkers. 100% damage bonus, just stacking damage increase, and this one seems, I don't know how often you use Flame Strike, but 200% more damage just depending on distance. That is fucking crazy. What are the other options? Fucking 12% verse while something's polymorph. That's also really good. I don't think it's better than this, but like, if this talent didn't exist, Master Shepherd would be fine, I guess. Ethereal Blink. Blink and Shimmer apply slow to every enemy you blink through. That's also really good. Just, I don't know if it's worth taking. Obviously, Greater Pyroblast, I know, is like, this talent I've seen used in PvP a lot. It's never going to be used for leveling. This is terrible for leveling, but it's an interesting talent for sure. Master Shepherd is honestly a lot better than it looks at face value. Yeah, no, honestly, I think this looks pretty good at face value, for sure. Like, if World in Flames wasn't just a flat bonus, I would definitely take Master Shepherd. That seems pretty fucking good. Yeah, these are some cracked PvP talents. God damn. Maybe I'll change my mind on this, depending on... I don't know how useful Flame Strike is. I don't know if you rely on it a lot. I know... Isn't there, like... I played Arcane back in BFA, or I keep saying Arcane. I played Fire back in BFA a little bit, back when it was, like, really broken. And I remember the main way you did AoE damage was, like, spreading your Ignite to multiple targets, so you didn't really rely on Flame Strike a lot. So I don't know how good this is going to be, but... it looks pretty good when you consider you can poly stuff that you're not in combat with to navigate indoor areas faster. That actually sounds pretty good. If you aren't kiting, Flame Strike is decent due to Flame Patch. Yeah, that's fair. I guess ideally you won't have to kite that much, but obviously it is kind of a necessity sometimes. Ideally you try to kite back and forth within your Flame Strike, but that is much harder to do. It's significantly harder to kite enemies in like a circle around an area than it is to just kite them in a straight line. You won't be stacking Ignite as much. That's fair. Yeah, good point. Okay, so let's look at this Fire Mage guide. So this is written by Preheat. Okay, well, Preheat is definitely a good resource for Fire Mage, so I will trust this guide. Let's see. You know what? Credit to Preheat. This is actually one of the more detailed leveling guides I've seen on Wowhead. So, unfortunately, for whatever reason, the size of the talent tree is like gigantic, so I have to zoom out the page to make it fit. Okay, so looking at mage talents real quick, there's some obvious ones here. So for class talents, we basically take anything that gives us damage. So Incanter's Flow, obviously, Overflowing Energy, Spell Critical Strike damage. Okay, you get Ramping Critical Strike until that resets. Shifting Power, obviously. This isn't terrible, but it's I don't really think we'll need it. This is all situational. Let me look at this stuff. Ice block, obviously. Gain a shield that absorbs 3% of your health. Probably that. Cooldown on ice block isn't very good. Okay, I will say, Preheat's talent recommendation's kind of ass. Because he doesn't even recommend running Tempest Barrier, and that is a no-brainer. Anything that gives you passive healing, if there's no other damage option, you take that. Mirror images, definitely. I guess maybe Alter Time might be required just for like getting access to the rest of the tree, but I'm sure that there's probably, like, what is this? Reduces the cooldown on Alter Time. Blast Wave, I guess that's good for kiting. Yeah, no, so it's not necessarily required. I'm going to put 1 point into this for now. This is, I guess, Cryo Freeze. I wouldn't say you'd want to rely on this that much. What is this? Mirror Images cooldown. That doesn't seem very good. None of these talents are great. Probably Slow, just because Slow is kind of important. Mass Slow, very good for kiting. Shimmer. Obviously, anything that gives you damage, you take. Let's see, what is this? Your barriers heal you. That's actually quite good. Diverted energy, energized barriers. Yeah, this is nice. What about this other stuff? Ice Nova, not terrible, but probably not super necessary. Yeah, I don't really think picking up a lot of this stuff is going to be super important. So, I'm going to say Arcane Warding and then Diverted Barriers, and then I'll probably go down with my last 3 points whenever I get there. Energized Barriers. Mass Polymorph, maybe? I think, honestly, I'll go Energized Barriers and then just take the Blast Wave stuff, because Blast Wave in a pinch could be useful. I can't really see much of this being very useful, honestly. Similar recommendations on Preheat's Guide, but this is something where I think I probably know better on this just by general leveling stuff. Let me read chat real quick. Preheat is very good. He makes good evoker guides. Yeah. The one criticism you have is videos. Sometimes some things seem more important than they are. Yeah, I know for sure his endgame guides are good. I actually quite liked his Devastation Evoker guide. Hello, RPG Degree. Mirror Images actually taunt. Wow, that is actually really nice to know. If Mirror Images taunt, honestly, that may make these talents better. I did not realize they would actually be soaking up damage. Interesting. I still think, though, the fact that he doesn't recommend Mass Slow, Mass Slow is definitely, like, even on Arcane, I found this to be very useful for kiting. So I think I will probably take that. Like, yeah, Alter Time, I don't think it's that important. Ideally, you don't take damage, but, like, yeah, if you need to, you can use it kind of as a mini heal. Mirror Images taunt and give you a damage reduction? Yeah. That's interesting for sure. In that case, what I'll probably do is take Energized Barriers, then take... what's the cooldown on Mirror Images? 2 minutes? Yeah, I don't want the healing one, but I'd probably take Reduplication, just for extra CDR on it. And then I would just take Blast Wave as a final talent, just because, you know, it's moderately helpful, more so than the other ones. Okay, let's look at the class talents. So, some obvious ones here. You take this. Yeah, Scorch, I'm pretty sure you want. Phoenix Flames. I remember there was some weird thing where apparently you take Phoenix Flames and then you don't use it. I don't know if that's still a thing. I would imagine it probably got changed because I heard a lot of mages complaining about it. But that's one thing that I have heard mages discussing. Okay, so yeah, this is all no-brainer stuff. Preheat recommends going... Scorch deals more damage and is a critical strike when below 30% health. Yeah, I would imagine. You're probably going to be using Scorch a lot while kiting, so that seems pretty good. Anything that boosts castable while moving abilities like Fire Blast and Scorch is probably going to be nice to have. I don't really want to rely on Pyroblast and Fireball that much. So yeah, like Glass Cannon buffing Scorch is very nice. Ignite's damage has a 5% chance to reduce the cooldown of Fire Blast by 1 second. Interesting. Alright, well, Preheat recommends this. And then Fireball and Pyroblast always deal a critical strike when the target is above 90% health. Okay, and there's some... So, it has been a while since I played Fire, but I vaguely remember that the way it works is you basically fish for crits, and once you get a crit, your Pyroblast is instant cast, I think. That's, like, generally speaking how it works. So Pyroblast, it doesn't say that here. But this stuff always deals a critical strike. Gain increased critical strike chance. Cast times are reduced. And damage dealt increased by 10%. I guess we'll have to see that. So is there a talent that I need to take that makes Pyroblast a instant cast? You crit... Okay, hold on. You use Phoenix Flames for the Embers debuff, but it's not how every mage wishes it was used, really. That may be outdated info. Okay. You crit, you get Heating Up. You crit again, you get Hot Streak. Hot Streak makes Fire Blast or Flame Strike, or Pyroblast or Flame Strike instant cast. Okay. Is that a passive effect? Like in the mage spellbook, if I look right now. Yes. Okay, so that I just wanted to read exactly what it does. What is this? 15% increased critical strike chance. I think this is ironic considering I'm pretty sure Fire Mage doesn't want any crit because you get it so much passively in your stuff. Getting 2 direct damage critical strikes in a row with fire spells will make your next Pyroblast or Flame Strike deal. Okay. And then you want to do stuff like double Fire Blast, because Fire Blast is always a critical strike, right? So you do double Fire Blast and then Flame Strike, or double Fire Blast, Pyroblast for a single target. Something like that. Like I said, it's been a while. My memory on it is fuzzy. Okay, what do I want? So while Ignite is on 3 or fewer targets, it flares up, dealing 15% of its damage to affected targets. Does Flame Strike apply Ignite? What is Ignite? Where do I see? Okay, it's my mastery. Your target burns for additional damage caused by Fireball, Fire Blast, Scorch, Pyroblast, and Flame Strike does apply it. Okay. Then it seems kind of pointless for me to take this, because that's effectively a 15% damage bonus specifically to Ignite on, like, a single target, because I'm either doing a very large pull or I'm fighting one mob, so this doesn't seem very good unless it's required for something. Oh, Flame On, definitely. Anything that buffs Fire Blast, we like. Combustion increases your spell's critical strike chance by 100%. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of mandatory. Yeah, okay. Just join the stream, throwing out your mage leveling experience. Arcane 1 to 17, then Fire 17 to 70. Interesting. Yeah, definitely, though, like, Arcane is the best mage leveling spec for sure. I don't know how everything else is for, like, 100%, but we're testing it. Okay, casting Scorch on targets below 30% health increases the target's damage taken. Scorch critical strikes increase your movement speed by 30%. Well, that seems good. Phoenix Flames and Dragon's Breath always critical strike, and Dragon's Breath contributes to Hot Streak. Dragon's Breath is the CC ability, right? Is that also baseline? I don't see Dragon's Breath. Unless, am I blind? Was it earlier in the talent tree? Yeah, where is Dragon's Breath? Oh, it's in the mage tree? Oh, okay. That's weird. Yeah, but, like, I guess, honestly, even outside of the Dragon's Breath thing, Phoenix Flames critting is useful, I would say. From the Ashes, increases mastery by 2% for each charge of Phoenix Flame on cooldown, and your direct damage critical strikes reduce its cooldown. Okay, so according to Preheat's guide, Alex Strauss's Fury is now the better option. This is the talent that I heard people complaining about, which I don't know if this is still meta at endgame, but at least if Preheat's guide says this is the better option at low levels, I would imagine it is, so I'm going to take that. Okay, so now I only have 3 points left to spend. Call of the Sun King deals additional damage and gains 1 additional charge. Most of these talents Preheat's guide recommends. I feel like Living Bomb is probably a good option. Over 3 seconds. This seems good. On large AoE pulls, I feel like Living Bomb would do a lot of damage. So I'm probably going to take this. Not really useful. Yeah, that stuff isn't useful. Fire Blast increases my mastery. Oh, it's called Feel the Burn now. Didn't this used to be called Blaster Master back in DFA? I vaguely remember that. Combustion grants mastery equal to 75% of your critical strike stat and lasts 2% longer. Well, this is useless while leveling. I wouldn't say useless, but partial stat buffs are terrible. Yeah, this is all not super helpful. What does this stuff do? I feel like, yeah, honestly, slight stat buffs are not really going to be noticeable at this stage. So, getting definitely Call of the Sun King, I think, is going to be the best of the options I have here. I don't really think Convection is going to be super useful, because this is reduce its cooldown by 30 seconds, right? Or 3 seconds. No, it's actually, yeah, only 2 seconds. I can't read, apparently. A 30-second cooldown, CDR in this is not really that impactful at all. Yeah, I don't really think... I'll take this stuff eventually just so I can access the midsection of the tree. Let me just at least figure out where I'm going to be going. So this point's going to go Surging Blaze, but final few things... What do I want? This is... Yeah, that's going to be terrible. That's not really helpful while leveling. Yeah, I'm just getting, like, passive stat buffs from this, which doesn't seem super great. Sun King's Blessing seems okay. Conflagration, apply. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely going to be what I'll go for first in the bottom section. But for whatever reason, I don't know why Preheat's guide doesn't recommend Meteor, which, like, unless Meteor is just terrible, burst damage like this should be just better. Especially AoE burst, where, from what I can tell, Fire is already decent at single target burst. So why would you need to take more very passive single target talents when you can at least make sure your AoE is better? Yeah, this is what I'm going with, definitely. Let me catch up in chat, because I was tabbed out looking at Wowhead stuff. As long as you have glass cannon and fire starter, fire one-shots mobs from 60 to 70. I mean, I don't know if I would say that. Like, one-shotting single target mobs also isn't, like, necessarily that hard to do, especially when you have a cast time on stuff. Especially at low levels, right? I don't really think it's going to one-shot things all the way up to 60. Especially when Arcane can kill things very effectively in AoE. Unholy DK is done. You want Phoenix Flames crits? Yeah. Living Bomb is so meaty. Busted is so meat. I don't know if that's good or bad. Busted, nothing to make it better. Yeah, the Unholy DK run is finished, though. I don't know if I said that. Take the Phoenix Flames charge. Living Bomb does nothing. I mean, I'm going to take both, right? But I don't see how the other stuff would be better than Living Bomb. What race is he? Void Elf, yes. You wanted to level a DK, especially for Unholy. I mean, you can rewatch the stream, right? You can go back in time if you want to watch the earlier part of the stream, just scroll to the back. And this will be a recording after the fact. So any streams automatically get turned into videos. So you could watch it right now if you go earlier, but you can also watch it later. All that to say, you can still watch the Unholy DK run if you haven't already. It's still available. But, you know, as far as the live stuff goes, yeah, we have just finished it. You will wait for the video and stay for the mage? Cool. Your main burst is Ring of Fire Meteor. Ring of Fire, isn't that a PvP talent? Yeah, that... I tried using that on the Arcane Mage run, and it did nothing, so I'm not going to take that. Start Fireball class, Combust, Pyro, Fire Blast, Pyro. I mean, but that's like single target, right? Because I would imagine you aren't really going to be wanting to use Pyroblast on large AoE pulls, unless there's like one mob that is much stronger than the other. You generally want to cleave them down evenly. Let me get my bars set up, though. So Blazing Barrier, I'm going to put on Shift 3. Take this, put that there. Shift Y. Let me see. I also want... I'm going to put Slow on Shift F. Phoenix Flames is a cooldown. I'll put that on T. Combustion on R. Flame Strike down here. Frost Nova H. Living Bomb E. We don't have Spell Steal Talented. Alter Time I'll put on Y. For racials. Spatial Rift is, I think, the only on-use racial for Void Elves, so I can put that there. If you're going for AoE, you should be running Fuel the Fire. I mean, I don't... I don't know. I don't really think I need to rely on that to generate hot streaks, but like I said, not a fire expert. The guide I looked at did not recommend this, so I'm not going to be running that. We'll see how we go. Maybe I'll change talents as I get further into it. But yeah, I am not super impressed by that particular talent, at least at face value. Shifting Power, I'll put on Q, I guess. Slow Fall, I don't really need a bind for. Feel the Fire is literally the core of Fire Mage AoE. Okay. I don't know what else I would drop. A lot of people are saying Living Bomb is trash, so I guess I'll drop that and take Feel the Fire. Living Bomb really is trash? Okay. I'll not run it then. Lets you Phoenix Flame Strike during Combust. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why this guide isn't recommending it then. Maybe Preheat's guide is not the best thing to read. But yeah. Let's see. Just my abilities. So I think I have everything on my bars now. I just got to sort it out. So yeah, that's generally, I think, how I'll do it. Okay, I think that's everything I need. We'll see. Yeah, keep in mind, it's been even longer since I last played Fire Mage compared to since I last played Unholy DK. Doesn't recommend it because a lot of people are looking at leveling guides, won't be doing big AoE pulls. That's fair. Alright, so let me get my consumables active. And yeah, at the very least, we won't have to fight like Yetimus or anything crazy like that. What does Blazing Barrier do? Blazing Barrier just shields you, okay. It lasts for 1 minute. Also, where's Arcane Intellect? Oh. I didn't realize I wasn't on the first page. Okay, so Arcane Intellect's there. Cone of Cold, I guess I can use Shift H for. I think that's basically everything. Yeah. Don't really need anything else. Alright, we're good to go. So we'll see how this first pull goes. I don't really know. I saw a few people here earlier, so I don't really think there's going to be many rare mobs active, which would be a little bit unfortunate. Never mind. Immediately eating my words, there's a rare mob, so... Okay. Round these guys up. And, oh, wow, that is such a fast cast time that I ended up double casting it. Okay, hard casting Flame Strike really sucks. That's for sure. That thing is not going away. Yeah, one of Mage's biggest issues is no reliable access to, like, slows or anything like that makes it a little bit hard to do large pulls, because the moment you take damage, your health is kind of, like, permanent, really. So I can slow like that, and then Phoenix Flames, and then Flame Strike, which I guess an at-cursor thing for Flame Strike would be nice, but it's probably not super important, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, Scorch also doesn't seem to be doing a lot without, like, the benefit of... Okay, that's not terrible. I think I just can't do, like, super large pulls. I need to do it in clusters of, like, 3 to 4. That seems reasonable. Right out of the gate, Cone for AoE slow. Yeah, Cone's pretty good. True, I didn't think of that. I can reliably do that, and that should help. I don't know why Cone just didn't affect that mob. Okay, there we go. That's the Trogs I needed. So now I just need more Trog Stone Tooths. So I will just get a bunch here. And... I hate how fast that goes out. Like, I'm tapping Shimmer once, but I think because, like, I have an instinct to tap buttons, like, multiple times, when I press Shimmer, it just triggers it a second time, because it's just, like... Also, my RNG on Trog Stone Tooths right now is, not the best. Yeah, same with Fire Blast. For whatever reason, it's just double casting it really quickly. Ice Nova is pretty good. Pretty good damage. Doesn't look like good damage at all. 33 frost damage. But, I mean, yeah, it is good for rooting, I would imagine. Unless you mean Cone of Cold, which even then isn't great damage. Yeah, the AoE around you. Show tooltip. Okay, thank you. I'll copy-paste that. I wasn't gonna make the macro myself, but fucking hell. Copy-pasting things from YouTube chat is a little bit shank. I guess it doesn't really matter as long as I have show tooltip, cast at cursor. And I don't know if you need it on separate lines. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that should help. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I know for it being one line. Did I miss a quest? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't get the other quest. I thought I clicked on that mob. Whatever. Mage will make you Giga Discipline like that because of the Fire Blast and Shimmer. You usually run Ice Flows. Yeah, I've been told Ice Flows is nice, but I don't have enough experience with Mage to reliably use it. It's one of those things where if I played Mage enough to be familiar with using Ice Flows, I probably would use it, but at this point, I don't really think I'd be able to take advantage of it, so I'm just sticking to Shimmer for now. Yeah, there we go. Did it again. Fuck me. Wish I could not do that. I'll try to just be, like, very lighter and more deliberate with my key presses. Okay. Yeah, this is, like, solid. Scorch is below 33% when it does bonus damage, right? Yeah, so that mob was barely out of range of it. Alright. Hmm. Oh, I completely whiffed that. Still need to get used to this at cursor macro. There we go. I completely forgot that I just started using the cursor macro, so I completely whiffed my first flame strike there, but down. Yeah, you know what? This is not bad at all. It's like I'm finding that the way to make the best of this, it's a little bit different than standard leveling where you just like chain pull everything. You kind of just need to like, yeah, instead of just doing one gigantic pull and nuking everything within cooldowns, it's like I'm kind of just going from mob to mob, doing like instant cast. It's a lot like Hunter, yeah. Well, depends. Because I wouldn't say that's a lot like Hunter. I don't really, like, it's been a while since I played BM, but like on BM, even then, you did large pulls with Beast Cleave. But MM definitely doesn't play like that. MM plays like pretty traditionally where you play around volley and trick shots and just nuke everything down. Survival, same thing. You play around Wildfire Bomb and just group everything up and then blow it up with Wildfire Bombs. But this is definitely different, but it's not bad. It took you a long time to get used to it. Yeah. It's an interesting playstyle for sure. It's so nice in Raid, never having to worry about mechanics. Yeah, I'd imagine. Ice Flows is one of those things where you'd prefer it if you're more experienced, but Shimmer is not a lot worse by any means. Yeah. Would you be interested in trying a macro that delays your next Shimmer cast by 1 second? I feel like I'd rather just get used to the presses. Because, like, there, I didn't do that. I did that correctly. Because now that I'm, like, getting a feel for it. So I'd rather just, you know, figure it out. And make sure that I can, like, get it right. I appreciate it, though. Like, I don't want to handicap myself or anything. I want to do it the right way, you know? Just one more in here. And then this should be all the quests. Great if you're preferring to do it that way. It's better for the times you want to be able to double Shimmer anyway, yeah. You primarily play PvP, and having Blink on a lower CD is a godsend. Thank you. That guy teleports. I didn't realize that. Okay, that was crazy burst damage. I'm not. Okay, I'm not gonna eat that right now. Thank you, though. Close my door, please. Yeah, no, I appreciate the suggestion, Naomi, regardless. Yeah, okay, so for this. Yeah, it's interesting that Pyroblast itself counts as a critical strike, right? So I'm effectively chain pulling where I basically, once I get like an initial Pyroblast going, close my door myself apparently. It's annoying. Second. Okay. Oh, and it faded. Fuck. Yeah, so once I get a Pyroblast going, I can chain that pretty easily into the next pull. Pyroblast and Fireball are guaranteed on fresh mobs with Firestarter, so it can be better to hardcast Pyroblast on a new mob. What? I didn't think I hit, Did not think I hit, Flame Strike there, but apparently I did. And I don't really think that would be worth it. Like, unless Fire Blast or Fireball, maybe. Just because it's like a short cast time. But considering you get like enough crits from other sources that you can reliably proc it, like that. I just tab targeted the Ram. Yeah. Like here, I can just do Fire Blast, Pyroblast, and then Scorch, guaranteed crit, another guaranteed crit, and then I'll do Phoenix Flames, Pyroblast. Oh, I forgot, I need to loot these mobs. Crap. On a higher HP mob, yeah. I mean, I did a few Fire Blasts, or Fireballs, because that's like, what, 1.8 second cast time compared to like... I guess, honestly, Pyroblast isn't too much longer, but still, there's enough ways, from what I can tell right now, to get guaranteed critical strikes that it doesn't seem too slow to just do that. Where the difference of the damage is needed? Yeah. I could see that for sure. Alright, I'll Scorch here, Pyroblast here, Scorch. Okay, the spiders I just need to kill. The bears I need to actually loot. Okay, let me Scorch this guy, get one crit there. Pyroblast, Scorch again. Yeah, I kind of like this, honestly. I wish that the mobility was a little bit higher, but it's not terrible. But the fact that you just kind of keep moving and you kind of chain your abilities into the next pull, it's not Arcane Mage for sure. It's not like just round up the world and cleave it down with Arcane Barrage and Arcane Explosion. But it's still not bad. Also, there's a rare mob over there, so... I'm gonna use a shield because these guys are definitely going to... But that was like solid fucking burst. I hit that by accident again. I think one of the only issues is Pyroblast is sometimes a little bit overkill. So it's not like always the best thing ever. But yeah, that was like kind of a one tap. I can Scorch here. What is giving me the speed increase? Is that Scorch critical strikes? No, something is giving me a speed increase, which is really nice. Having like a perma speed boost. Scorch here. Jesus Christ. This is kind of good. I don't remember fire being this good for leveling. I'm guessing that this is, like, new to the Dragonflight changes. Wonder if it's hot streak? Possibly. When you can get the full rotation. Like, so what I'm curious about now is, this is very clearly very, very fucking good. There is no doubt about that. What I'm wondering is how early can you get this online? Because obviously Arcane gets its entire kit, like, super early, which is one of its main strengths. It's like, you get, like, almost everything by, like, level 20 or something. So how early can Fire get this going? I would imagine it requires a decent amount of the support talents to really kick it into high gear. Scorch crits that give 30% move speed? Interesting. Yeah, so chaining Scorch on, like, low health mobs to just go into the next pack, that actually feels like very strong mobility. That is, like, really, really nice. Talented... Yeah, I know I talented into the Scorch crits. I just wasn't sure if it was just that or if there was something else. What else do I want? I guess, honestly, Intensifying Flame isn't terrible. But, like, I almost don't want my Ignite to be good, because I want to rely on Scorch to finish mobs off. So I'd rather take Feel the Burn and Fire Mind here. Yeah. And then Energize Barriers for single target stuff. That's kind of the awkward part. It's not that great until you can get guaranteed crits on Phoenix for truly chain pulling. Yeah, I'm noticing that I'm heavily reliant on basically chaining both Phoenix Flames and Fire Blast, just kind of bouncing between the two of them to get, like, you know, consistent chain pulling. And that's working out really well, but I don't know exactly what level you get all of that stuff online with. So we have Grizzlack here. But yeah, that feels really fucking strong. But, you know, we have multiple charges of... Did I not? Oh, fuck. Well, good thing I noticed before I just kept mindlessly killing mobs. So I need to do this quest first, and then I get the quest to kill these guys. I always forget the order on these quests. Alright. So let's see, how quickly can I kill this mob? So we can do Scorch, that... Pyroblast again, and then I can Scorch this guy. Okay. Yeah, that's really solid burst. It's interesting because it's a very different playstyle than Arcane. I don't know if I would say it's better than Arcane, but it's like... It honestly feels at this point on par with Arcane. In terms of how quickly I'm able to kill these things. 35, you have 3 charges of Fire Blast at the very least. Yeah. I feel like, honestly, that's probably all you really need to get it to this power level. But, like, this kill speed is fucking ridiculous. The only one minor downside that I've noticed so far, and admittedly it is a very small downside, is the fact that your playstyle kind of relies on just constantly kiting, constantly chaining into different mobs. And it's like, you're pulling one mob at a time, but you're killing each mob in like a few hits. So instead of doing AoE, you just chain pull mob by mob and one-shot each one of them. It's very unique. But the issue with that compared to, like, gigantic AoE pulling is, like you saw earlier, I had to, like, run around and loot all of the gnolls and bears after the fact, whereas Arcane will tag a bunch of stuff, round it up, and then just burst it down in one place, and then you loot everything. I mean, that's how a lot of stuff plays, right? You tag it from range, like Guardian Druid, right? Tag a bunch of things with Moonfire, get them rounded up, and then you just thrash, kill them, loot them, move on. So the only downside to this is it kind of requires you to constantly be running. And like I said, minor downside, but, you know, still somewhat notable. So whenever you have to stop and loot an enemy, which, I mean, you have to do enough times, I think, while leveling, that it kind of matters. That's a bit slow. But like this quest, you don't. So it's very nice. It's also kind of hectic trying to play this. So let me do Shifting Power here. Yeah, Shifting Power is also good burst, but, you know, what else is new? Yeah, because you do kind of need to rely on, like, in tight corridors like this, it's a little bit harder. And that guy died before I could get my second crit. Oh, come on. Oh, he moved out of range of Scorch. Okay. Yeah, that is, that's kind of ludicrous damage. I think, honestly, one of the main reasons this is even possible, though, is these PvP talents. Like, Glass Cannon is just fucking stupid. Like, increasing Scorch damage by that much is so broken. That is just such a massive modifier. That, like... Oh, I forgot to actually loot the mob. Whoops. Let me just quickly... There we go. Yeah, it's... Like, the PvP talents are so massive that I think that is one of the reasons why this works. Also, like, Flame Cannon... When I'm, like, soloing those mobs out earlier, I didn't check, but I would imagine that because I'm just kind of chilling from a distance, I had, like, max Flame Cannon stacks, and I would imagine that goes a long way towards increasing my damage done. So you have all of these just, like, bonkers modifiers making your damage just ridiculously high. Very interesting. With a new Ice Block talent that makes it not Ice Block, but... Oh, I must have missed a message there. Okay, let me go back here. Okay. Fire Mage is insanely fun. You also play Arcane for Raid, and Flex Fire if you're in a Dance Dance Revolution mood. If you want to get a little wild with it, you can spend your hot streak to start a second mob before killing a first. Yeah. That's what I've been doing in a lot of cases. I didn't realize... Like, I noticed that sometimes my Pyroblast was, like, critting consistently, and sometimes it wasn't. That makes sense, because if I use my hot streaked Pyroblast on a new mob, it's at max health, so it gets a guaranteed crit. Yeah, good point there. I'm going to try to do that more consistently. But whenever I actually did that, it felt really, really, really strong. Okay, so I can do the Murloc stuff. Fire is definitely a tab target killer, yeah. With the Mage rework, can't you Mega Pull and just Flame Strike, since now it gives you a charge of Hot Streak? I mean, you could, but most of my damage hasn't really come from Flame Strike, honestly. Yeah, and also, that's another thing. Fire can't really survive, Fire can't survive, like, large pulls, like somebody else said. Fuck, I did not mean to do that. I keep accidentally hitting, There we go. That time I did mean to hit. My thing. Oh, yeah, fuck, I forgot. I need Murloc scent glands for this quest. So I actually need to loot the Murlocs. So this is kind of another issue. I'm forced to constantly kite, but, you know, I have to go back and loot the actual Murlocs that I killed. So that's a little bit of a time loss, but not very big. Glass Cannon is mandatory as hell? Yeah. Your duo is insanely sketched when you want to queue Fire? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't going to get that Scorch cast off. Okay, still need one more. Not had the best luck with this. Let's see. Glass Cannon is one of the most Fire Mage things ever. Wait, I didn't get a Murloc scent gland off either of those? Fuck. Okay, I'm going to open with a Fireball to get my Hot Streak going. And then, yeah, Pyroblast just finishes that off. Jesus, tab targeting was really failing me there. Okay. 2 Crocjaws. I didn't see the Murloc rare up. It has a really long patrol range, so it might have just, like, been really far down. I'm going to have to go back and check for that in a little bit. Also going to Frost Nova here. Flame Strike that. Flame Strike again. And I'll just do Shifting Power here. Okay. Hopefully the Crocodile rare is up. No Gosh Haldir. Unfortunate. Fuck that up. One more Crocjaw. Hopefully this is it. It is. Nice. Alright. You need a weak aura whenever you're on those quests that says loot dumbass? Yeah. Pops up big katakana like in a manga that says loot bak. What is a katakana? I am not weeb enough to understand that word, unfortunately. Is that like when they have those like big inflated like text, like, you know, whenever in JoJo's they have like the menacing text, that kind of thing? Oh, that's nice. Extra quest button allowing you to immediately open the bag actually really helps there. The hardest talent for you to get used to since Mage rework is Displacement, given its new spot in the tree. You didn't use it much in PvP, but it's an easy grab. Yeah, I haven't taken that one. I haven't really found a reason. Honestly, at this point, I barely need, Did I... Okay, somebody must have tagged the mob just before I got here, I guess. Also, extra quest button, having the Clever Plant Disguise Kit being the default thing here is kind of shit. There we go. I don't know why it was not working there. Alright. Been watching your runs for a while now. First time seeing me live. Awesome. Glad you like the videos and speedruns. Aaron Walsh, good to see you. Fire Mage isn't efficient. It probably isn't even particularly fast, but goddamn if it isn't fun. I mean, honestly, this is fairly fast. Like, I'm saying, like, when I said that that was like a downside to Fire Mage, keep in mind, that's a very minor downside. That definitely doesn't make Fire Mage, like, bad. Where did I miss? Do I have to go here to turn in these quests at this point? I always forget. Oh no, it's I talk to this dude. Yeah. This is where I go across the zone. Like, the looting mobs thing is the... I'm saying I think that might make it slightly worse than Arcane, but, like, we're talking very marginally. This is, like, on the upper bound of kill speed. This is very, very, very good. Compared to a lot of specs I've leveled, this is, like, very above average, very good. Infinitely better than I thought it was. Because I remember back in the day, Fire Mage used to be very turrety while leveling. I don't know if I was just always playing it wrong, but, like, I don't think so. I think it's just that with the way that the new talent system works out, Fire Mage just has, like, ridiculously good, like, mobile burst stuff. And, yeah, that's just really fucking nice. It doesn't feel like this is how Fire Mage used to play. Oh my god, I can't click this. Jesus Christ. And the problem is, I'm kind of on a clock here, because this mob's going to despawn if I don't get back fast enough. The quest failed? Oh, fuck off. I hate that it does that shit. Oh, this quest sucks so much. There we go. Okay, I barely managed to pick it up in time. Fuck. I hate when I'm, like, trying to get a guaranteed Scorch proc to get another Pyroblast, and the mob just dies before I even get a chance. It's funny how Shifting Power does a decent chunk of damage at low levels, yet later on it can be more worth it to not hit anything with it and just use it for the CDR. Yeah. for sure. I've heard that before. That's the main reason I wasn't entirely sure if I should even use it. Did I not? What the fuck? I just did the quest to protect the shit. How did I not get credit for that, man? What the fuck? There we go. Why did it not give me credit before? Man, this quest is like one of the buggiest quests on my route. I've had so many random issues with it just not working. Katakana is one of the 3 Japanese writing systems. I see. You generally use shifting power to get your combust back. Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I haven't even really needed to use combustion. Like, where in this rotation, at this point, do I need to use combustion? It's just, like, not even necessary. Which, like, honestly is a good thing, right? Because the fact that I haven't even had to press one of my major cooldowns is, I guess, a good, indicator of just how strong it generally is overall. Did I loot those mobs before? Shit, I may have forgotten. No, I looted them. Okay. Fuck. Yeah, the mobs keep dying before I can finish my burst window. Yeah, I'll just use shifting power here. Can I? No. Definitely can't finish that off. I'm even going to use a healing potion. Yeah, this is where... I wouldn't say fire is struggling here, but if I didn't have enough damage to kill the mobs within that window, that would definitely be rough. But, I mean, I did, so I guess it's not really that much of a downside. But I feel like you kind of... Once you run out of gas and you have to hard cast stuff, that's where things become sketchy. Luckily, I haven't really hit that point yet. But I can definitely see if it happens, that would not be ideal. It's really fun mathing out rotation and burst windows with it. Yeah. Okay, I can switch to Shadowlands consumables now. Phantom Fire as well. Swap that there. Oh, that's not a quest, that's a flight path. Have I thought about making an Azeroth Autopilot import route? Azeroth Autopilot doesn't work like that. I'm working on my own add-on, but Azeroth Autopilot is not something you can import into. So, yeah. To answer that, no, because it isn't something you can do. What quest do I want to do first? I'll probably do this quest first. Are there any other golden eagles? There's that one over there. Only 3 feathers. Okay, 2, and we'll see. 2 more over here, so that should be good. That didn't drop an eagle feather? Are you kidding me? Alright. There we go. Rogue's waiting for a worse spec class combo to come along in a Haraldin stream. At this rate, I don't think it's going to happen. Because a lot of the specs that I haven't tested yet, I know for a fact are better than rogues. So, yeah. I don't really think we're going to hit a point where we find that, oh wow, this spec is magically worse, unless you count Blood Decay. But yeah. Where is... No. You have to kill the mobs that spawn... Why is that stupid, YouTube thing going down to the bottom? Yeah. I know, that quest just unfortunately, whatever reason, failed, is what I was more referring to. I didn't realize that it didn't give me credit for those immediate mobs, which is just unfortunate. I would say, honestly, if you only have Shadowlands, I wouldn't even recommend playing WoW. That's not a joke. I mean, it's partially a joke. Shadowlands obviously isn't good. World of Warcraft is, unfortunately, at least in the modern version of it, it's not the type of game that you can realistically play with, like, an older expansion. I mean, you can, but, like, the game is fundamentally not designed to be played with older versions. You're just not really going to get anything out of it. So I would say, like, if you have an old version of the game, maybe if you want to see if it's worth playing, watch videos about it or something, but, like, I don't know. If you're not playing the latest patch, there's really not a whole lot to World of Warcraft, to be completely real. At least that's my take. Maybe some people disagree, but I think that's a fairly standard opinion and not really controversial. That's just the unfortunate reality of World of Warcraft. Just reading somebody asking questions about, like, what can I do if I only have Shadowlands? Really not much, unfortunately. Maybe I didn't read that correctly, though. I don't know. I'm skimming because I'm trying to get caught up. Combust can be good for AoE to ensure your Flame Strike carries over your Hot Streak. Do I think Fire would be better off using defensive consumables? No, not really. I don't really think that would be worth doing. I mean, I have healing potions, I should note, right? So it's not like I don't have any way to keep myself alive. But especially large pulls like this is a little bit tricky. I can rely on shifting power here. I will say, this is a hard spec to read chat while playing. You know, Guardian Druid, a lot of times I can round shit up and then, like, at least glance at chat while pressing Thrash. Here, there's, like, a lot of stuff I need to pay attention to even within a pull. So I'm finding it difficult to, like, really keep up with messages and stuff. It's kind of fun, though. Okay, I need a few more wasps. Alright, that was very fast. Wow. It's like, it's really stressful. I kind of enjoy this playstyle because it's like very fucking powerful, but way more stressful than like normal specs that I level, to the point where I actually need to focus. Maybe it's just because I'm not as experienced with the spec, but I kind of like that aspect of it. It makes me feel like, you know, my attention to making sure I like pyroblast new targets and carry over hot streaks is actually paying off, which I kind of enjoy. But yeah, so far I'm actually quite enjoying this. Okay, this is the quest where I kill bobcats. Yeah. Okay, now I need 5 more. Let's see. I would also imagine Lord Kondar is probably still up somewhere. I just haven't found him. Lord Kondar has like a really long patrol path. And I haven't seen him yet, but doesn't necessarily mean he's not here. Let me quickly scan around where you can patrol, because I haven't passed him yet. But, like, if Shanda the Spinner was up, there's at least good odds that Lord Kondar's here, and I just haven't seen him. I don't know, I'm not seeing that rare. I'll check in the cave and just do this stuff. Maybe Optimo is up. I'm going to try to get a Scorch cast here. Scorch cast here. Nice, Optimo is up. I don't need to loot these mobs. Yeah, I don't. Okay. We're fine then. Need to make sure I keep my shield up, because my health is very, very low, and it's a bit scary. Oh, that mob leashed. Alright, nice. I'm just gonna fire starter that mob. I don't really need to kill it. I think my ignite finished it off. Nice. Okay. I'll fly by where Lord Kondar patrols on my way back to the, what is the lodge area called again? I always forget. And then I'm gonna do Old Sooty first, and then turn in all these quests, and then it'll send me out to that gnome by the lake. Shit. I queued that, ability too fast. There's a chest that spawns in here, though it is not up. It's super engaging and is fun to pull off. Yeah, this is definitely a really engaging playstyle for sure. I wish it wasn't like it's one of those things where I could see myself having a lot of fun with this. I just wish I could focus a bit more on stream chat, right? It's like not the best thing to play on stream, but it is at least fun. I'm having trouble. There's an entire conversation going on about farming gold and stuff like that, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to scroll up all the way to see the start of that. So I hope Naomi's giving good advice there. I would imagine, so. You don't get Yetimus or any dungeon bosses to really test it, but the single target is insanely fun if they survive one run of your pyros. You get a full combust rotation in. Yeah. I would imagine Yetimus might be a bit tricky for me, just to... If I didn't manage to have something live past my burst window, I'd probably panic a little bit. But I'm sure Fire can manage that when you actually know what you're doing. Okay, well, the rare mob is not up, unfortunately. But yes, Fire's single target burst, like, that is ludicrous damage for one target. That is really fucking good. Okay, so these quests, I think I'll probably get to, like, I'm spitballing here, level 56, 57 by the end of lock mode on, turning all this stuff in. But I don't think I'm going to get all the way there. I'm also going to spend the rest of my points real quick. Spend that. Wow. I like the idea of Pyromaniac. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. What did I say I was gonna do? Reduplication, Blast Wave. Definitely want to go for Temporal Warp. That's the only really good thing. So Flow of Time times 2. Accumulative Shielding. Put that on, I guess, Shift Q. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely directly behind somebody, because all of these mobs are just cleared out completely. I've been wondering why at a random point I ended up, like, having to wait a while on mob respawns, and I think somebody at a certain point was, like, right ahead of me, and that's what's been happening here. I don't need to loot these guys, right? No, I just need to kill them and then open up the things in the ground. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there's the person that I've fallen directly behind, and they're taking all my tags, gosh darn it. It's also, it was hard to find these Elementium spikes. Alright, I technically don't even really need to Fireball here. Because, like, at the end of the day, it's, I'm gonna, like, not really run out of charges fighting these mobs of either Fire Blast or Phoenix Fury by the time I need to use it again. Alright, then I have to go into the cave and kill that one mob. What am I thinking for my own add-on? I don't know what you mean exactly. Like, what am I thinking about having it do? I mean, at a basic level, all the same functionality that you would expect from any other leveling add-on, right? An arrow that points you in the right direction, like information on, like, exact steps within the quest, stuff like that. You know, basic things, right? So nothing, like, revolutionary, I would say. But, I mean, I have a lot of other ideas for things that I can add on to it, which, I don't know, like, one thing that I would like to include that I mentioned before is, like, some sort of challenge run format on top of that. Little fun things. I can recommend talent builds, but that's, like, more of a, like, later on type deal. I don't know, there's a lot of cool ideas I have, but before I implement any of the cool ideas, the main thing I'd want to do is just get a functional working add-on that, gives you information about the quests and stuff. That's really the only thing that's super important, I would say. Okay, now we get like a little bit of a RP flight where I can maybe try and catch up and see what is going on in chat. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to follow all the gold stuff. Scrappa said, "Hey bud, what's next after Lock Mode On? Coming to the end now." I started in Lock Mode On because this was just a run that started at level 40. But after Lock Mode On, I don't know, I'll probably do just like Eastvale Locking Camp and some basic stuff in that area, like Red Ridge, Duskwood. Just because I can't do WoD in this character because this is one of my old characters from WoD and Legion. So I've already done like all of the garrison setup stuff, so it's not really available to me. Is Fire Mage still pretty awful in Dragonflight? I don't think Fire Mage is pretty awful at all. No. Fire Mage is not. Especially wording it like that, is it still pretty awful? It has not been pretty awful, so I don't know why you'd say it's still pretty awful. Or are you saying compared to other expansions? In which case, Fire Mage has historically been very good. So, Fire Mage is still very good. It is definitely not still very awful. It is a good spec. And I'm not even like a big Fire Mage fan. I know for a fact that over history it has been very nice. Sure, I'll take Wildfire. At this point, my talent points really don't matter. I'm killing everything regardless. Yeah, so at this point, I have... That's enough to get me almost to 56. Oh, yeah, we're very close. So I'm going to head to Stormwind, and then from Stormwind, I'm going to head down to Elwyn Forest and do the quests there. Raw gold is kind of terrible. Find a good, reliable farm for other items. Was that like the TLDR of the whole gold farming discussion? Yeah, raw gold historically is like, I don't know, from what I'm aware of, not always been the best way to make money, right? There's already enough raw gold in the system, unless you talk about specific instances like farming raw gold through garrisons or something like that obviously was very good, but that's not always something that has been available. Takes research and such, more info that you can give in a stream chat. Yeah. I think there's also a few rare mobs in Elwyn Forest that maybe I could snipe on my way to Goldshire. It's usually not worth killing these normally because you don't have fast flying when you're in Elwyn Forest. Okay, that rare's dead. Talking about gold, Harlden, where we can send you gold donations for your speedruns. Is this the quest I need? Westbrook Garrison needs help. Where? There's supposed to be a quest from Remy 2 times that, have I already partially completed this quest line on my mage way back when? Huh. That is interesting. Temporal warp is why you love shifting power so much? Oh, yeah. The double lust, for sure. Haven't tried it since rework. It seems a lot better than it used to be, but not an S tier spec. I mean, honestly, there is no way anything other than Windwalker and Guardian Druid enters S tier. Yeah, apparently I have already done some of these quests. Fuck me, when did I do... It must have been back in whatever fucking WoD was. Please tell me I didn't do Duskwood, too. Okay, it looks like I haven't done the Duskwood quests on this character, so... I guess I'll do that. I'll also check for rares while I'm here. Might as well. But that's unfortunate. Eastvale's pretty good. Had no idea I actually did those quests way back when. I'll check at least this rare to see if it's up. Otherwise, I'm just going to head straight over to Duskwood and finish up there. Yep, all this stuff's down. Unfortunate. Wait! Ooh! We got a treasure chest. Fuck, this stuns you? That is something I was not expecting to find, just randomly flying around. Also, there's a rare that patrols along the shoreline. It doesn't seem to be up. Lupos is up. Since I'm probably not going to make it to the far end of Duskwood, I'm just going to quickly scan for the rares on this side, and then we'll loop back to Darkshire and do all the quests over there. A lot of time anomalies and simplicity, but for min-max, stuff with Time Warp is insane, yeah. Yeah, my main character at the moment is Lenara on Mal'Ganis. I mean, you can send me gold if you want, like, I won't say no, but like Naomi said, I don't necessarily need it. Like, it helps, for sure, but, like, I'm, generally speaking, able to afford speedruns out of my own pocket, right? Honestly, like I've said before, if you happen to have gold and you want to help with speedrunning anything, the thing that I do struggle to fund is, or working on it, is classic speedruns. So hey, if you want to send gold to Gilliana on Mancrick and Classic, that would actually be a massive help. But retail gold, I tend to be pretty fine on these days. I usually have enough ways to make it. Okay. I think that's, like, most of the rare mobs here. I can check. There's a few in this area that I'll quickly look for. Void Elves the only ones who can make sense for Shadow Priest lore theme-wise. I mean, I would say Void Elves fit really well for Shadow Priests. I don't know if I would say they're the only ones that make sense for it. But they do fit very well for Shadow Priests in terms of, like, the aesthetic. With the guild swapping, I don't know if the same server... Yeah, my main is on Mal'Ganis. At the moment, right? Right, at least, hopefully, for the foreseeable future. That is at least the plan. Yes, yeah, Naomi, that's correct spelling. Thank you. You're leveling a Mechanome Shadow Priest. Yuck, Mechanome. Shadow Priests are cool, though. It's just like, you know, Shadow Priests are really cool. Why would you want to ruin it by putting it on a Mechanome? Yuck, yuck, yuck. There's so many better options. There should be a rare in this area. It looks like most of the rares in this zone are down. This one has a bit of a patrol range. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna head to Darkshire. Like, every single fucking rare is dead. We found that one chest and Lupos, and that is about it. You have to get all the Allied Race Heritage Armor? Fair. Fair enough. I could see for collectors that is an unfortunate sacrifice you need to make. Let me scroll up a little bit, though. Fire Mage... Well, when you say F Mage, that could be Frost or Fire. F Mage has been consistently great in Dragonflight. Even after the most recent nerf to all Mage specs, it's still solid. Yeah, Mages have been consistently always good. But Fire especially, I mean, has been strong for a while. Yeah. It was insane at the launch of 10.1.5. Yeah, exactly. It was, like, really fucking strong for a while there, which is why I was surprised they were saying, is it still bad? Like, what do you mean, is it still bad? It's crazy good. Have I already done a Frost run? I have not, no. Assuming you mean Frost Mage, right? I've done a Frost DK run. Frost Mage, the way that I handled it is before putting up the poll, so there was a poll a few days ago which, viewers decided what I did for this. Unholy DK won. Fire Mage came in second. So before I put stuff up on that poll, I put Unholy on there first, and I put Holy Priest on there because I want to try to do a full Holy Priest run at some point just to see how good it is. So those are options that I just decided on myself. And then I also put Elemental Shaman on there because it's the only Shaman spec I have yet to really test. But then I basically put up a poll in my Discord to allow people to choose which mage spec ended up being chosen. And same with Warlock. So Destruction Warlock was on that poll, but Destruction Warlock was the last place. It failed miserably at getting, any votes, so unfortunate for the Warlocks. But yeah, the goal is to eventually test all of them. So I have not done a Frost Mage run yet, but I know there's a few people who have expressed that they really want to see a Frost Mage run eventually. So, it'll happen. Okay, so I need to loot / bundle of letters. And then a bunch of wolves out here. You mentioned you've done Legion and WoD on this character, so you've probably done those early quests before. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember which quests I did way back when. It's hard to keep track of all that stuff. I thought I hadn't really done any of that, because keep in mind, right? Back in, Legion was weird for alt leveling, but back in WoD, dungeon spamming was actually the fastest way to level. By far. Quest XP was not tuned to be super great, especially considering how much you got from random dungeon queues. And the way that low-level dungeon scaling worked back in WoD is, you could just kind of one-shot effectively anything with, a full set of heirlooms. So, most of my characters back in WoD, I literally just did dungeon spam leveling, and it was just so much faster. Not so much the case these days, right? But, yeah, that's why I wasn't sure if I had actually done any of that. I'm just going to eat here because my bear tartar fell off, and this gives me a good chance to heal up while also waiting for that to refresh. Alt Army raw gold from garrisons was kind of insane. You can still get okay raw gold from farming dragon races, but it's not, with an Alt Army, but it's not as efficient, yeah. That's generally what I've heard. And I need to make sure I'm actually looting these spiders, because they drop... Actually, I need to loot both of them for Dusky Lumps. And, and the lean wolf steak, or whatever the fuck it is. Just gonna shifting power here. Phoenix Flames. Yeah, at this point, mage survivability, it's struggling a little bit. I think I need to be letting mobs hit me directly a little bit less. I completely whiffed with that. Also, making better use of my mirror images and stuff like that. So I need 3 more direwolves and more dusky lumps. And Jesus. Kind of shit RNG right now, but one more wolf, one more dusky lump. I think there's some spiders out here. Where the fuck are the spiders? It's just only direwolves. Okay, that doesn't fucking help me. You're leveling an Orc Shadow Priest. Do you think it's fun? Awesome. Where are the spiders? Oh my goodness, there's a spider. And then I need one more Direwolf. Dusky Lump? No. Fuck. Just gonna pull 2 just to hedge my bets. There we go. Okay. You've never seen the chest there, you know it exists, but you haven't ever encountered it yourself? Yeah. Every once in a while, I encounter a chest spawn where I'm like, huh. It makes sense that there's a chest here, but you never happen to run into it during your runs. It's always a fun feeling, discovering, like, a chest in a new location. Shadow Priests are really cool. Why would you ruin it by putting it on a Mechanome? Pretty sure you ruin any class/spec by putting it on a Mechanome. Big true. Yeah. Okay. Gonna head up there, pick up that quest. Oh, there's another quest here. New talent points. Yep. In terms of endgame meta, mages will always have a place. Definitely. I would say Arcane is, like, historically always been a good leveling spec, though. So Arcane has kind of always had a place for leveling, just because historically you've always had, you've always gotten Arcane Explosion fairly early, and it's always had, like, really good damage. So I can't remember the last time when Arcane wasn't good for leveling. Kind of forgot about Frosty K for a second. You need to do all the Legion Order Hall stuff on a bunch of classes. You've only earned the Warrior, Monk, and DH class mounts. Those are all very good ones, though, yeah. A ton have been asking for it. As an Altaholic, you really want to see it too. Heritage Weapons, you got Legion Artifacts, but that's still only for classes. Heritage Weapons. Oh, I see what you mean. So, like, stuff that, like, aesthetically fits the Heritage armor. They've kind of done that in some cases. Like, there's armor for, or weapons for Nightborn that match their Heritage armor, but it's from, like, Legion Time Walking, so it's, like, it's not really Heritage weapons, so I get your point, right? But they have done that in a few cases, so I don't think it's unreasonable that they might do it in the future. Alright. Yeah, this is like, I hate how I can't read chat while playing this fucking spec. It's just, the polls are too stressful. It's not bad, but it's very sketchy constantly. Okay, that rare mob's dead. I need to go turn in these quests before I continue, though. Heritage weapons would be nice just because so many Heritage armor sets don't have great matching weapons. Yeah, there's some, but I agree, it's not universally applied. Like, Blood Elf weapons, I think for sure, are ones that I wish that they had better Heritage armor weapon stuff like that. Wish you could get Mage Tower appearances and WoD challenge mode armor sets. Blizz needs to stop removing things from the game. I mean, to be fair, they've been better about that lately. And I think nowadays they tend to have an approach of, like, we don't want to hard remove stuff. It kind of makes sense why there's going to inherently be some stuff that stays exclusive. You know, and as somebody who missed out on a lot of Miss of Pandaria armor sets, I wish I could get them. But, you know, at the same time, there's a lot of, like, really cool appearances that I have because I did something hard when it was current, and yeah. I think that there's a certain argument for if they're going to re-add appearances to the game, I want to make sure that the way that they're obtained is, like, equivalent in difficulty to the way that you had to earn them before. So if there was, like, something locked behind challenge modes, I don't mind that still being obtainable, but it shouldn't be like you buy it off a vendor for 50 gold, right? That's the kind of shit that, like, I think would be nice if there was at least some prestige kept tied to that item. But at least give people some road towards earning it. I think that's fine. Fucking stressful spec to play. Oh. I think I blinked into that little wheelbarrow and it didn't move me at all. Unfortunate. What do I still need? I need one more skeletal warrior. Yep. I think I can do this quest now. I'm pretty sure. I know there's one that sends me to the mine very close by, so maybe, like, if I didn't have flying, it wouldn't be worth it. Where I somehow missed the door. There we go. That was spooky. I just saw the fucking mob running for me. I'm just gonna shifting power in the middle of these guys. Yeah, I just need to kill 5 Shadow Weavers. One more Shadow Weaver. Holy hell, yeah, that's a really good burst. While I fly back, I can read a few messages. How would they FOMO the player base then? Yeah. Biggest hurdle with heritage weapons would be you would need to make it for each class that a race could be. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I agree that the most egregious case of them doing, like, FOMO shit is Garrosh heirlooms. Garrosh heirlooms being limited time only is fucking garbage. So I really hope that the leaks, or it's not leaks, it's like speculation, based on data mining, that Garrosh heirlooms are coming back is true, because that would be very, very nice. Your monk mechanome named Gnome Yada with Zen Yada inspired transmog. I think that is fine, because it's a reference to something that isn't a mechanome. So that's at least a creative use of an otherwise ugly race. You love your demo lock mecha. It's Biss. Ugh. Arcane certainly isn't a good leveling spec in Wrath. I mean, I don't know about Wrath, right? I'm saying for retail. Which, like, when I say retail WoW, I mean, like, the last few expansions. Ever since WoD, Arcane has been a good leveling spec. How about that? That is something that I can say with 100% certainty. And somebody else is saying Arcane didn't come online until Kata. Gotcha. Well, there you go, then. Got your friend to start playing WoW and was showing him your Amani Warbearer. When I told him he could never get it, he quit. I mean, that's a bit of an extreme and silly reaction, to be honest. I mean, there's... Like, I started playing Guild Wars 2 fairly late. There's a lot of content that just isn't even in the game anymore. And does that suck? Yeah. Did I quit Guild Wars 2 immediately because I couldn't get all of the content in the game? No. And quite honestly, I think that's a bit of a selfish mindset to have, right? I do think it sucks, right? Don't get me wrong. I wish that all content was still available, but saying he quit the game because he couldn't get this fancy mount that I have, despite him being a brand new player that has no other mounts on his account, and if we're being completely honest, the Amani Warbear isn't even really that cool. It's like, it's a neat mount, I guess, but like, on the scale of, you know, cool mounts, Amani Warbear is like, not up there. It's, pretty basic. This is the quest item I need. Right, I need 2 more Vile things. Might be able to still get it one day with the trading post. Yeah, possibly. I mean, either way, though, I don't really think it's something to quit the game over. I turn in these 2 quests. Would love a 2-handed heritage wep for High Mountain Tauren if it was just a giant totem like the back piece, yeah. Issue with a lot of the items that fit heritage armor of non-allied races is that they're old as fuck and look like they were made for the GameCube compared to new textures. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is where I turn in that quest. Oh, I have to go inside this building, right. Do I need to turn in anything to Abercrombie? No, the next quest is, yeah, that one. You're having fun with Balance Druid? Yeah, Balance Druid's fun. They did add recolors, yeah. I assume Naomi's probably explaining that. But... yeah, I know for the Miss of Pandaria sets, they added recolors back in, like, the, Legion Order Hall. What about T3? Yeah, T3 should definitely stay insanely expensive. Yeah. Failing Blink is so embarrassing, yeah. What do I do with all my alts? Kind of depends. Anything that required some level of skill to obtain, more than just basic difficulty, dungeon, and RNG drop should be exclusive. Yeah, that's fair. Is the Mechanome hate just for appearance? Yeah, I mean, the Mechanome hate, like I've said before, it's just a meme. You know, I don't, like, hate people who play Mechanomes, right? I don't really care. It's more so that people keep trying to get me to play a Mechanome, and I don't want to play a Mechanome. So, I hate on Mechanomes, but, like, I mean, it's, like, mostly just for fun. Alright. There we go. 1 level left to go. Okay, we head up there. Sure. Hello, Chepe Flores. Good to see you. I really hope Garrosh Looms come back. It was ahead of the curve, which was somewhat challenging. Yeah, I mean, but... I don't know. It was also stupid RNG bullshit. Like, I got ahead of the curve Garrosh, but, like, you know, I still only got the 1 weapon. Like, I killed Garrosh multiple times on Heroic, and I still only got my 1 2-handed axe. I wasn't, like, farming him religiously, because I didn't really want to at the time. And it wasn't like back in the end of Miss of Pandaria, I was thinking to myself, like, hey, you should really farm these Garrosh heirlooms so when you start speedrunning this game in, like, you know, however many years, you have them available. Like, that wasn't really on my mind. So I never did that, and just kind of sucks that, I missed out on it. Like, I'm fine with, the Corcoran Werewolf, which was the AOTC mount, staying exclusive, sure. That was for AOTC. But the Garrosh heirlooms being, like, something that you had to repeatedly farm nonstop and then they go away, like, it's fucking stupid. That should never have really been a thing. And the fact that it's taken them this long to actually address it, hopefully, just kind of annoyed me. Alright, this should be one of the last quests I need to do, or the last sets of quests. I drop mirror images here. Oh, that was spooky. I also forgot to refresh Arcane Intellect. I'm just gonna use some of my limited mage utility to invis past all of these guys. And whack him with my staff. There we go. Ooh, temporal anomaly. There we go. Fuck, I fucked that up. I tried to do the flick cast with my Scorch, but it didn't quite work out. Whew. We're almost done, and then I can finish reading chat. Their racials were bis for some specs. Yeah, they're a bit of a meme, though. You're a crafting tool. You become a crafting tool or table for every profession is like, huh. Quitting a game because you can't get an old mount is a bit extreme, yeah. You don't mind transmogs and mounts being unavailable for some people? You're glad they unblocked the allied races? Absolutely, yeah. That was definitely... Allied races, or stuff like that, anything that's like a core game feature has no business being restricted like that. I agree completely. Which is one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of, Garrosh heirlooms being restricted. Oh, right. This quest, I don't kill things, I have to hit the Forlorn Spirits. Means I probably didn't need to pull that extra mob. Like, instinctively, I was thinking I need to carry over my hot streak, but, like, it doesn't matter if I don't even want to fight that guy. Oh well. Fucking hell. Think I reached it? Yeah, I got that guy in time. I need to make sure I don't kill this mob. Come on. The problem is, if I pyroblast it, I'm just gonna fucking kill it. What is the health range? There we go. Jesus. It must be below 25%? Okay. You hope Blizzard doesn't see quantum items as a way to introduce loot boxes for random appearances in the game shop? That would be toxic. I hope not. I mean, the fact that they're giving us quantum items is like a free alternative, though, like, I feel like if they were gonna do that, then quantum items would kind of, you know, defeat the purpose, because then it would give people a free alternative to buying shit in the cash shop, so... I don't think they do that, but who knows? You know, it is Blizzard after all. Example of something they should not add back to the challenge mode stuff from WoD/MoP, Ashen Phoenix, yeah. Unlocking allied races was amazing. It meant you had to level another 4 races to max, though, due to the perfectionist in you, yeah. It'd be like bringing back Cutting Edge, yeah. Even after the restrictions, some of those intro quests to unlock them take forever, definitely. When did I start playing WoW? Back in vanilla, when I was 5 years old. So I've been playing WoW pretty much for as long as I can remember. Okay, there's a few more quests here. Honestly, turning in those last 2 quests over on the other side of Duskwood is probably just gonna get me completion, so I'm just gonna fly and do that. Volpera was long because you didn't read the hunting quest and didn't realize you can make the mobs bigger for more drops to them. It's been so long since I've done the Volpera unlock quest, I don't even remember what it does. Random question, but what do you think is the first class that comes to mind when you think of each race, or vice versa? Each race that comes to mind when you think of each class. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do each race. Maybe I can remind me and I'll try to answer that after I hit max level. Easier to do on the character creation screen where I can just run through it. That was close. I assume that was the big pull I did with the ogres. Yeah, that was actually a really fun pull, though. That felt really rewarding to pull off. Whack them with my staff. This isn't classic. Yeah. Definitely. Chromie time unlock will go down as history in history as one of the best changes, for sure. It's just a shame that they made sure that worked properly and didn't actually check to make sure the other shit was working properly. I don't know why. They just stopped there. Didn't double check. Didn't affect me at all, but you can't imagine the poor souls dealing with Force BFA. Yeah, Force BFA is like one of the dumbest fucking decisions they've ever made. I do not understand how they thought that was good. Are you fucking joking? Okay, well... Alright. Oh, and somebody killed all these fucking mobs. Man. I need to kill one mob and the entire subzone has been fucking cleared out. You're joking. Okay, maybe I need to kill 2 mobs. All the mobs here are dead too? Okay, fuck it. You know what? I'm heading back into Elwyn Forest, and I'm fighting shit to kill. How is everything across the entire fucking zone dead? Oh. I could just kill these Murlocs, but you know what? I'm gonna check for Terrapis. Because Terrapis patrols all the way down this coastline. There's a good chance he's up. Yep, there we go. Game knowledge at work. There we go. And once again, quests aren't scaling. Blizzard fix, please. Alright. Oh yeah, so I should give an overall summary. Yeah, so Fire Mage is definitely up there with Shadow Priest in terms of impressing me with how good it actually is compared to what I thought. This was like really fucking fast. This was good. This was straight up just a good leveling experience. Now, I will say, this is one of the hardest specs I've had leveling. I had to, like, really pay attention. Like, you saw that pull with the ogres earlier. I almost died, like, twice. But at the same time, I was able to do a gigantic pull and burst it all down. It was fun. Yeah, this was actually a blast to play. But goddamn was it stressful. So definitely do not recommend that for new players. Figuring out, like, the hot streak stuff and being able to kite effectively without, like Arcane is really easy to kite with because it naturally slows down all the enemies and gives you passive speed increases. So you can do your entire damage very, very easily. I think like from whenever you get hot streak stuff online, so I think somebody said level 35, I think it was Shellstorm that said level 35 onward, you can start getting this rotation down. So from that point on, I think honestly Fire might be on par with Arcane Mage in terms of leveling speed. That felt really, really, really fucking good. The only thing is at low levels, you're not going to be able to do this as reliably as just spamming Arcane Explosion and Arcane Barrage, which Arcane Mage can do. So it probably will take a little bit for Fire to really get there, which is why I still wouldn't recommend it at low levels. But if you want to play like Arcane until you get to level 30 and then transition into Fire, and you're comfortable with it and feel really confident with it, absolutely this seems like a really good replacement for Arcane for leveling. This has been fantastic, extremely strong. So pleasantly surprised with how well this performed. Definitely better than I expected. Okay, time to catch up and chat a little bit. Agreed. You were leveling with a friend on a new account, regretted your decision when forced into BFA, yeah. How do you get all the extra bag space? Yeah, you buy large bags. Yeah, the bags that I'm using are, it's like Expedition Sack or something, but I think other people in chat said Wildercloth bags are very cheap, large ones. You hop to different continents to avoid BFA as much as possible. Yeah, that's pretty much how you do it. You're leveling with my stream? Oh, so Unknown in the chat is the one who killed all of the zombies. Ah. Well, it's okay. I managed to find a rare mob, so you know what? It worked out well. But that is funny that you happen to be the one who stole all my mobs. Let's see. Chromie Time also destroyed the locked XP's community since it was introduced with the level squish that made all previously farmed items obsolete. Yeah, that was an unfortunate change for sure. We'll be increasing the Chromie Time cap to 61. Yeah, and then people telling me that I misunderstood it. Yeah. Did I learn to play a specific class better by questing or dungeoning? I mean, it kind of depends. Like, honestly, neither. I learned to play a specific class by research. And then you kind of just test it out in anything. Most of my, like, understanding of how to play things usually comes with just reading about it and understanding all the different talent interactions. And then kind of doesn't matter whether you do quests or dungeons. You just kind of learn how to play it. And then obviously you'll need to learn how to do specific dungeon stuff. Like as a tank, you'll need to learn the pulls and whatnot. But yeah. Do you expect Blizzard to do what you want when you want it? Yeah, exactly. Those people are fucking ridiculous. You still need one more rib and they still haven't spawned. Yeah, that quest is really annoying. The drop rate is stupid. That guy is one of the people you find in bugs. Yeah. So to answer your earlier question, I think was it Shalestorm that asked? Yeah, Shalestorm asked that. What race do I think fits each class the most? Orc Warrior for sure. Hunter, it's tough. Like, I want to say there's a few good ones for Hunter. I feel like Dwarf Hunter is iconic because it was in the original classic trailer, right? But there's a lot of good choices that you could say for Hunter. Honestly, like Tauren Hunter, Dwarf Hunter, Night Elf Hunter, even Human Hunter, despite that not being one of the original race class combos, I think, you know, is just a classic one. Troll Hunter, a lot of good ones. Mage, Human Mage is just obviously really iconic. There's like a lot of famous Human Mages. Blood Elf Mage, also another really good one. But yeah, I would say, honestly, Nightborn, Blood Elf, Human Mages, all I would say solid options for that. Rogue, probably Goblin. Goblin, Undead. I don't know, Night Elf, maybe? Another one where there's kind of like a few different good contenders for like good rogue ones. Priest. I honestly, I think just basic Lightforged, obviously. Human, fairly standard, but that's like the classic one. Yeah, in terms of like thematic stuff, probably those. Warlock. Warlock, obviously Orc Warlock. I think that one's like a no-brainer. Orc Warlock is like the most iconic. If you want to argue like original classic trailer stuff, like Undead Warlock. On the Alliance side, I don't know. I don't really think any of them are like as iconic as like Orc or Undead for Warlocks and stuff. Paladins, obviously Lightforged. I think Lightforged Paladin is just too perfect. There's other good ones, like, obviously, regular Draenei Paladin, if we're not counting Lightforged, which is just too good to not pass up. But then, I mean, every single Paladin has its own aesthetic, right? But Lightforged just works too well. Druid, honestly, I mean, it's kind of a tie between Night Elf and Tauren, right? Which is almost a little bit cheating because they were the original Druid races, but I feel like there's a reason that they were the original Druid races. Their aesthetic just perfectly matches Druid in general. So I feel like if I had to pick what is the most iconic race or iconic class for Night Elves in general, it would be Druid. Tauren, maybe there's a few that you could pick, but Night Elf Druid is really just iconic. Shaman, what was I looking at earlier? Shaman, I think Orc Shaman is also just way too iconic. Magheart Orc Shaman, I guess maybe is a little bit more iconic because it's like a little bit more grounded or something. But yeah, definitely that's not even really close. Monk, do I even need to say what the most iconic race for Monk is? Like that one just kind of writes itself. Demon Hunter, it's like Blood Elf or Night Elf, right? Like it's kind of, once again, not even really an easy one to say. They are both equally iconic. Death Knight, obviously Worgen monks. Most iconic race for monks is the furries. Yep. Death Knight is a bit interesting. I think you maybe need to argue just human Death Knight just because, you know, Arthas and stuff. And I mean, maybe undead Death Knight. Undead or human, just because, you know, lore purposes. DK is human or orc. I mean, Orc DK is cool too, but yeah, I'm talking more like if we're, you know, the perfect, like, class fantasy thing. And then, you know, really tough one. Gee, I wonder which race evokers are most tied to, huh? That's a tough one right there. Gnome Paladins? Fuck Gnome Paladins, man. Let me see what other people said. Warrior has to be Orc. Yeah, glad we're in agreement there. Hunter is either Troll or Dwarf. Yep. Draenei Hunter, it is your favorite animation with a gun. Yeah, those are some pretty sick animations, I'll give you that. Nelf Hunter for you, first character. Yeah, Nelf Hunter is definitely an iconic one. Mage probably has to be Nightborn. Yeah, really good. Gnome Mage. I feel like Gnome Mage is iconic just because you see them a lot in-game, but in terms of the lore, I don't think there's anything about Gnome that screams Mage, per se. Rogue, probably Goblin, Undead, Human. Yeah. Gnome Pally. Void Elf, Warlock. I completely forgot Void Elf Shadow. Yeah, the problem is when you think priests, right, you usually think, like, holy stuff. Obviously, Void Elf Holy Priest is, like, the complete opposite of what you would expect. Void Elf Shadow Priest, of course, yeah, that is the most iconic. I completely forgot to mention that. Most iconic class for Nelf is clearly Paladin. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Nelf should get Paladin. It's kind of weird that they haven't already. DK is human or orc. They're working on Nelf Pally mounts. DK, you'd say human is the main one. Undead and Orc a little bit behind. Yeah, Orc, yeah, technically, yeah, you have Deathbringer Sarfang. He's an iconic Death Knight for sure. The male one is better? Okay, you're saying look at the male Draenei Hunter racials. Okay, I see what you mean. That is sick. That is a really cool reload animation. The little gun spin. I see what you mean. Yeah, that is actually really sick. I also like how they use my favorite gun model in the like hunter appearance thing. I love this gun with like the little colored bullets and stuff. It's so fucking cool. I use it in every single one of my hunter transmog sets with different colors depending on what set I'm actually using. Millhouse and Millicent Manastorm are gnome mages. Yeah, that's true. Those are definitely iconic gnome mages. Imagine dying, coming back as an undead, and then dying again to become a Death Knight. Yeah. Why can't undead be paladin? It is kind of strange that undead can be priests, but they can't be paladins. Doesn't really make a ton of sense. I agree with that. Male Draenei have a great gun animation. They ruin it with the Tunok Tunok dance. Yeah. You never realized Zandalari could be literally everything except race-exclusive classes. Yeah, that's true. Zandalari have, like, an insane amount of race options available to them. Huh. I mean, I think they used to be missing one or two, but then when they did the whole, like, every single class, or every single race can play, was it, like, mage or whatever? I don't remember if Zandalari used to have everything. I don't think they used to have everything. But they've always had a bunch of the rarer ones. Like, Zandalari have always been able to be paladins, druids, shamans, which are some of the more uncommon things for races to have access to. They just added Warlock? Yeah, I guess they didn't used to have that one. And yeah, no, Naomi, you're right. That is the name of the song. I know what you mean. Have I ever considered flying over Searing Gorge, Badlands, and kill the rares there? There's a ton of them close together, and you can do it while going to Loch Modan. No. I mean, I don't really think that's really worth doing. It's also one of those, I don't want to include things in the route that are specifically now go hunt for rare mobs. Like, it's fine to basically say, do this questline and then look for rare mobs while you're on the way. Technically speaking, on like a PTR run, I could maybe do that and it would be somewhat consistent. I still don't know if it would be faster than just going straight to Loch Modan. Rares, like, keep in mind, rare mobs give good experience, but rare mobs do not give, like, insane experience. Rare mobs are good because it's worth one quest of experience, and 99% of the time, if there's a rare just chilling right by a quest hub, and you kill it in, like, 3 hits, bam, you just got a free quest completion. So in terms of time required to kill the rare to the amount of experience it gives, it's very good. But you know, going out of your way just to hunt for rare mobs, it's usually not really worth doing. Where do I get the Jotaro sound pack I used on my monk? It's called, let me hop on, I can hop onto my monk and show you. It's called JoJo Monk SFX, but I can show you the exact name of the add-on just so you can know where to find it. It's on CurseForge. Humans might get druids as well. I feel like there's a lot of other races that should get druids before humans, though. Think it was insane when they added priest to orc? Yeah. You love the races that change the class animations, druid, pally, shaman, etc. Yeah. So if I go to my add-ons, it's this one, JoJo Monk Interface. But that's not the name of the add-on, so it actually is... Let me find it on CurseForge. And then you can enable different... So if I go to what is it? JoJo Monk... How do I find it again? Options, add-ons... Maybe I have to go here. Yeah. So once you have the add-on, you can basically select different options. So you have Dio, Jotaro, Jonathan, Joestar, and then these ones are... Like, Josuke works for Mistweaver and Windwalker. Giorno is Windwalker, stuff like that. Unfortunately, the only one I almost never use is Joseph, because most of it only works on Brewmaster abilities. And, like, it doesn't... I don't know. I feel like Fists of Fury, Windwalker stuff, that's where it's most iconic, having that stuff. I usually just stick with Jotaro, but Dio also has really good sound stuff, too. Let me find the exact name for you, though, real quick. Retail. It is called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure SFX for Monk. So that is the exact name. Shouldn't be too hard to find, though, if you just search JoJo on CurseForge. I'm sure it'll be on there. And have full RMP team as orcs. Nice. Magpar having priests is insane lore-wise. Yeah. You're going to be doing a lot of up and down, tons of vertical distance, so it's a lot of time required to go between them, even though they're close together in terms of proximity. Use the Street Fighter soundboard for your monk. That's very nice. Volpera, so many forms they could be. Yeah, exactly. Volpera Druid's the best Horde speedrun race class combo. Honestly, yeah. If they added Druid to Volpera, that probably would be the best option for Horde. Definitely. I think the Weak Aura one is much more easy since you can change the auto files. Oh, if there is a Weak Aura version, then I'm unaware of it. I've just been using the add-on for a very long time. Worgen Druid is the closest that humans can get to being Druids. True, yeah. It is kind of funny that you got Worgen and Kultiran, which are both technically humans, and human doesn't have it. You would race change for Volpera Druid? Yeah. Unfortunately, unless they rework the Volpera racials, which I still think Volpera racials need to be retouched because a lot of them are just really bad. Fun, but pretty bad. It would probably be the worst race available for Druid, which sucks. Good for speed leveling, terrible for endgame content, alas. Harder to set that up. You can technically do that with any sound, any ability. Fox cat form would break your heart that you need to be a fucking Volpera for it. Yeah. But I mean, that's the nice thing about the JoJo soundboard, right? Like, it actually gives you a decent amount of customization. So I feel like for just installing the add-on and then tinkering with this stuff, it's easy enough to do. So would definitely recommend it. You know, it's easy enough to do. Anyways, so video plans. What was I gonna say? What I'm probably gonna do. So I should note that there's not going to be any classic stuff today. Unfortunately, I started the stream 3.5 hours late, and it is already pretty late where I'm at. It's usually basically I would be ending the stream now if I had started on time. And it's really late, and obviously I had to do a ton of setup earlier, so it's not like I was just resting. So I'm definitely fucking exhausted. So no classic stuff, unfortunately. But next weekend, I'm going to be doing more runs, same time, Saturday, Sunday, assuming I'm not late. I will put up a poll, probably on like Thursday or Friday, to determine what I'm going to be doing on Saturday. I'm probably only going to pull one of the runs. One of them I'll decide myself. Usually like to do that, makes it a little bit easier. I'm not sure whether I'll probably put up the poll for the 10 to 60 run, and then maybe I'll do another 2 set of 40 to 60 runs, and I'll pick the racing classes for that. I'll probably do Holy Priest and Shaman or something like that, because like Elemental Shaman was very close to winning ahead of Fire Mage, so we'll probably do that for 40 to 60 run. And I can do Holy Priest for 40 to 60, because I kind of been wanting to do that anyways. So yeah, actually I'll just lock that in for next weekend, and I'll put up a poll for 10 to 60 options so people can vote on that. As for videos, you're looking forward to Classic Hardcore? I'm sorry, yeah. I would like to, but unfortunately it is really late, and I'm just fucking exhausted. I didn't even include it in the title because I knew that I wasn't going to have time. Next week is Darkman Fair. Are you going to try a serious run? I'm not going to try a serious run, right? Because there's no reason to, right? Because I've already done one. There's no way I'm topping my Kultiran run, just so we're clear. There's no point in me even attempting that anymore. At this point, my entire goal for remaining speedruns in Dragonflight is I'm just testing out different specs so that I can eventually make a tier list. I have no interest in doing more, like, world record attempts because I'm not going to top my existing one, to be honest. At least for now. Obviously, like, you know, fast forward in the future, like, when, you know, new shit comes out and changes happen, then I will do another attempt. But for now, there's not really any advantage to doing it. But yeah, what was I going to say? What I might do is I don't know what I'll do for classic hardcore. I think I'm planning on playing a lot of classic hardcore in my free time this coming week because I've been enjoying it. So I'm not going to save it all for stream. I kind of said that before. And to be honest, like classic hardcore, it's one of those where keep in mind there's going to be plenty of time for that. Like the only reason I've been including it on stream is because I just want to play it anyway. So whenever my streams like were done early, I wanted to, fill more time. So I'm just like, well, I'm going to do this anyway. Might as well stream it kind of thing. But remember, I'm going to be playing it when it officially comes out. And I will probably be streaming it a lot around that time. And we'll be doing mostly classic hardcore instead of like just a little bit after the retail speedrun. So definitely plenty of time for that. I'll probably do it a bit next weekend. And I think maybe what I'll try to do is get close to level 30. And we'll see how far I'm able to get in my free time. And then by the time that assuming I don't fuck up and die, right? But by the time I'm streaming it next weekend, I should be like much better established on my Night Elf Druid, and I should be like much closer to 30, and maybe I'll even do a dungeon or something. We'll see. We'll have to figure out what I want to do for that. For videos, though, so right now, the top 2 videos that I'm working on is... the thing that's pinned right now, all of the leveling consumables, that's an unlisted video, right? That was part of the Cultier and Druid run. Enough people have been asking about that still that I think having a polished version of that would work out well. So what I'm probably going to do is basically do the guide updates that I've been planning on. So update everything for 10 to 60. I will make very slight adjustments for 60 to 70. Unfortunately, most of the major changes I've still been unable to test. Did I give up on the Shaman? I wouldn't say I necessarily gave up on the Shaman. I just kind of never really had a ton of interest in playing it. Keep in mind, I wanted to play Druid from the start, but because it was my first ever classic hardcore character, I let people vote on something for me. And, like, I didn't hate playing it, but, like, I wasn't super interested in it. I kind of want to tank, so I was really excited to play Druid anyway. And I'm going to be honest, like, I've been way more interested in playing my Druid and getting that prepared, and I've been doing research into feral tanking. I'm really excited to play my Druid, so that is what I've just been focusing on now. I might go back to my Shaman in the future, but I'm just really enjoying playing Druid on Classic. So yeah, that's currently my focus. But yeah, so I'm probably going to take a lot of the footage that I used for that unlisted leveling consumable thing. I'm going to clean it up, basically, trim it down so it's not like, 40 minutes long or something. There's not as much like rambling in the middle. It's just all the information, bam, bam, bam. There's still a lot of ground to cover there. So it's the kind of thing where it will probably still be a longer video. And then maybe if I need to re-record sections, add it, I'll do that. So that'll be like, a polished leveling consumable guide, so people can actually refer to that. Then my next major priority outside of doing that, I'll also probably make a update to the website to account for that. So when I release the leveling consumable guide, I will also have a website page to go along with it. That's something I've been working on for a while. The only thing I'm not really going to cover is heirlooms. So I think I will probably intentionally cut that video out to not mention heirlooms, and I will put like a disclaimer in the video saying that heirlooms will be discussed in a separate video whenever Blizzard fixes the bugs with enchants. But I really do not want to make a video discussing heirloom setup until it's working properly, because right now, if I recommend that, like, use greater Tiger Claw inscription on your shoulders, I'm going to get a shit ton of comments asking me why I'm not able to, or why they aren't able to do that right now, and then I'll have to keep answering because it's bugged, because it's bugged, because it's bugged, and I just don't want to do that. So the heirloom guide will be out whenever heirlooms are fixed. The consumable guide I can make now, so I'll just do that. And then next priority is, obviously I mentioned in my catch-up guide that I'm planning a part 2 that covers like crafting and stuff like that. And considering the catch-up guide has performed well and it's been very well received, I've gotten a lot of like really good feedback on it, people saying it really helped them. Definitely want to follow up on that and make a part 2. So that is like kind of my next priority after that. So that I'm aiming to have like the consumable video done by Tuesday, and hopefully the part 2 for the alt catch-up stuff will be done by Thursday or Friday. It shouldn't require nearly as much time to make because it is a fairly short subject. And then there's like one other experimental video, which I won't give away. I might even have that one out tomorrow. I'm not sure. But there's like a fun video that I've been like toying around with making for a while now. And I didn't want to publish it until I was done with all of my stuff for patch 10.1. And then obviously 10.1.5 rolled around, so I had to do all my testing and runs and stuff for that. So it kept getting kicked down the road. But it's like kind of a fun experimental video that I think, I know for a fact many people will enjoy. I am curious to see how it's received by everyone else. Who knows? But it's the type of thing that I would enjoy making, so if people enjoy watching that, I can continue doing it in the future. I won't spoil that, though. Like I said, that may be out tomorrow. Depends on how much time I have tonight, if I'm, like, exhausted or not. Either way, otherwise it'll probably be out on, like, Wednesday or something. Let me read the chat messages I missed. Random weird thing about Worgen. Always thought it was messed up that most Worgen mobs you can skin, given the context that they can switch back. I never thought of that. That is, yeah. It's a bit unfortunate. The only thing that would make a new world record attempt possible would be some wild tech or some revamp or next expansion. Another 50% buff. Yeah. I'm sure they'll have Winds of Wisdom coming back at some point. But even if Winds of Wisdom comes back, I don't really have any interest in doing, like, the same run, but maybe going for slightly better RNG. You know, I already got a run that is, like, maybe it's not perfect, but it is very, very, very close to perfect. So, from my point of view, right, the watchability of a new speedrun world record just wouldn't really be there. I'm sure, and I know a lot of people are going to say, well, I would watch it just because I like watching your speedruns, and I'm glad, but keep in mind, I can do that on anything. You know, you get, like, the whole rambles and stories and stuff on any leveling video I do, not just the world records. So, I'm sure if, you know, people would love if I just threw out another leveling video, but if I have to choose between that being another testing video so I can eventually make a tier list, or an actual speedrun world record, where actually, quite frankly, I can't tell as many stories because I need to focus, I'd rather just focus on the testing stuff for now. You know, there's nothing really new to include in the speedrun at the moment. The best way to get it fixed is by saying it doesn't work in a video and making a full guide considering the fact it doesn't work, just to invalidate the guide instantly. You might be right, but I don't want to do that. Great runs. Yeah, honestly, runs were pretty good. I think the Fire Mage one went better. I was kind of thinking the Unholy DK one would be, like, much better by far. Turns out the Fire Mage one ended up being the better run. That was fucking wild. And I had more fun during it, to be honest. Like, I don't hate Unholy DK, but I don't love the whole play style of, like, setting up your dots and then, you know, like, chipping things down. It wasn't, like, the most fun thing I've ever played, but I actually really, really enjoyed Fire Mage. That was some of the most fun I've had doing a testing leveling run in quite a while, actually. Loopnock said, I'm gonna go watch the Druid speedrun, or rewatch the Druid speedrun after this while you level a new tune. That Druid speedrun is actually what made you resub. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it that much, yeah. I put a lot of work into that Druid speedrun, so I'm very happy that not only did it turn out well, but the reception I've gotten from it has been very, very good. I did not expect it to get nearly as many views as it has, and it just kind of keeps climbing, so that has been a very nice, pleasant surprise for me. But yeah, I think that covers everything, so like I said, plans, still streams next weekend as usual. Poll will be up later in the week. Expect a leveling prep video and part 2 for the alt catch-up stuff. Maybe one random video in the mix. And, I don't know, I guess we'll kind of have to play by ear with other stuff. Obviously, I want to do more 60 to 70 testing, but until Blizzard fixes it, I can't. If by some miracle Blizzard does happen to fix 60 to 70 test or leveling within the next week, I will do that next weekend. But that's just kind of indefinitely on hold until it gets addressed. So that and the new 60 to 70 guide just can't really do for now, which kind of sucks. No problem, Alex and Tyrianth. Glad you enjoyed the stream and the videos in general. Have a great week as well. But yeah, that's it for this stream. Thank you all for coming. I will catch you all. What's broken with it? If you want to know what's broken with it, I will leave you all with this. If you haven't seen my forum post already, go bump this, share it, draw attention to it. You can read that forum post, and that will tell you all of the things that are broken with leveling in patch 10.1.5. forum post has some great replies. Yes, it has the classic general discussion touch upon it. That is just kind of how things always go with it. But yeah, once again, thank you all for watching. I will catch you next weekend. Peace.